Way of Survival 151, Dragon Tooth Legion 1. Should we be careful of the Tomb Keeper? Yes, as expected. It is Lord Odd. He leaked the location to the Troyban family, as you predicted. Before Tyr set off to rescue his companions, Cassandra briefly warned him to be careful of Odd. The swordsmanship the elders spoke of has not completely vanished, although only the basic techniques remain. It is still incomplete, but at least some of it was passed down. But the previous saints, could they be? Yes. Indeed, Tyr felt it. Cassandra, for some unknown reason, seemed to regret it. It was a feeling only those who can see the past, present, and future, who understand history, can feel. They are the Tomb Keepers. The master did have a disciple. Yes, it was a very young child, but because of that, they could not truly inherit the vision. They remained as a Tomb Keeper, such a regretful child. The ghosts gazed at Odd with lonely eyes. They were not unaware of the stories related to the Tomb Keepers. However, the reason they did not step forward was because they could not physically convey their voices to Odd and the inheritors. Therefore, apart from the chosen ones, no one could welcome them. You do not deny it, do you? Odd tightly bit his lip, as if caught in a secret he did not want others to know. The other members nervously looked to Tyr. Tyr, we can't keep up with your story. Please explain so we can understand. Tyr, what do you mean by inheritance? What is inheritance? Isn't Mr. Odd just a Tomb Keeper? Sherford confirmed that Odd had no other reaction, and secretly glanced at Tyr. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Tyr looked at the violently shaking ceiling. He quickly closed his mouth. A new enemy has arrived. Tyr looked at the violently shaking ceiling. He quickly closed his mouth. A new enemy has arrived. It still needs some time. The ones who rest here are the fallen heroes, who sacrificed themselves to defend against the monsters beyond the Great Wall. I know. And then? So, do you know about the existence of the monarch they could never find? His face belonged to the head of the Ragnar family at the time. He is the owner of tomb number 300, which isn't here. Tomb number 300. However, the absolute vision that Lord once possessed was unfortunately lost. Troyban is pursuing that vision. Tyr briefly explained why the Trojans need Cassandra and their goal of seizing the temple as part of routine inspections. These cases are never easily accepted. Wait. So, to summarize what you said, they're doing all that crazy stuff just to get that sword? Right? And what about Lord Ode? Lord Dunlong clearly said, Lord Ode is now guarding Ragnar alone. Suzuki, who is barely remembered by anyone, was a righteous man. Yes, that's right. You truly are a healer. Where else can you find someone who has protected this tomb for dozens of generations? But why? The problem is, aside from guarding the Tomb Keeper has other duties. The Sword family's blessing. Ode remained silent. Tyr continued to look at him politely, and said further, the Tomb Keeper is a descendant of the head of the family at the time. They bear the responsibility of reviving the lost style. And Troyban realized this, and approached Lord Ode in advance. Isn't that right? Ode clenched his fists tightly. The back of his hand, lightly cupped, was trembling. But isn't it strange? If you were already colluding with Troyban, why didn't you tell me earlier? The real location of the tomb? Troyban. Indeed, it was only after Tyr and his group had rested for a long time that they found this place. Even if he set up a blockade, the traps should have triggered long ago. Although the exact reason is unknown, Lord Odd also has doubts about Troyban, doesn't he? If what you say is true, and you can restore the sword manual, then show us the evidence. Otherwise, before, we couldn't open the bell for negotiations. Enough. That's why he personally brought us here. He wanted to verify the evidence with his own eyes, and contacted Troyban. Enough. That makes sense. Stop talking. Enough said. Don't say any more. Finally, Odd roared loudly. You're right. Troyban suggested repairing and sharing the sword manual. I believe if you can provide the means to repair the sword manual, they could repair it themselves. So I brought you here to verify their claim. But what's wrong with that? The angry gaze burned like flames as he stared at Tyr. See, in the end, they were right. You have restored the sword manual. Of course, it should be handed to me. You stole the thing I've been pursuing my whole life. If there's any news, I'll let you know. Share, you crab's offspring. Odd kissed his lips and smiled, with a hint of mockery. Listen well. The legitimate heir of Ragna is not you. It is me, Odd Ragna. You are merely thieves who rushed to take the throne when we relaxed for a moment. Including Odd, the Tomb Keepers proudly believe they are the true heirs of Ragna. They take pride in this legacy. Otherwise, for hundreds of years, we couldn't have passed down the protection of this tomb. And on the other hand, he made up his mind that once the sword manual was restored, he would reclaim the throne that was stolen from him. But now, that long-held dream has shattered. The position of the rightful owner may not have been reserved for anyone. The law of the strong prevails. That is the true nature of Ragnar. If they really thought the throne was theirs, they should have seized it long ago. What are they still hoping for? Some of the spirits looked at Ode with pity, but most of them seemed indifferent. The reason why the spirits were unmoved by Ode is that they already knew about the Tombkeeper and his twisted attachment. So, when passing down the sword manual before, they didn't clearly inform Tyr about the successor, but Ode didn't know these truths. Yet, a descendant of a great family, or just a thief, was handed down the position like an inheritance. How dare you? Who are you to lecture me? So, are you siding with Troyben? Aren't you ashamed to learn from them? You've misunderstood everything from the start. Who is the one who really received Troyben and even admired them? At that moment, Tyr began to doubt his own suspicions. Could it be that Troyben knows the swordsman's true identity? I told him myself. I lured Troyben here to advance the situation. After all, there aren't many people like me who can restore the sword manual. In an instant, Tyr's expression hardened. What? That madman let outsiders interfere in Ragnar's affairs. Only then did the spirits realize that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. They were utterly shocked. Some of them roared furiously and drew their swords, but their rage and threats did not reach him. Ode, are you saying that you violated Ragnar's internal rule that forbids external involvement and brought in outsiders? Of course, besides Tyr, there's Selford and Lay. They also glared at Ode with furious eyes. Conflicts over the throne are common in Ragnar's flesh and blood. It's like an everyday affair. But there is still one line that must not be crossed. Once that line is crossed, even the successor will face Ragnar's punishment. That is the pride of Ragnar. But breaking the rule, who did that? What are you talking about? Didn't you yourself say you lured the Trojan horse in? No, you're spouting nonsense. So how does that count as breaking the rules? Tyr once again felt a strange sensation he hadn't noticed before. Are you saying Troyben isn't an outsider? You really know nothing, do you? Child, Ode sneered even more. At such a young age, you're so close to the throne. You inherited the sword manual. You became the chosen one, and yet you know nothing of this. Boom. Centered on Ode, a powerful pressure of wind began to leak out. Hush! The fierce battle has begun. It felt like the cave might collapse. Tyr awakened his dragon blood. His skin felt a sharp sting. No matter how I look at you, you're not fit to be a sword master. Looks like I'll have to take it back. The air pressure painted a spiral, starting to form a sphere above Ode's head, although it resembled an eclipse. Its shape was a bit different, a black ice jade moon. The pitch-black sphere resembled the moon, more than the sun. It had no warmth at all. Instead, a chill swept over. This was caused by the failure to manifest black rock. During this time, though the vision was only partially conveyed, it was proof of progress. Crackle, crackle. Tyr du Yesla, while fully channeling his magic, formed a thunderball. Now, Ode's buff effect had only about 4 minutes remaining. We must suppress the internal rebellion and block the approaching invasion forces. Sherford, please take Aaron and Ray to the central area. There you will find a passage leading outside. Cassandra will assist you. Please act immediately. What about you? I'll catch up soon. Sherford didn't ask what Tyr planned to do. The leader of the group is now Tyr. Pot eventually followed the instructions and carried Aaron, starting to run towards the forest with Ray. Odd didn't deliberately try to capture them. He was only focused on reclaiming the sword from Tyr. My ancestors, unable to restore the sun, created the moon as a countermeasure. Since there was no fire to do everything, it took its place. Carrying that coolness, while performing the ritual, Odd pointed the sword towards the sphere. The appearance was quite similar to that of the leader in his mind, yet also different. To reach the ancestors, the efforts made by me and my— Can you really bear it? At that moment, the light orchestra began to play. At the same time, Odd swung the sword towards the pool. Crack! As the moon's trajectory split up and down, the moonstone shattered, and the two crescent moons split apart. The blizzard and ice scattered and flew. Tyr smiled coldly in front of him. Why should I bear it? What Odd? Although belatedly realizing something was wrong, Tyr had already activated the wishful pearl, the eclipse of the sun. No matter the reason, the fact that you are a betrayer won't change. I have no reason to understand a betrayer's sword technique. With the cracking of the skull, the advancing lightning fiercely struck the ground and walls. The wall, Odd belatedly realized that the lightning was at least defending Tyr, and not aimed at him. Instead, it innocently hit other places, but by the time he realized Tyr's intentions, it was already too late. Boom. Due to the accumulated impacts, the long-worn cave finally collapsed completely. The places struck by lightning were all locations Tyr had pre-checked, with his spirit possession eyes. Rumble rumble. Before Ode or Chinya squad could take any action, they were completely buried alive. Buried alive, just like that. This guy? He really turned our goal into reality. Suzuki will restore things as soon as possible. Couldn't you have done it better? Give me a new coffin. Looking at the same thing every day is driving me crazy. I want murals. Add some murals. I'll listen to everything you say. Fear and the ghosts joked casually as they leisurely escaped the tomb riding Umbra. The Way of Survival Chapter 152. The Deaf-Mute Legion 2. While gently patting Umbra. Fear smiled cheerfully at the back of his neck, but also furrowed his brows. Even though they made it out, his mana consumption was severe. He had used Eclipse twice in a row. His mana was nearly depleted. While unleashing destructive power, the speed at which his mana drained was alarming. The problem is, with just this, it's hard to capture both Ode and the evil general. Small fry like Qingya and other swordsmen had already been dealt with. But against true masters, his power was too scattered. As expected, the piled-up rubble and the swirling dust suddenly shifted. Sword energy came shooting toward them. Fear's eyes sparkled with light, knocking them all down. As the dust settled, Ode and General Qingya were covered in blood. I'm going to kill you. Just as Ode was about to explode in rage, he suddenly sensed an attack coming from his blind spot. The wind of death was sweeping in, what Fear intentionally left behind before flying into the sky. The death pit instantly transformed into a brain dragon. With its gaping mouth, it bit off Ode's right arm in one snap. His extended sword bounced away helplessly. Captain Qingya also couldn't aid Ode. 3 brain dragons tightly entangled him. Thunder dragons, glowing like miniature suns, were far stronger than before. Their power was simply incomparable. They stomped and trampled the evil general. Finally, they killed him. Biting down on the back of his neck. Gulp, gulp. General Qingya's lips twitched, filled with grievance and frustration. Then, with a heavy sigh, he collapsed backward. He wasn't someone who would fall so easily, but he had been wounded by the blast from Eclipse, and the unexpected ambush worsened his injuries. Even so, for him, if it was fortune, or if it was frustration, it was frustration. There was one thing. Among them, one person was completely unscathed. That's why they say, you shouldn't handle major affairs with atheists who don't believe in the great gods. Zedier intended to command the brain dragon again, to finish Ode off completely. But he quickly twisted his body to evade. Bang, bang, bang. Drake's crimson blade was blocked by another sword. Holy Magic Church command. Yes, non-believer, you've ravaged enough. Now it's time to stop you. Seeing Callie's cold smirk, Pierre realized she was at least bishop level or higher. They immediately counterattacked. A bishop-level foe is hard to catch even at full strength. So then thud, thud, thud. Fear felt his heart pounding rapidly. He forcefully knocked Drake's blade downward. Clang. Boom. The Rui Pearl unfolded once again. Solar Eclipse smashed Callie to the ground. Tyr felt a wave of dizziness as his Dantian and heart suddenly emptied. But he barely managed to kiss the star god. His left hand drew the moon-white sword. Song of Nibelungen. Lightning struck the ground vertically. Then came the Dragon Slayer's sword. The Nibelungen's sharp fangs fiercely erupted. The unlucky ones. Carrie, who barely landed on the ground, quickly picked himself up, frowning tightly. He felt enraged by Tyr's attitude of seeing him as prey. Fluorescent blood mixed with crimson. Breath wrapped around his body, transforming into a monstrous form. Only those at the bishop level or higher could see the shadow of the god. The collision of bloods, the deafening explosion, and thick black smoke spread everywhere. Tyr, without realizing it, had already broken free from Umbra, landing on the ground. With both hands tightly gripping the Dragon Sand sword and Moon-White sword, he rushed towards Carrie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Dragon Sand sword was blocked by the monster's long jaw. It couldn't be drawn out. The blood spirit, Tyr, quickly turned around. The sword point aimed at Carrie's chest. He intended to pierce the heart. At this moment, Odd suddenly charged in. Although he had lost his right arm, he still exuded a powerful presence. With his left hand holding the sword, he performed a fluid sword technique on par with his right. He forced back the Moon-White sword. Indeed, a true Ragna heir. Tyr silently praised Odd in his heart, but still aimed the dragon's sword at Odd's throat. Odd leaned back to avoid it. Meanwhile, Carrie took the opportunity to stab Tyr's side. The Moon-White sword barely blocked the attack. It made a crisp clashing sound. Clang, clang, clang. Tyr, Carrie, and Odd were closely engaged with each other, quickly reaching a tacit understanding. Swords clashed countless times. The secret arts flickered. The ground was swept across. Tyr demonstrated superb swordsmanship, handling 2 masters at once without losing ground. From his mind surfaced the image of the Suicide Squad captain. It gave Tyr great inspiration, combined with the effects of the sword spider. His vision now, besides the 9 dragons, was unmatched in all of Ragnar. Beautiful so. The direction of Callie and Ode's sword swings, their footwork, all became critical. How will the future unfold? It seemed so clear, as if he could see it. All possible changes were blocked in advance, though his mana might be exhausted. His stamina remained abundant. Allocated 10 extra attribute points to stamina. Stamina, 56. Allocated another 30 extra points to stamina. Stamina, 69. Not only did Tyr allocate the accumulated 10 points, But after comprehending the essence of the sun, he poured all 6 additional levels into stamina. Of course, a strong body enhanced Thier's focus, allowing him to control the sword with greater precision. In a perfect state, he demonstrated exceptional concentration. He reached the state of selflessness. Fighting against top-level masters, he gained a wealth of experience. His level increased, allocated 10 extra attribute points to stamina. Stamina, 90. Thier finally reached level 47. He successfully unlocked a special stamina ability. His stamina coefficient broke through 100. A hidden function was unlocked. From now on, his stamina energy would increase dramatically. Increased energy gain rate. Special ability, rapid recovery. Consumed stamina will quickly recover. In a highly focused state of over 10 minutes, his endurance would temporarily explode. Boom, rumble. Now, even without enough mana, Thier could maintain his swordsmanship with pure physical strength. Of course, he can also maintain the sword technique purely with physical strength. Of course, Callie and Ode, confident in their strength, couldn't help but show deep confusion on their faces. Now they were afraid. Thier didn't miss the openings they revealed. He swiftly crossed the moon-white sword and the dragon's end sword into a blazing X. SSSHHG. The moon-white sword grazed the back of Ode's neck. The dragon's end sword grazed Callie's left chest. In an instant, the trajectory of the sword sparked new inspiration in his vision. It was as if thousands of sword paths appeared. Each one could simultaneously kill both of his enemies in crisis. His heart was filled with a sense of omnipotence. Could this be the legendary omnipotence of the gods? His head felt like it was burning hot. His open forehead was overloaded with too much information. But Thier fully trusted this feeling. Without hesitation, he aligned both swords along the attack line. The thought process seemed long, but the decision to act took only a split second. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ode and Callie also realized the danger they were in. Their faces turned pale. At that moment, "I'll kill you, Thier Ragnar." Suddenly, a powerful force slammed into Thier's side, a desperate close-quarters assault. It was Captain Qingya, thought to be dead. Damn it. It seemed he had pushed his limits. His face bulged with veins, looking unnaturally fierce. He had only one thought: to kill Thier. His outstretched hand aimed for Thier's neck. What should I do? Thier had to think fast. Should he ignore Captain Qingya and finish off Ode and Callie, or retreat for now to ensure his safety? But the thought was fleeting. There were many ways to capture them later, but in this situation, with reinforcements possibly appearing at any moment, he could not afford to get hurt. Thier let go of both swords in his hands. Instead, he twisted his body and reached out toward Captain Qingya. Asterisk psychokinesis activated. The blade of Drake, embedded in the ground, flew directly toward them. Unreadable caught by the right hand. Unreadable flashing and swinging. Unreadable crack. Captain Qingya spat blood and staggered back. Odd and Carrie, who barely preserved their lives, also struggled to steady themselves. A desolate wind blew between Thier and the three of them. The 1v3 confrontation was definitely unfavorable for Thier, but the aura Thier exudes had completely taken control of the battlefield. The ancestors raised a monster. Odd looked at Thier, gritting his teeth tightly. The pain from his empty right shoulder was nothing compared to the sense of loss. It left him breathless. How could a thief have such an imposing aura? That position should have been his. This fact was painful. Carrie's team, the heretics who once stopped the god's descent, had reappeared on this land. It enraged him. Captain Qingya was now completely consumed by his inner demons. Like a beast, he roared in fury. Grr. The remaining time was less than 1 minute. Could he capture them before that? Thier used psychokinesis. He lifted the moon-white sword and dragon sandsword. They spun around his upper body. His mouth and forehead opened wider. The intensity filled his mind. At this rate, would his mental world be completely burned out? But because of this, countless afterimages flashed before his eyes, then vanished. They contained countless possible scenarios. This might be similar to Cassandra's vision of the future. Not much different. If it was just 2 opponents, I think I could handle them no matter what. But with 3 opponents, the conclusion was difficult. Then, the only remaining method is 1. I can only add 1 more person. Although I want to avoid it as much as possible, this is an unavoidable solution. Snap. Thier moved. Through psychokinesis, he shot the moon-white sword and the dragon's end sword at Captain Qingya and Callie respectively. Thier, you're with Ode's side, huh? You think you can easily capture me just because I'm crippled? Ode thought Thier saw him as a weakling, so he pushed his aura output even harder. Sword energy flickered. But Thier didn't retreat. Instead, he slammed down Drake's crimson blade. Boom. Drake's blade and Ode's sword locked in a fierce clash. Crack, crack, crack. Thier powered up his footing. In this tense contest of strength, Thier pushed Ode back. What are you doing? Ode wanted to shout in anger, but the overwhelming force kept him silent. It wasn't just him. Captain Qingya and Callie were also forced to retreat, under the pressure of the Moon White and Dragons and Swords. What exactly are you trying to do? Only then did the three realize Thier had other plans. They tried to dodge and slip away, but crash. It was already too late. The air had changed. The stench of burning oil assaulted their noses. Ode snapped his head up. Sky and earth. Countless magic circles appeared in the void. They interlocked like gears. Status appeared. Rotating magic circles. Status appeared. What is this? Status. A dark horse has appeared. What a surprise. These intricate formations drawn by mages are called magic arrays. The more complex the structure of the arrays, the greater their number, the more exponentially powerful they become. Eventually, they create a new world. Only archmages, at least 9-star mages, can create this kind of domain. That is what appeared before their eyes. Where the magic arrays disappeared, countless gears filled the world, spinning constantly. The ground beneath their feet seemed paved with clock faces. White dials stretched out beneath them, on the white clock faces. The hour, minute, and second hands spun at different speeds. Archmage Empress Cassandra. Her pride and symbol would become her domain of will, the arrangement of the clock gears. Reversing time appeared right here. The Way of Survival, Chapter 153, Dragonfang Legion Part 3. I have no choice but to use it after all. The arrangement of the clock gears was originally set by Cassandra as one of her traps to capture the enemy. As the guardian of this tomb, along with Troyban and the Holy Magic Church's forces, if there were no reinforcements, Lord Thier alone would struggle against them. So I wanted to prepare in advance, unless you're a battle mage. Mages aren't particularly good at direct combat, but the reason people despise them is because they are the ones who summon miracles, especially the areas they occupy in advance. It's best not to step into them. Preparing a magic array? Of course, it's appearing now. Yes, but to form the magic array, there might not be enough mana stones right now. Don't tell me you really believe. I trust that Lord Thier will make good use of the preparations, won't he? Of course, activating the magic array requires energy, not to mention a domain of will. But at the moment, without mana crystals, Cassandra planned to get energy in another way, using the enemy to fight the enemy. Is there any better tactic than this? That's strategy. The method Cassandra came up with was to use the dead, specifically, the corpses of Troyban's archers. But the real issue lay elsewhere. Indeed, Cassandra's mental world and magic circuits were still immature. She couldn't yet cast such powerful magic. Beside the clock face where Thier and Ode's group stood, a smaller chronograph was spinning. Clack clack, whir. As the hands turned, the corpses buried beneath the tomb began to melt. As the hands continued to turn, the corpses buried beneath the tomb began to melt. The blood seeping out from here entered the gear, causing it to turn with even more power. The more this happens, the stronger the barrier forming the domain becomes. At this moment, Odd and his group were almost like prisoners locked in a jail. Odd and his group screamed under the various pressures on their bodies, especially Captain Qingya. He even slammed his face against the ground. Magic power ran wild. His body swelled as if it would explode. His bones twisted in strange directions. He coughed as if suffocating. Odd's right arm, which he had barely stopped bleeding from, bled again. Carrie felt the blood, her body shrinking instead. She furrowed her brows. Under their feet, different shaped star clocks appeared. The hand spun quickly. On the other hand, Thier was different. The hour and minute hands of the clock under his feet spun in the opposite direction. His originally pale face gradually regained color. His breathing also became steady. It was as if time itself were reversing. External laws took effect. All time-based enhancements were extended. Current available time, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. In reality, Thier's time is actually reversing, since you've returned. You should understand my mental domain well. I've only heard about my mental domain. It is based on the ability of precognition. But there's one difference. It doesn't just stay at knowing. In other words, what is seen is directly applied to reality. That's right. Those who enter my domain will receive a personal clock suited to them. Then they will rotate it. The direction can be freely chosen. This is a magic that allows for the manipulation of an invader's time. Although it's quite surprising to hear the content, but seeing this reality with my own eyes, I understood. Why Cassandra could earn such a great title and possess such immense power. Why she could only be manipulated in the future. Thier set the thought aside for now, injecting mana into his sword once more. In theory, as long as he was within this domain, he could maintain all buffs indefinitely. General Qingya, driven mad by mana overflow, finally had his neck twisted to the side and completely stopped breathing, fast-forwarding his demise to its limit. That's why. Why can't I stop it? On the other hand, Ode's time was reversing. Locked in the moment when his arm was severed, he continued to bleed and suffer from the massive blood. Ode's face turned deathly pale. If this kept up, he might die meaninglessly. To escape this curse, he had to find a way to deal with Thier. Ode clenched his teeth tightly. Besides, our ancestors They didn't dedicate their lives to end it in such a disgraceful way. Status. Deeply flustered by unexpected circumstances. Status. Death's messenger is approaching fast. Death's messenger is rapidly closing in. But before he could move his feet, smack. The moon-white sword and the dragon's end sword fell before him. Speak of the devil. Get away, get away. The more Ode struggled, the closer the moon-white and dragon's end swords pursued. Just like how Thier had simultaneously handled him and Callie earlier. Now it was Ode's turn to fight both swords at once. The problem was, their movements were as if wielded by different people, each unique. The moon-white sword resembled the Plum Blossom 24 techniques, graceful and elegant, while the dragon's end sword, based on the 6 wings of the demon dragon, displayed sharp and fierce attacks, but at its core, it was a style Ode knew well. The very sword style he had always longed to see. The flow of the sword manual was right there. Are you testing me? Is that a challenge? About who is more suited for the sword manual? Let's compare the swords. The sword manual you and your ancestors wanted to restore, and the one I explained. Let's see which is closer to the truth. Who has the advantage? That's how it's said, and if your black soldier's full moon is any good, I will take it. Even showing this arrogant attitude. Boom. Odd felt something in his mind snap. He absolutely could not forgive that fake. Odd finally froze his right arm. This triggered a confrontation between the great moonstone, moon-white sword, and dragon sand sword. Incredible. A magic cast by an unfortunate one actually rejected the divine grace bestowed upon them. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Carrie watched tears slowly walk toward her. She tightly bit her lower lip. The personal time placed on her was in a paused state. As a result, the endless magic drawn from the nameless lord was suddenly interrupted. It was difficult to maintain. Blood spirit, sacred magic frenzy. Sacred magic frenzy. It couldn't overcome the incapable itch of the unfortunate one. Failed to correctly respond to the trial you bestowed. Carrie tightly closed her eyes. She silently recited a prayer. She thought she could no longer resist Tyr. So, the only remaining method was one. With this sense of guilt, this helpless resentment, I offer my soul to you. I beg you to calm your anger. Guide me to the right path. I will close my eyes and follow your footsteps. Carrie took a dagger from her chest. She suddenly stabbed it into the back of her neck. Without hesitation, she slashed horizontally. Boom. The blood gushing out instantly turned as dark as ink, accompanied by a huge vortex. It summoned a gigantic entity from outside the domain. It was a giant eye. It regarded even Tyr, a mere mortal, as an ant. Though this was just a trivial wish, I will fulfill it because of your loyalty. The voice echoed as it transformed. Finally, the black figure appeared behind the blood sphere, the nameless lord. His partial success came with Carrie's self-sacrifice spell. Boom. Tyr stopped. He looked up at the nameless lord. This is the end. Just as the prophecy of the Demon Island Empress foretold, the final conversation between the Demon Island Empress and him, it kept flashing in his mind. However, the clockwork sequence had not yet been completed in this era. Even with the energy supplier continuously maintaining it, it's not easy. It might suffer great punishment due to the turmoil of national power. But I must do this. As the ruler of a nation, I have the duty to protect my people. I must prepare for the impending end. Please help me. Tyr the Hound. The Demon Island Empress' determined gaze can never be forgotten. I want to put the nameless lord in chains. The chains of time. The Demon Island Empress said, if you trap the enemy in the mental domain, the bishop of the Sacred Magic Church will sacrifice themselves, summoning the nameless lord. Then, he might arrogantly say, have you been waiting for me? Try it then. Lowly ant. Try it then. Lowly ant. No matter what you turn into, I will cooperate. No matter what you turn into, I will cooperate. Right? The nameless monarch is truly arrogant. Right? Nameless lord, how arrogant. Then let's make use of that arrogance. Whether it will succeed. We'll think about that when the time comes. Deaf-mute Legion. Tyr didn't answer the nameless monarch's question. Instead, he called upon others. Those once known only as the Suicide Squad. Beings who never disappeared from... I'm here. Me too. Around Tyr. Fuzzy spirits began to appear one after another. The Ghost Legion. Beneath their feet, too, spun chronograph faces. Hour and minute hands. Spinning rapidly in reverse. Haha, Deaf-mute Legion. What a nostalgic name. Who would have thought that we could reclaim our forgotten names in this way? The ghosts' forms gradually cleared, shaping into human figures. They wore white armor and helmets, swords in hand. Some rode white horses, while others stood at the front, hoisting towering banners. There were those carrying drums, shields, and spears. An army of 299 soldiers appeared, lined up in formation. Their collective battle aura instantly overwhelmed the nameless monarch's presence. They displayed the dignity of the suicide troops, who once stopped the demon army from advancing south. This was the Empress Witch's strategy. The plan was to rewind the personal time of the ghosts within the star domain, reviving the Legion, and Fear stood at its center. Click. Fear donned Egil's helmet, his whole body clad in white armor. A radiant white light dispelled the nameless monarch's darkness, painting the world in white. One hand held Drake's blade, covered in dragon scales. The other gripped the reins. All troops tightened their reins. Shadows rose. Umbro appeared, readying to take flight. Follow me. Fear soared into the sky, proclaiming war. Fear soared high into the sky, accompanied by his declaration of war. The Deaf Soldier Legion followed closely behind. The Dragon Tooth Legion. Move forward, thud, 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 accompanied by the loud sound of drums. The march began. Crossing the centuries-old Ryu. Way of Survival 154, Dragon Tooth Legion 4. On the back of the dragon flying across the sky, Cassandra was leaning into Ray's arms. Suddenly, she was shaken as if impacted. She shook violently. Cassandra, are you alright? Ray jumped in surprise. He barely supported Cassandra. There was a danger of falling off the seat. Thank you. I may have temporarily received a penalty. Mages are beings capable of miracles, but the Foundation is strictly following the law of equivalent exchange. For Cassandra, who uses future technology, there was almost no price she could pay. Therefore, the law of causality took effect. This caused the personality of the Demon Island Empress to suffer a strong impact. Maybe it's impossible to use magic with the Demon Island Empress's consciousness now. Only 4 days left. Even if she returns to her future, perhaps the precognition ability will be completely shut off. But she didn't mind. Even if I can never use my abilities again, it's fine. If I can impose even the slightest limitation on the Nameless Lord, compared to the Nameless Lord, who guides the world toward destruction. The Demon Island Empress is just a tiny speck of dust, but I want to show that even a cornered rat can bite a cat. If I can provide even a little help when Lord Tyr defeats the Nameless Lord, I would be content. Unable to see the future with my precognition, there are usually two possibilities. Either the future has not been decided, or the timeline is separate. I believe Tyr belongs to the latter, assigning points, but even with the clock, the Deaf Soldier Legion's arrangement is, it would still be difficult to defeat the Nameless Lord immediately. He needs additional help. He needed extra help. Sheffield has places to go. Sheffield had somewhere he needed to go. Cassandra's gaze shifted to Sheffield. Sheffield felt it strongly. Though his eyes were closed, it was as if he was looking down upon the world. He didn't say they couldn't return, because they had to treat Aerie. He, too, prioritized the mission. A member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The manor. The place we first thought Lin Miao was heading to. The manor, Sheffield suddenly remembered. He nodded slightly. Then, he gave the reins a sharp pull. His wyvern began flapping its wings forcefully, changing its course. What an amusing move. It might feel like ages to you, but to me, it feels like just yesterday, though it was only a few days ago. The Nameless Monarch looked at the Dragon Fawn soldiers swarming like ants, and chuckled darkly. Within the swirling black mist, two eyes turned, tracing an arc. Then, let me join the fun as well. The black mist churned violently, gathering together, and from it emerged countless monsters of various forms. Though weaker than those seen in the Sea of Demons, Fear was certain, because they were resurrected by the incomplete magic of the Empress of the Demon Island. The Dragon Fawn soldiers were clearly far from their prime. But this is nothing compared to the punishment endured by the Nameless Sovereign. It's not worth mentioning at all. A mere bishop. How much power can a god summoned by a mere mortal have? In fact, the god that Tyr is facing now, the god of wealth, is much weaker compared to the Nameless Sovereign Tyr encountered when he once invaded the diocesan area. Its presence is far too weak. It might only be a fragment of the main body, or perhaps a mere avatar, but that is enough. Because Tyr, with the help of the Sorceress Empress, is using mental attacks to impose a restraint on that being. Therefore, he can do it. Tyr will definitely not let this being go. Arrogant and picky. At this moment, Lord Tyr, didn't you want to learn magic? Sorceress Empress has entrusted Tyr with the authority to touch her astrological domain. Now, please touch the arrangement of the clockwork. Try to sort out the system. It should be very helpful. Tyr closed his eyes as instructed by the Sorceress Empress. His skill, Baby Dragon Synchronization, activated. He tried to connect with this world, to confirm the authorization obtained from the founder. Now, the winding can begin. It felt as though his fingers touched the clockwork, just like how he had once touched the magical updraft supporting the floating island. The memories left by the Sorceress Empress rushed into his mind like a tide. Cassandra. The various events the Sorceress Empress went through before becoming who she is now. Misfortune, despair, setbacks, and so on. But no matter what, she persevered day after day. This eventually gave birth to this magical system. She was like a huge tree. A tree whose height reaches the clouds without an end. Its roots gathered all the papers and magical knowledge that the Sorceress Empress had read. Its trunk supported the necessary systems. Its leaves contained the unique magic created from this. It seems that the Sorceress Empress wanted him to see this tree. Its trunk supported the necessary systems. Its leaves contained the unique magic created from this. It seems that the Sorceress Empress wanted him to see this tree. Although his understanding is limited, he can't fully grasp all of this. But even with just this, Fear can reach a new realm of magic. At the same time, tick-tock tick-tock, at the feet of the emerging monsters, a chronograph appeared. Fear's fingertips also grabbed the gear. He did not hesitate and immediately turned it to the left. The monsters vanished like illusions. Oh, what an amusing trick. The nameless monarch's eyes sparkled with interest. The state core surged forth again. But very soon, they too vanished with the chronograph. Ha ha, how delightful. Truly delightful. One who has fallen off the timeline now controls time. Is this also one of the paradoxes caused by a distorted space-time? What nonsense are you spouting? Can't we see it with our own eyes? Looks like we need to make him remember his trauma. Give him a proper lesson. As the nameless monarch laughed wildly, the Dragon Fawn Corps had somehow crept up to him and began their assault. One flash of energy. Wounds of all sizes appeared in the black mist. Black blood gushed out like a waterfall. The warriors threw their spears high into the air. A shockwave exploded at where his head might have been. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky. Rumble, rumble, to maximize the damage. The chronograph inflicted on the nameless monarch started fast-forwarding. Oh dear companion, you're doing something so adorable. In Fear's mind, Roadbrock was watching this world with great interest, seeing the subordinates of the Chosen One once again, as if old memories surged back, just in time for you to show up. Rody, what are you trying to use me for this time? Perhaps you need materials for a heart again? If you've evolved the obsession within the golem, that should be enough to gain sufficient energy. What? Ha. Roadbrock found it unbelievable. Even his own fragment suggested he devour the nameless monarch. Broken things shouldn't be eaten recklessly. But it is indeed tempting. Isn't it? Difficult to resist, right? Roadbrock realized Fear was serious, and his voice grew solemn. That is the opposite of us, the Guardians. The enemy won't be that efficient. In other words, it's not impossible. Understood. I'll give it a try? Good, give it a try. If things go as you wish, perhaps I can escape this mortal cave life. Roadbrock muttered softly and tried to reveal himself. Roadbrock's spirit descended, like the nameless monarch. Roadbrock could only unleash part of his power, but that was already enough. Light flickered in the sky. A massive dragon appeared. Its overwhelming presence pinned down the nameless monarch. Rumble. The ancient dragon roared. Isn't that our guardian dragon? Haha. We've never seen Lord Roadbrock ourselves. Never thought we'd see him again. The deaf-mute soldiers were filled with morale. Fear gripped Drake's blade tightly and leapt down from Umbra. At the same time, a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. The core inside the nameless monarch's body was revealed. There, Fear raised Drake's blade and poured all his magic into it. Every time his heart pounded, the white light around Fear grew denser, as if it had become a massive sun piercing through. Then, as that sun was split in two by the fog, he shouted, lightning stronger than ever before. The dragon lizard's beam of light struck the nameless monarch. Rumble. Black. Dark fog shattered and scattered. The core hidden beneath it was pierced more than halfway by Drake's blade. That core was his eye. Gurgle. The massive pupil bled black blood. Looking down, it appeared eerie and chilling. Do you think destroying my core alone will end this? No way. Anticipating something even more entertaining, the eye beneath Fear's brow also smiled. Of course not. At that moment, I will trap your time. Yes, if I can freeze your mind. Your true body will also take a hit. A frozen mind. The followers will surely enjoy it, won't they? Even if you can freeze time, it's just for an instant. Of course, but his lips curled into a grin. Your instant is a long time, long enough for us to grow strong enough to defeat you. Stalling for time. Not a bad idea. Let's see if you can still laugh when you return. Fear pushed the arrow in deeper, until the shaft touched the core. Rumble. Every encounter brings fascinating sights. Roadbrock, your remaining years won't be boring. How delightful. Meanwhile, the chronograph's hands spun wildly, until they stopped at 12:10. I wonder how fun our next meeting will be. Finding joy in this tedious entrapment, in the nameless monarch's laughter, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. And then, click, click, Roadbrock tore out his core, with a gentle laugh. Honestly, I think when you meet your companion again, it won't be with a smile, but with tears. What? In that moment, the world of gears collapsed. What have I been doing all this time? The stopped gears began to fall one after another. The gears crashing to the ground shattered apart. Cracks spread across the sky, now extending to the surface of the dial. He couldn't dodge in time. Struck by lightning, he fell to the ground. During the fall, he returned to human form. Odd looked vacantly at the scene before him. He has already lost a lot of blood. His heart has been pierced by the Moonlight Sword and Dragon Sand Sword for a long time. It wouldn't be surprising if he died at any moment, yet he is still alive. It might be because of his high cultivation in his past life. Or maybe it's because the scene he is seeing now is the very scenery he has longed for since he was a child. He doesn't want to miss it. What happened to my little treasure? Is something wrong? Tell me that story. The story of the great general? Click, then gurgle, gurgle. Are you talking about the legend of the Spirit Temple? Yes, I want to hear it again. Hee, I've already told it twice today, but it's still interesting no matter how many times I hear it. While other children were playing with swords or dolls, Odd's favorite thing was listening to the Gravekeeper's legends. Nothing was more exciting or interesting than stories of the ancestors fighting the great demon kings who tried to destroy the world. So, when he inherited the late Gravekeeper's position, becoming the successor of Black Ice and Wan Yu, he had always hoped to become one of the legendary Suicide Squad members. However, the legendary Suicide Squad was right there, breathing the very scene he had always dreamed of, but there was no place for him there. Only tears stood there. Odd slowly lowered his head. Yes. Originally, there should have been someone else standing there. He just wanted a position he shouldn't have wished for. We know you've had a tough time recently. Suddenly, a hand gently stroked Odd's head. Odd slowly lifted his head. Through his hair, damp with sweat and tears, he could see a swordsman with a deeply pressed helmet, looking down at him. When you were born, when you first started walking, when you first spoke your words, when you had your first love at the age of 15, we were watching that swordsman's face. For some reason, it looked like your grandfather. You're also your grandfather's grandson. And also your grandfather's grandfather. We're all watching too. The hardships of the past. It seems our wishes weren't in vain. Tears flowed down from the corner of Odd's eye. You and your ancestors are also the pride of the deaf-mute soldiers. Warriors, your sacrifice is not in vain. With you here, we have never felt bored. We're truly happy. Every heartfelt, warm word was deeply engraved in Odd's heart. As he slowly lowered his head, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Way of Life, Chapter 155, Deaf-Mute Soldiers. All buffs have ended, fallen into a weakened state due to punishment. Fear, like soaked cotton. His body limp and powerless, barely managed to support himself with Drake's blade, and looked around. Thankfully, the energy boost kept him standing. But perhaps, there was something hidden, another strength he had yet to notice. Who could say for sure? At that moment, this damned compulsion, in the battle with the ancient dragon, unsure how to escape, a figure wearing a wooden mask descended from the sky. Click. Actor's gnashing teeth made Thier smile. Recalling how this guy had made him suffer, his heart felt like it had been doused with cold water, with eyes fierce as if ready to tear him apart the next moment. Like a vicious wolf, he glared at Thier, and reached out his hand. Though Thier had no strength left to resist, he felt no fear at all. Young Lord Thier. As if from somewhere high in the sky, Wellington's voice called out. Thier quietly collapsed to the side. Before he lost consciousness, the last thing he saw was a massive tsunami-like flood. It's been a while since I've run this hard. What a thrill. It's exhilarating. Guess I'm not rusted yet. I'm going to die, at this age. They still want me to run like I'm active duty. Is that reasonable? My joints are killing me. That guy says that, but he's actually thrilled inside. Shi Huang. Forget that. Have you seen this guy fight? Just watching. I watched seriously. It was amazing. The sword's trajectory and throwing technique are identical to the captain's, right? Even so, the cross is a new path, right? Fast and sharp. Has this guy really only been holding a sword for a few years? His growth speed is amazing. Even more impressive is his understanding of the sword. Can this really be completely trusted and entrusted to future generations? Can we rest easy and leave? Well, let's think about that slowly. The voices of ghosts echoing in Bell. He forcibly opened his eyes. Here, I clearly remember. I kissed Audi and Callie, but after that, it was like I lost my memory. A blank space. Oh, I'm awake. This guy isn't a good person either. Master Tyr. Are you awake now? How are you, Tyr? A familiar voice outside of the ghosts. Tyr then realized he was lying on the bed. Where's Will Ray's body? How is the body? Are you hurt? Do you feel dizzy or any other discomfort? After confirming repeatedly, Tyr simply felt exhausted. Finally relaxing a little, Tyr quickly checked his physical condition and chuckled softly. Finally, Will appeared. Cassandra had successfully found Lord Dragon God, and the young lady they thought had left suddenly appeared with a mature and composed demeanor, talking endlessly about various stories. Young Lord Thier must be quite surprised. He must be thinking the same thing, from Weston's point of view. That shy little fellow. who used to hide behind fear, had suddenly revealed a completely different side. When it came to describing the Empress of the Magic Island, Fear found it hard to speak. He could only awkwardly scratch his cheek. As a response, their location must have been found using prophecy. In this case, Cassandra deserves the most credit. So you came directly to save me? Yes, though I didn't expect you to handle it alone. Defeating the Graveyard Keeper, the Bishop of the Saint Magic Church, and the captain of the Clean Fong Squad. Fear just smiled faintly at the competitive Weston, feeling that once he recovered, he would probably challenge him again. So where's Cassandra? If both of them are here, that means Lizha and the Death God Squad came too. Then Lizha must be right next to Cassandra. As expected, Wellington gave an awkward smile. Lizha pouted in displeasure. Did something happen? Faced with Fear's question, Weston sighed and replied, heading straight to the room where Cassandra was resting. But it wasn't just Wellington and Lizha accompanying him. It was a whole crowd. Hey, little one. Are you really okay? Does anything hurt? Are you just too shy to say it? Raise your arm. And your leg? Is your thigh alright? I think that last slash was a bit too strong. Next time you use Eclipse, try to cut your magic output to less than half. Your current efficiency is too low. You need a simplified version. Actually, I just thought of a brilliant idea. If I keep listening, my soul might leave my body. Fear tried his best to ignore the ghosts that kept following him, throwing out worries and advice. The ghosts who kept throwing out worries and advice. They turned to search for another building. Now they returned to the manor they originally thought was a tomb. After defeating the dragon's son, actor in a duel and expelling the Trollo, Iban and the Holy Demon Church from the land, it said that Tyr defeated the Ancient Dragon Guild, and this feat will soon be officially reported to Winterler and added to his achievements. Moreover, if Cassandra's presence is included as well, then Tyr's position will undergo a dramatic change. It will be a world apart from before, perhaps faster than expected. He could take the position of White Armor Container Captain, Selford suggested. That perhaps this time, his goal is not only to be a higher-ranking prosecutor, but even higher. This is his opinion, but Tyr could not just be happy. It's said that since Cassandra arrived at the manor, he has been suffering from an unknown fever, so he's probably burning with fever. The most knowledgeable ghost understood Tyr's thoughts. IGI then told him. After Tyr's bet ended in failure, and the old man who closed out his eyes, when he heard that he was vice-captain, he was so surprised. Shenlai, what's that? If used too frequently here, would there be side effects or something? You too. If you use it here for a long time, you should also experience similar conditions, right? The ghost lightly tapped its head with its index finger. Tyr's eyes sparkled. They were talking about the forehead. It seems that the seer's ability is also based on the forehead. Most of the supernatural abilities that people commonly refer to as superpowers are usually like this, especially abilities that manipulate time. They consume a lot of energy from the forehead. That so-called sorceress empress, or whatever, the future child, occupying the consciousness for too long, leading to a loss of body balance. That's right, so hurry up. It's throwing off your body's balance. That's right, so hurry up. That child said. There's something she must tell you personally. What exactly did the Empress of the Magic Island want to say? With that thought in mind, Fear pushed open the door to the room where Cassandra was said to be. Standing inside was Lizha. No matter how you looked at that face, the vice-captain and the ghosts hesitated. In the end, they couldn't step into the room, though they were worried about Cassandra. The real reason was, no matter what, Lizha's face felt unfamiliar. How could it be? It looked exactly like the face of the captain, long thought to be dead. So similar, though they had considered it before. Since there is reincarnation, then rebirth should also be natural, right? Even so, seeing that identical face was still hard to accept. But didn't the captain disappear because of that bastard's curse? If that's the case, his soul should have been scattered or imprisoned somewhere. How could there be a reincarnation? Lizha didn't notice. All the ghosts' eyes were fixed on her. She simply spoke to Fear. I heard you went solo, and took down the head of the Chinga faction, and the bishop of the Saint Magic Church, and even exposed the Gravekeeper's betrayal. Fear silently stared at Lizha, silent for a moment. From his expression alone, it was hard to tell if he harbored hostility toward her. Based on their previous clashes, he had thought it would be hard to get along. What are you doing? Not grabbing me. Lizha extended her right hand for a handshake. After a brief hesitation, Fear took her hand. Her grip was firm and tight. Congratulations, candidate number 6. You have just moved beyond that empty title and truly become my rival, and thus earn my recognition. From now on, there will be no more leniency. Although it was a warning, Tyr took it as praise for his growth. He couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? What? Why are you laughing? Do you know what it means to be my opponent? It means I no longer see you as my little brother, but as a worthy rival for authority. I know, Katja. Tyr's handshake seemed a bit weak. This is exactly what I was hoping for, standing shoulder to shoulder with my sister and the other older brothers and sisters. Therefore, fighting for that position through swordplay. This is what I truly desire. This kid absolutely says nothing. Legia's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. He no longer cared about the conflicts in the manor. He had quite a calm personality. However, he was very active in matters of power. Tyr liked Legia's personality. This demeanor is quite similar to his past life. Maglara must have found it hard to forget. Of course, Tyr had already planned that one day he would reclaim the person in the painting as the spoils of his victory. Very proudly. Well, I'll leave now. Good work. Legia gently patted Tyr's shoulder and walked away. Huh? What's the matter? Are you leaving? Didn't you say you were leaving? Aren't you looking for Cassandra? What are you talking about? Did you even understand what I said? The spoils you've been protecting with all your strength. Why should I give it up? Magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 per secret. Taken away is just taken away. Magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 per secret. Legia suddenly turned around. But be careful. Who knows? When I might take it as a trophy again? The Grim Reaper team silently followed behind the disappearing Legia. Failure. As the successor to the highly proud Ragna, admitting this fact was not easy. Fear scratched his cheek. Maybe I understand the heirs' personalities and preferences, but as for the burdens they carry, perhaps I know nothing at all. You're here? Fear turned to Cassandra. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Fear used the handkerchief nearby to gently wipe away the tear stains on his face, and said, I have something to tell you. Yes. Even before departure, I had to meet you, Sir Fear, because there may not be a next time. So then, you mean? Her words carried layered meanings. Fear forced a bitter smile, and suddenly had a right now, he could barely maintain this possession, meaning he couldn't use his abilities properly. Could his smile even be seen? Are you feeling regret? Please, get rid of that thought. That would be an insult to all my life's experiences. Fear nodded apologetically. At this moment, Cassandra radiated the dignity and bearing of an empress who had ruled for decades as the empress of the Magic Island. So before I leave, I want to entrust something to Lord Fear. Can you give me a pen and paper? Fear didn't know what she intended, but he still found paper and pen on the bedside table and handed them to her as Cassandra hurriedly scribbled something like an address and gave it back to him. They say there's a place, a secret treasury only accessible to emperors of each generation, a completely unexpected gift. Fear's eyes widened like lanterns. The emperor's secret treasury. They say it's a treasury where treasures from all over the world are collected, not just from the empire, but treasures from across the world are gathered. But then it suddenly slipped from his hands. The password is 667,182-32. Please remember it well. Wait, why are you suddenly giving me this? Wait, why are you suddenly giving me this? This world will soon face a great turmoil, won't it? Then, is it necessary to entrust this to a rebellious sinner who will soon overthrow the royal authority? Even so, giving this to them feels a bit too much, doesn't it? Anyway, the current emperor has lost consciousness. It's not surprising at this point. And the next emperor will be this child. Therefore, Lord Tyr, please take care of this properly. When necessary, occasionally open it for this child. If it's really difficult to manage, please let Cassandra, with a playful smile, continue and say, should I appoint you as the vault keeper with the authority of the emperor? Understood. I'll take care of it. Tyr felt that more than the fact of receiving the safe, the stronger feeling was carrying the luggage. Clearly, the secret vault of past emperors would be very useful in future imperial competition. It was precisely because he couldn't ignore that it was a bribe given to protect young Cassandra, even if necessary. Roddy's vault is here. No need to be greedy. Partner. Just now you seem to have some unfinished thoughts. Was it my illusion? Yes, it seems you misunderstood. How could I have such thoughts? Tyr pretended to casually change the topic. Besides, in this safe, there's something that, Mr. Tyr, is absolutely necessary for you. Something that is essential for me. Yes, the Wheel of Death. How do you know? You've never mentioned this to anyone, right? Tyr's eyes widened. The clockwork of the well was precisely that gear, and the gear has already begun to turn. The nameless sovereign may be temporarily asleep, but it will soon awaken. To meet Lord Tyr, it will inevitably rush toward its end. That is an unstoppable process. So next, you must find it as soon as possible. That card of the knight pierced by dozens of swords, the captain's card, is inside the safe. Probably. Only then did Tyr seem to understand Cassandra's intention. Before leaving, the Empress of the Magic Island was trying to leave behind an interpretation and prophecy of the dream he saw, as much as possible without violating the law of causality. I believe that person is the captain of the Suicide Squad, and the queen who set down her crown is you. I might be. Or I might not. Haven't I told you before? The future is but one of countless possibilities. The one who decides what card it becomes is you, Sir Tyr. You really don't understand, do you? But there's one thing for sure. That card of the night pierced by dozens of swords. Even Cassandra of the future couldn't foresee it precisely. Its rarity is evident, but it is destined to encounter fear on his journey. The 3 tarot cards he saw in his previous life were by no means ordinary items. That old lady who showed me the tarot cards, who exactly was she? Cassandra said. Please never forget this moment and your resolve. Make a different choice from those before you, and keep moving forward. Cassandra, the Empress of the Magic Island, showed her final smile in this world. Let's be sure to meet again with smiles. Chapter 156. The Gravekeeper of Sakuragi, Ethel, the underground tomb, where fierce battles were fought with Troyban and the Saint Magic Church. Right there, in the middle of the ruins, a small stone tower was being built by Long. What a hopeless friend you are. If you have so many complaints, you could at least give me a hint. Beneath this stone tower, Odd was lying there. According to Ragnar's original rules, a traitor's body should have been destroyed and not left intact. Yet Long specifically asked Thier to. He created a place where Odd could rest completely. Although Odd's crimes were severe, as the Gravekeeper passed down through generations, his merits were equally immense. Since that bond had been completely severed, he felt he should be given final respect, though he lived with deep resentment in his heart. Why was he smiling in the end? Gensher, you're truly a man hard to read, even after all this time. On the other hand, Long and Odd had a long-standing friendship. The previous Gravekeeper and Odd's grandfather were close friends. Personally burying his friend's granddaughter was an indescribable feeling. The touch of her carefully smoothed fingers still lingered vividly, but in the end, this final journey seemed to have brought her peace. That is a relief. Wishing you a safe journey. Long slowly stood up, carrying her pack on her back. As she took a step forward, before she knew it, she had vanished without a trace. In her place, by the tree trunk, a small tulip gently swayed in the breeze. After the possession of the Empress was lifted, the fever troubling Cassandra quickly subsided. However, Cassandra remained unwell for several days, her consciousness not yet recovered. The possession had forced her mind open too long. Her body needed time to adapt to the aftereffects. What's more, with such a young body, she had constructed the constellation domain of the Empress. It was already a miracle that her brain wasn't damaged, but the vice captain asserted she would recover soon. There's no way he wouldn't have left safeguards on his past self. Perhaps this incident will become an opportunity, not only for her abilities, but even her magical talent to blossom greatly. Maybe she'll even become a genius beyond geniuses. But as Thier watched the child, sweating and working hard every day, he couldn't help but feel pity. To ease her suffering. To ease her suffering. I was thinking hard, but then, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. I thought of the store window that had a very diluted elixir. It contained a small amount of universal potion. After consumption, it immediately shows a restorative effect. The effect of the drug restores 30% immediately. Good stamina. After completing the task, you can get a significant reward. So, just handling a few of these coins can quickly accumulate. Thanks to this, Cassandra quickly showed signs of recovery. Oh, is this the chooser's ability? The captain has never shown this ability. The vice captain has always stayed close to Thier, never leaving. In fact, there are not only this ghost. So at that time, I suddenly swung, and Mongxing's arm snapped with a kacha sound. Hey, you're bragging. I was there too. Weren't you opening a wind hole in that bastard's chest? No wonder you don't remember. Was that so? Seems so. You seem to also be right about that. If only there had been more time back then, I could have definitely beaten him to the ground. The joyful stories of dancing were heard all around. It felt like standing in front of a market stall. The ghosts each showed off how great they were, just from the content alone. Each one was an outstanding expert in their field. The battle with the nameless sovereign seemed so joyful. However, for Thier, being followed by as many as 299 ghosts for several days straight was simply overwhelming. Now, doesn't it seem troublesome? From the underground tomb to here, it's quite a distance. Is it really possible to fall down like this? It doesn't seem like he's an earthbound spirit. Don't you plan to become a Buddha? What Buddha? Look at this guy. I've seen enough. Just hurry up and get lost. You're such a waste. As expected, it's Ragnar. His respect for the elders is truly admirable. And also, what's the point of a lifetime of loyalty to the family? The descendants treat me like an old man in the backyard. Old people are just supposed to die. What's the meaning of living then? Exactly. In our time, respecting elders was a virtue. Even though all of you have already passed away, Thier barely managed to swallow the words that had reached his throat. The elders once said, once the teachings are restored, there will be no lingering attachments, and they would leave. Turns out, that's exactly the case. Since you're telling us to scram, only picking out the essence, huh? Typical Ragnar. That Ragnar guy, the name Ragnar. Don't you get tired of hearing it? Thier felt that continuing to argue would only give him a headache, so he simply turned away and ignored them. Of course, these stubborn old fools wouldn't listen anyway. Why are they still lingering around here? At this point, he completely couldn't understand the thoughts of, clearly, they must have business with me, but what exactly is it? He just couldn't figure it out. Haha. Looks like these clueless old geezers are still causing trouble for us. At this moment, Roadbrock, in human form, slowly walked up beside Fear. His once blurry figure had somehow become much clearer. Contrary to what was said about inefficiency earlier, the nameless monarch's eye drops seemed to be quite an effective medicine. Now he could gradually feel the so-called resonance. The ghosts all clamped their mouths shut and avoided his gaze. If they had a natural enemy, it would be none other than Roadbrock. It's said that as people grow old, they become like children. They say people become like children when they grow old. It's about them, right? Roddy Block chuckled softly. He gave Tyr a sidelong glance. Looks like your mind has become more open. As a price for the humiliation, it's somewhat useful. With 3 or 4 more like this, it seems I'll be able to regain some freedom. Roddy Block gently touched the large, shrinking chest wound. He smiled slightly. It seemed as if he was urging, bring more of these elixirs quickly. Please wait a moment. I think I can take you to a good place soon. Oh. Seems like you found a pretty good place. Tyr nodded. The secret vault of past emperors, taught by the sorceress empress. It seems that there are many potions in there that will help Lord Roddy Block. It seems we won't have to wait for 3 years. Great, thanks to this. We have so much time to chat. Roddy Block stayed close to Tyr. He carefully observed the marks Tyr made in the dirt with a branch. This is a magic formula, analyzed based on a 4-dimensional heat principle, shifting from an absolute structure to a relative one. Using this, it proves the space-time anomalies caused by gravity. Quite an interesting. Tyr's eyes instantly lit up. Can you tell what this is? Probably. Our dragon magic and human magic have many differences in theoretical systems, so it's hard to fully understand. But as for me, I'm quite different from ordinary dragons. Ancient dragon magic is quite simple. The concept of will immediately turning into reality. On the other hand, human magic systems were formed through imitating the ancient dragon magic system. Therefore, it's more based on research and theory. Fortunately, as Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roddy Block has had long-term contact with the human world. 898. 00:26:31, 519. 00:26:31, 519. As Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbrock had long been in contact with the human world. Therefore, I have a deep understanding of the human magic system. Following this line of reasoning, I see. Is this a theory about special relativity of time and space? Yes, exactly. Fear gently stroked the chronograph and faintly grasped the magic system left by the Empress of the Magic Island. It could be done. Though most of the knowledge had been forgotten, the core essentials remained, allowing for this kind of review. The problem is, it's still just superficial knowledge. Knowledge needs to be truly understood before it can become one's own. However, no matter how he looked at it, Fear struggled to comprehend. The basic knowledge he had learned all this time now felt like insignificant pieces. Only by fully understanding these could he accomplish the secret mission of returning. Yet he didn't need to look far. A brilliant mentor was right beside him. Need some help? Roadbrock understood Fear's gaze and smiled slightly. Fear nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to learn. Time and space, as the name suggests, are the combination of time and space, of which time is perceived and recognized by humans, and thereby given definition. It's not an easy thing to understand. Right, but it's fine. I've traveled through time myself, haven't I? That's why I want to understand time even deeper. The Empress of the Magic Island traveled through time and space, possessed her younger self from the past, and personally changed a future that was destined to end, full of contradictions. Yet a crucial step toward a greater realm. Fear believed that understanding this symbolic cycle of time was the most important foundation for her growth to a higher level. The more he looked, the more miraculous it seemed. What do you mean by that? Originally, ever since the time of Sigurd, Ragnar's disciples were all muscle-brained warriors, completely uninterested in thinking. So how did someone like you come about? No matter what I say here, it would only sound disrespectful to my ancestors. He couldn't help but scratch his cheek. Even so, since my companion has such a strong desire to grow, I have no reason to stop you. But there is one condition. Please instruct me. Fear tensed up nervously. Roadbrock's presence, as the last surviving ancient dragon and dragon king in this world, his wish must be unimaginably difficult to fulfill. However, mint chocolate ice cream. Back when Sigurd was still breathing, we once ate ice cream together in the human world. It was in some city. Sigurd recommended I try it. Ice cream, huh? I had never experienced such an enchanting and moving food. Its sweet yet tingling texture on the tongue. Even the aroma seemed to tease the nose. It was truly extraordinary. At this point, Fear was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. I ate over a dozen in one go. Even Sigurd was shocked. He seemed quite moved. Since then, I've reminisced about that taste many times. It's a flavor I simply can't forget. For me, it's a dish full of memories. Recalling those times, Rodbrock's gaze seemed to focus on something in the distance. The ancestor was shocked, not from being moved. Trying to mock Rodbrock only left himself feeling awkward, right? Fear awkwardly swallowed. All for mint chocolate. Huh? Could that be the voice of a demon? Ugh, the taste is indeed very, very unique. Once you've tasted it, it's absolutely unforgettable. The ghosts, like Tyr, avoided the gaze. Roddy Block, returning in memory, looked at Tyr again with a calm gaze. Is it difficult? Or is it that during this time there are no more stores selling mint chocolate? It's like that. And then, nothing at all. Fortunately, there's a big city nearby. We should be able to find it. Oh, that's great. Then, with this, our contract is established. Tyr awkwardly smiled and shook Roddy Block's outstretched hand. What should I do with the partner I'm now bound to? This thought repeatedly echoed in his mind. Does Tyr have time? Rod Block's spirit suddenly vanished. Then, a lantern bearing a heavy burden slowly walked over. Yes, it's fine. I want to talk to you about something. How about we take a walk? On the garden path, the scent of tulips filled the air. But Tyr had no time to enjoy this fragrance, because the lantern suddenly made a suggestion. Are you calling me? A completely unexpected face, and the ghosts stealthily following behind, were the same, so suddenly. But that Ceratops was more serious than ever. Yes, you. Aren't you the next president of the Tulip Horticultural Society, the cemetery's keeper? Chapter 157. The Keeper of the Cemetery, Entry 2. Am I becoming the keeper? That's right. Long nodded heavily, and continued. Though with the shift of power, the position of the cemetery head has been neglected, this position is definitely not to be underestimated. In formal ceremonial ranks, it stands on par with the leaders of various halls and troops. This is your first time holding such a position. Do you know how important this is? Tyr quietly nodded. Holding a position, becoming an official, means gaining power. It means finally having a foundation. For Tyr, who is not yet 20, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary arrangement. Long was speaking about giving Tyr such an extraordinary position, regardless of Long's intentions. For Tyr, this is undoubtedly an extremely tempting proposal. This is undoubtedly an incredibly tempting proposal. But there is an obstacle. Will the Tulip Floral Association continue to operate? That's a rebel organization. Ragnar will never spare the seeds of rebellion. If the organization he leads exists, it will either be completely wiped out, or at least closed down. No, it won't be like that. It will be public, right? Of course. What's there to show off about this situation? Deng Long said while turning his back. Anyway, the responsibility lies with Odd, doesn't it? He has no family or companions, which means no seeds of instability. So, why give Troyban a morale blow? A good reason for attack. So use him, Deng Long said, in the fierce assault from Troyban and the Holy Magic Church. Unfortunately, he sacrificed. You finally protected him in his last moments, and were chosen as his successor. Deng Long asked with a wicked smile. You seem to know about the sword he inherited. How did you know? It was about the black soldier Wan Yue. Fear wanted to hold firm. But after seeing Deng Long's gaze, he had to surrender. It seemed he indeed had some confidence. Odd's grandfather is my close buddy. Fear tapped his cheek with his finger. He didn't expect such an answer. His little habit of judging opponents by their gaze. I know it all. You seem to have found a true successor, better than him. Congratulations, you are indeed the Dragon King. He had already seen through Fear's achievements and details. The Black Ice Wan Yue is similar to the Black Rock Yutayang, but also quite different. The Black Rock Yutayang emits heat freely, destroying everything around it with strong damage. On the contrary, Black Ice Wan Yue destroys the energy system, turning the surroundings into a world of death. That's the lunar eclipse. Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse. Fear plans to combine the two well. Use it in actual combat. If necessary, it can also be transformed into a dual sword form. If one half of the body is an eclipse, and the other half is a lunar eclipse, then the destructive power will be extraordinary. Tyr quickly established the foundation of this theory in his mind. Thanks to inspiration from architecture, this is a possible thought. So, it's not wrong to say you have Black Ice full moon. So, you take over the position of cemetery manager. If you don't like being called the heir of Odd, then think of it as the spoils of war under the Ragnar law. You got it. There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't that right? Tyr thought for a moment, glancing at the ghosts who had been watching here, seeing their strange smiles. Tyr had a thought flash through his mind. In the end, Tyr easily made up his mind. You made a wise choice, he said, indicating he would handle all the necessary procedures. Then, he temporarily left. Tyr, scratching the back of his head, said to his deputy, who was still looking at him with strange eyes, and the spirits. Is this what you wanted to ask of me? Asking us to personally request, it seems a bit inappropriate. The ghosts slightly tilted their heads, pretending to cough. Although they were usually shameless, this time it seemed a bit awkward. Their noses turned slightly red. After all, as adults, requesting a distant descendant to continue bearing responsibility is somewhat. But I'm still very troubled. Although I agreed, I don't have the time to easily manage Lin Miao. This conflict caused nearly half of the underground spirit temple to collapse. As the cemetery manager, I of course have the duty to repair the spirit temple, but for Tyr, who values his time, he doesn't have that kind of patience. Long said that the follow-up could be handled by the flower arrangement group. A slight delay is fine. But letting it go like this, with the ghosts witnessing it, it still feels uneasy. We don't mind, even without you. We can live just fine, but how can you just let it go like this? Isn't that true? The coffin will rot and disappear anyway. Leaving it like this doesn't make any difference. If the elders want to enjoy even the most basic rest, they need a place to lie down comfortably. Isn't that right? What? Why should we lie down? That's because of occasional worship. Why worship? That's because if you all become Buddhas, you won't be seen again. There must be a memorial place, right? No. I mean, why should we become Buddhas? Until then. Fear and the ghosts then realized that there was a subtle deviation in their conversation. It seems we each have different understandings about what a gravekeeper should do. Roadbrock laughed joyfully in the middle. Fear was startled. Wasn't I supposed to guard the graveyard? The ghosts looked at each other. Since that's the case, let's have an honest talk about our thoughts. The vice captain cleared his throat. He stood up. Originally, just as you said, we planned to leave the mortal world after the captain's sword was repaired. After all, we are not immortals. Wandering around in the world is not good. Isn't that right? Fear nodded quietly. But recently we have a new concern. A concern is, just as you guessed, it's not about the management of our tomb. The vice captain, he glanced at the other ghosts. They seemed too embarrassed to speak their minds. They all avoided the vice captain's gaze. Anyway, these guys are really bad. Always pushing troublesome matters onto the boss. Not respecting the boss normally. We want to see more of your growth. So, if possible, we want to continue following you. Is that okay? In an instant, Tyr's eyes wavered. It was more confusion than joy. Looks like I'm going to be tangled in a bunch of troubles. You say that as if I treat these seniors as burdens, don't I? I said nothing. Ha ha ha. Tyr ignored Roadblock, using effective telepathy. But what he said wasn't wrong. Only after the ghosts become enlightened can they manage themselves. The ghosts continue to demand responsibility. They don't dislike ghosts, but these days, I've already experienced how noisy they can be. Just thinking about continuing to listen to those annoying sounds. But on the other hand, you also know this is very beneficial. Yes, I know. That's why I'm troubled. The ghosts are all experts. The advice they offer will certainly help Tyr's future growth. If magical abilities are developed, perhaps they can be practically called upon as troops in a clockwork arrangement. And even if there are still significant problems. It would be difficult to bring along 299 of them. Maintaining the spirit form is also an issue. Even if they're not the undead, keeping a spirit form requires a lot of energy. Without a method to replenish energy, it would just be tiring. If there's a way, would you be willing to take them along? Is there a way? Yes, the important thing is your will. Do you really want to be the gravekeeper? Not just the manager of the cemetery, but a gravekeeper who protects the ghosts. Not just a gravekeeper who manages the tombs, but a gravekeeper who protects the ghosts. Fear hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The powerful force of the Deaf-Mute Brigade is still very attractive, even if we disregard its flaws. Yes, there is something called the Soul Sword. The Soul Sword. It is a magical item that can seal souls. The more souls it seals, or the higher the level, the higher its level becomes. Go look for it. Fear thought for a moment. He wondered if the Soul Sword might be in the royal secret vault. Then he suddenly thought of something else. Roll up the store window, and open it, and seal the Soul Sword. The nature of the sealed souls will change accordingly, rather than calling it a sword. It's better to say it's a type of magical item, a two-handed sword with magical item effects. Soul Sealing Master is available. Fear used the remaining coins to buy the Soul Sword. He then took it out from his backpack. On the outside, it just looked like an ordinary iron sword. Roadbrock's eyes widened slightly. That's the subspace ability again. You are indeed very different from other chosen ones. Fear responded with a smile. Then he looked. Although they tried to act nonchalant, the ghosts were worried that Fear might refuse. They kept observing his reactions, even though they were in ghost form. It was not an easy task to walk with 299 others. This is the Soul Sword, right? Are we supposed to enter here? Yes, if you're unwilling. Just go in. The vice captain nodded before even hearing Fear's words. He nodded. Though it's a bit much. It's no different from staying in the spirit temple all the time. Isn't it better to see the world together? The other ghosts were also very positive. Some were even happy that they didn't need to walk. Thier felt a little disappointed. He had originally worried that he would be seen as a tool and not welcomed, but unexpectedly, he was accepted so easily. Is this okay? The vice captain placed his hand on the soul sword. The vice captain placed his hand on the soul sword, immediately sucked into it. Oh, how interesting. What is the internal structure like? Other ghosts were also sealed inside the soul sword one by one. The sword's shape gradually began to change. The material, which was slightly damaged before, gradually became harder. The color also turned purple. Finally, it became dazzling like a gemstone. Just the appearance alone was already comparable to the Soulfire sword or Moon White sword's divine sword. Woof woof ring. The power emitted by the soul sword every time it moved was enough to leave ripples in the air. Tyr gently stroked the spirit's sword with his fingertips. The name seems too indifferent. He wanted to give it another name. Since it was like moving the entire underground spirit temple here, the name should be simple as well. Spirit Temple Sword. Tyr smiled slightly. Chapter 158. The Gravekeeper of the Spirit Temple 3. I haven't seen that sword before. Where did it come from? The first to react when Tyr returned was Weston. Tyr accidentally looked down at his gear. He was immediately startled. On his back hung Drake's blade. On the left side of his waist hung the Moon White sword and the Dragon sword. On the right side hung the Spirit Meow sword. He had only 4 swords. It's indeed a bit suspicious. Tyr was vague about the Spirit Meow sword. Then he went to find others. I just heard that Lord A Ling woke up. Selford and Lei went over. A Ling senpai? Is this the first time seeing an injured person? Why is everyone coming to watch the excitement? When A Ling woke up, she was startled. Selford seriously asked, how is your body? Is everything okay? Where did you learn such words? Our orphanage kids often say that. Don't say that with your old face. Thinking of your young brother always surprises me. Anyway, are you really okay? A Ling knew why Selford suddenly used telepathy, repeatedly confirming his physical condition. He answered with a voice transmission, really? I haven't gone mad to that extent. Don't worry. Selford didn't press further. He just silently nodded. Descendants of the Mad Dragon Society, as seeds of rebels, they must be repeatedly confirmed. Fortunately, there were no obvious signs as Selford breathed a sigh of relief. Others, including Lantern, came to visit. They left the next day. Cassandra also woke up safely, but his memory of the Empress of the Magic Island was almost zero. He couldn't clearly remember what happened in the past few days. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he stayed a few more days at the mansion. They rested for about 10 more days before setting off again. The group now included Cassandra, Lantern, and Wellington. The number of people was quite considerable. First, we will pass through Draven City and head to the White Tower. Accompanied by the sound of the expanding steam engine, the magical train began to move. Thud, thud, thud. Sitting in the first-class compartment, Lantern unfolded the map. He pointed to the White Tower on the map. It's a familiar name. Located on the border between Ragnar and Troyben, it's now the site of intense battles in the Northern War, but it was originally famous for its ancient ruins. Now, both sides are engaged in a pointless war of attrition over the White Tower, fighting for less than 5 kilometers of land, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. A truly hellish scene. To prevent young Cassandra from being frightened, Selford gently covered his ears. Selford asked, the troops gathered at the White Tower are also very large now. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry and the Black Iron Cavalry, of course, are not to be mentioned. By order, the Red Fleet Knights have been fully deployed. The Blue Fleet Guard is also about to move out. Really? Among the 4 major troops, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and the Black Iron Cavalry are the assault units, showcasing Ragnar's might to the world, while the Red Arrow Knights and the Light Sword Guards are the protectors, guarding Ragnar's safety and order. The Red Arrow Knights are the elite eagles selected from various units, returning to guard Winterloo. The Clear Fleet Guard always follows the Master. They only follow the Master's orders. Like a shadow, they exist. In other words, their deployment means that Ragnar truly risks his life in this war. Honestly, I don't understand. Although Troyban is well known in the East, will we really fall into a bitter battle because of this? In fact, it's not that severe. Then why? The problem lies with those cooperating. The cold gaze of the dragon. Selford immediately fell silent. He recalled the forces he encountered when fleeing the manor, the Wandering Knight Alliance or the One Sword Society, etc. Trash is one thing. The madmen are rootless people. They can be used. But what about the magicians from the east? What about the beasts from the southern forests? Magicians are the term for the annihilation of the magic tower. Beasts refer to the annihilation of the orcs' warlands. They, like Ragnar and Troyban, also have the right to vote for the emperor. The sheep milk vendors from the western plains, if not for us, they would still be engaging in incest and cannibalism in the plateau areas. The guys who dig soil and eat on the Great Plain are all watching, waiting for us. Ragnar's downfall. The Silk Brotherhood from the Western Plains, the Indigenous Protection Organization from the Southwestern Plateau, and the Gentlemen's Alliance from the Southern Plains. Selford Of course, Ling and Lei also felt a sense of suffocation. So many places are against Ragnar. It's like turning the entire world into enemies. Isn't this an inevitable process? Only Tyr was calmly listening to the story here. Only Tyr was calmly listening to the story here. What a mess. Only Tyr was calmly listening to the story here. What a mess. This can be seen as the seeds Ragnar scattered everywhere. It can be seen as the seeds scattered by Ragnar everywhere. The seeds scattered by Ragnar. Tyr gave a bitter smile at Rodbrok's reproach. In the past few hundred years, the sins committed by Ragnar were far from trivial. Those grievances erupted over this matter. Ragnar never compromised. When there was a dispute, he directly suppressed it with force. When there was a conflict, he also resolved it with violence. Of course, there would inevitably be resistance afterward, but Ragnar would once again destroy it completely, leaving them unable to rise again. Therefore, although other forces were dissatisfied with Ragnar, they could only fear him. Dissatisfaction and resentment could only be hidden in their hearts. That lasted for a full 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a long time. Countless prejudices piled up layer by layer. Eventually, it turned into the truth. Now, the North in the world is almost considered an absolutely untouchable place. The demon territory, Troyben, or something like that. It indeed stirred up dissatisfaction from other places. Yes, that's right. Now it's only to the extent of supporting Troyben, but if weakness is shown here, they would probably have their necks bitten off directly. So, Wembla also decided to completely suppress Troyben, not allowing them any improper thoughts. This is exactly Ragnar's idea. It should be said that it's fully following the ecological laws. In a wild animal group, if the leader shows weakness one day, will the other beasts sympathize with him? No. Instead, they will think it's an opportunity to kill him. Therefore, the leader needs to occasionally demonstrate overwhelming power to ensure that no one dares to challenge his authority. We can't just sit back. This time, we need to completely eliminate all seeds of instability. This is exactly what we, Ragnar, have always proven ourselves with. Ragnar's way. Even though he usually appears kind, that is still Ragnar. He will never forgive those who dare to challenge him. Selford, Airy and Lei couldn't say a word in the suffocating atmosphere. Wellington, although he already knew all of this, his body was still trembling slightly. The situation has now, and this situation will burn even more fiercely during the White Tower period. All scattered forces are now gathering at the White Tower. That is where the dragon's gaze becomes fierce. Of course, Troyben's life will be ended here. Ragnar's rise will also be completed here. Looking at that scene, Fear couldn't finish the words in his mind. Not the dragon's back, Troyben. It has just begun. The time perceived by humans is absolutely infinite, a straight line running forward. Past, present, future, these temporalities and time phenomena arise because of this. But unlike the truths you've long believed, the Northern Territory, even riding the magic train, it will take days and nights to reach the White Tower. Of course, this time does not exist in the void. Fear spent most of his time learning the basics of magic theory. The progress was quite fast. The magic system left by the Empress of Magic was very solid. With an excellent mentor like Rodbrok, learning magic and swordsmanship brings different joys. Therefore, it was easy to focus. Are you lost in thought again? You really never stop thinking. Rodbrok also found teaching very interesting. At first, he only taught occasionally. If he didn't understand, he was going to give up. But Fear learned much faster than expected. It even surprised him. This kid. Is he really that muscle-headed Ragnar? Sometimes he would doubt it. But what surprised Rodbrok the most was that Fear could easily fall into a state of ecstasy. Consciousness and unconsciousness merging as one. Reason and instinct intertwining. The boundary between self and other self disappearing in this state. In the ecstatic state, knowledge usually scattered in the unconscious would connect into the brain's neural network would also strengthen. New creations would constantly emerge. The sensations felt at this time are absolutely unforgettable. It's as if holding infinite power in one's hand. Ecstasy indeed brings a new perspective. BC guides the rising realm, but being too frequent isn't good either. Creativity is born when newly accumulated knowledge connects with each other. But if ecstasy is too frequent, there's no space for knowledge to accumulate. As a result, the creativity that arises will also be limited. The problem is, the pleasure and aftertaste from ecstasy don't decrease. Soon, the repetition of ecstasy will lead to addiction. What is born at this point is madness. And the domain that Tyr is currently in has officially entered the threshold of madness. Right now, magic and swordsmanship are still intertwined, so it's still okay. But for now, I need to restrain myself. Rodblock doesn't want to let go of this rare companion, as he did with the former voters, not wanting this rare companion to leave in vain. This train arrives at Draven City. Passengers getting off at Draven City. Please, Tyr, open your eyes again. The magic train is already approaching its destination, to head to the White Tower. You need to transfer here. Companion. Yes, I know. Don't worry. How with this? The lecture fee will be enough. But before transferring, Tyr has a place to go. He gently touched the note in his pocket. One of the secret vaults of past emperors. It's right in this city. Want to casually tour the city? Yes, luckily. The White Tower train still has about 5 hours to go. I'll quickly take a look and then come back. In response to the dragon's question, Tyr answered calmly. Judging by the answer, he seemed like a young country person who had just arrived in a big city. Distracted, Long silently smiled, as if saying, I don't know what devilish scheme you're plotting again. Tyr was a little nervous, but tried not to show it. Responding with a thick face, I'll be back in time. Alright, okay? Seeing the world is also a way of gaining insight, but acting alone is dangerous. Let Lei and Weston go with you. Tyr actually wanted to act alone, but considering the current situation, he immediately responded loudly, yes, got it, that's good. I also have something to take care of here. Then, let's meet at the platform here in 4 hours. Selfward has something to do. Tyr was a little confused, but soon expressed his thanks and left the platform. Weston and Lei also followed closely. They had spent so much time in battle. Finally, they had the chance to come to a populated area. It felt really refreshing. Weston looked very happy. Lord Selford, have you been in dangerous places all this time? Don't use these irrelevant words to ruin our peaceful mentor-student relationship. Right. Not commenting, Weston happily spread his arms. Anyway, the weather is warm. The wind is cool. The sky is clear. Perfect for a walk. Then, where should we go? From what I know, Draven is a very famous shopping city. The magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 per item. Hearing the word shopping, the magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 for each item. Leia perked up her ears. It just so happens that he also wants to change his mood and buy a few nice new clothes. Shopping sounds good. But there's somewhere to go first. Look at my mental state. I really need to check it out. Right. Leia nodded to Weston's strange words. Tyr blinked. He should not have mentioned the royal secret vault, but Leia seemed to know something, so I can't casually say anything. Just like a goldfish, mouth open, Weston finally realized something was off. Aren't we supposed to visit Tyr's shop here? 649. 00:19:04, 879. 00:19:04, 879. Wasn't the plan to visit Theodole's store? Mom's store is here. Fear's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 159. The Gravekeeper of Bells 4. AIU, customer. Providing beauty and fashion, Theodole. Fear and the group opened the store door and were startled. Unlike its simple exterior, the inside was very luxurious. It felt like entering another world, and the clothes on display were so beautiful. Fear, who had no sense of fashion, was also strongly impacted. Wow, it's even more impressive than I heard. Leah and Weston were both admiring, while quickly inspecting the clothes. As a high-end custom store, there were professional consultants, but communication was seamless. These two were very familiar with each other. Weston had always been very attentive to fashion. It was no surprise that he was interested, but Leah was a bit unexpected. He usually only wore comfortable clothes, but to his surprise, he really liked it. I didn't expect him to like it so much. Seems like he really likes it. May I ask what style of clothes you are looking for? Fear looked at the consultant beside him. His round eyes startled. It was the same gaze he often saw from the maids in the East Palace. I really want to play the doll game with you. The maid's gaze. Fear didn't dare to say that he wasn't interested in clothes. Actually, he just wanted to see his mom's store. He was left wondering how to answer. How should I respond? That was a very brief moment of thinking. That person is a young man in a corner of the spacious store. He looked like someone around Fear's group's age. He was enthusiastically examining a suit. Standing behind him were 4 attendants. Without exception, all 4 had their hands full with paper bags. It seemed that not only Theodole, but the surrounding boutiques had also bought quite a bit. Of course, Fear was not interested. He just felt like he had seen this face somewhere before. He couldn't remember whose face it was. Could it be fate from a past life? His head was itching a bit. Perhaps the style that guest is holding. Do you like it? Yes, if there's a similar style. Could you please bring it? Tyr's casual question was answered immediately. The consultant immediately indicated they would bring it right away. Quickly left the seat. At that moment, perhaps having understood Tyr's meaning, the young man slightly picked up his purchase, briefly exchanged glances with him. Thanks. He seemed like a young master from a wealthy family, who had never experienced any hardships. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy Tyr felt. He seemed like someone important. But I'll think about it later. As long as it doesn't interfere with my current actions, then it's fine. Tyr quickly dismissed it and moved on. Wow, I always thought I was the handsomest among my peers. Turns out there's someone even more handsome. Which family could they be from? This year, Nazaril and 4 attendants left the sea. Tyr Dalsh smiled happily. During the shopping trip, he briefly locked eyes with a man in a white suit, a handsome man with flowing long hair. The impression was so strong that it's still unforgettable. Ragnar's Tyr is a young man. How does Jerima know this? Nazaril widened his eyes, listening to the chief attendant. He has already infiltrated what could become the enemy's heartland. Isn't it natural to investigate to this extent? Not just Tyr Ragnar. Wellington Naltyr and Ragnar are also key figures. Could it be the one I know, Wellington Naltyr? Yes, it's the famous figure. What? That friend is also there. Why didn't you say earlier? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Only when you ask, I say. You have no insight. I didn't say it. If I had told you back then, young master, wouldn't you have invited trouble? I would have rushed in. That's why I didn't. Nazario briefly showed an expression of displeasure, but knowing that defeating Tillema with words was almost impossible, he could only sigh inwardly. As Tillema said, this could very well be the heart of the enemy Ragnar's territory. As the one executing the secret mission, we must be as cautious as possible. Of course, compared to that, he seemed overly calm, casually strolling through the streets. In any case, everyone knows Weston Nadel, but in the north, Tyr Ragnar's name seems to be even more well known. It is said that during the Enlightenment ceremony, he set the highest score in history. He was hailed as a genius. The Enlightenment ceremony? Oh, you mean Weston Tyr's rival? Nazariu stroked his chin, eyes wide in interest. If I have the chance, I'd really like to have a match with him. Nazariu was also listed among the top ranks in the 3 armies and 8 standards. He became one of the outstanding new generation talents. The competition among rivals at his level was always quite enjoyable. Don't forget, in this war, the Magic Tower will try to maintain a neutral stance. Although we lean towards Troyban, we can't let Ragnar find any excuse to seize us. If we fail, even Lord Nazariu, the head of the Magic Tower, won't ignore it. Understood. I also know what kind of temperament our ancestors have. Can I cause trouble? So stop making noise. Jalima looked at Nazariu, who covered his ears with both hands, and shook his head with a sigh. The person who had cared for him since he was a baby, though sometimes his heart felt blocked like a chimney, he still wanted to give him a beating. How could there be such a guy like a thunderbolt, being called the genius who will lead the Magic Tower's new era? Now the gifts for the priests are all bought. We should start now. Nazariu pulled something out of the subspace. He took out a long cloak, draped it over his shoulders, and then her originally calm demeanor instantly changed. A cloak with a magnificent hexagram pattern. The Magic Tower's proud elite force is known as the Star of David. The others quickly put on their robes as well. The surrounding space slightly shifted. The ripples then spread out. Sizzling. Let's go. Under the deeply lowered hood, Nazariu's mouth curled into a slight smile. Fear and the group quickly finished shopping and left the store. It felt like my soul was leaving. Fear's eyes were filled with wrinkles. The consultant kept bringing clothes for him to try on, and I had no choice but to try them on. I'm really exhausted, especially at the end. Even the other consultants eagerly came over, constantly bringing more clothes. It really took a lot of effort, but because of this, Fear's hands were filled with clothes. In his right hand, he carried the clothes recommended by the staff, the clothes they thought suited him. His left hand was holding a paper bag with gifts for Cassandra. It's been a long time since I've had such a fun shopping experience. I heard the clothes I chose today can also be worn in winter. I can't wait to go back. You understand, right? Nodding. Unlike Fear, Weston and Lay's faces were full of energy. Lay unexpectedly nodded frequently. The two not only picked clothes for themselves, but also selected gifts for their master, Princess Xiuxian and Lantern. Fear looked at these two. They seemed like they had returned from a completely different world. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled wryly. It's great that they both said they liked it, but is this okay if everyone finds out later? That young Master Fear just came to have a look and left. The people in the store will turn on him. In that case, it would be strange to reveal our identities here. That's true. As long as I see my mother's business thriving, I am already very satisfied. No need to even swallow saliva. I can say it with ease. Master Tyr's shares are on the rise. Aren't you happy? Can't say I have no reason at all. Indeed, it's as expected. Haha, seeing Tyr's smile. Wellington couldn't help but chuckle. Rather than that, now the shops are finished. Before we start shopping properly, there's a place we need. Where should we go? Do you still want to continue shopping? Isn't that obvious? What did you buy? How much did you spend? This is just an appetizer. Tyr was about to point out the large paper bags Weston and Lay each carried, which together totaled more than 10. But he decided against it. It's not that Leia, because she's female, or will is. I thought my mother and the maids from Dongbai Palace must not get along very well. It's not far from here. It's near the town hall. Oh, it's not far from the main street. That's great. Tyr easily arrived at the location following the route marked on the map. It was a bustling district. Several tram tracks intersected. Rickshaws were busily moving along the tracks. I'll be back soon. Please wait here for a moment. Tyr entrusted his luggage to Weston and Lay, and proceeded alone. The two were indeed told this was personal business. Luckily, no one volunteered to help, perhaps mistakenly thinking he had other separate tasks. Building 7 on Piedmont Road 41. Peel gently turned into a narrow alley behind the town hall, standing in front of a dilapidated building. From the outside, it still seems like broad daylight. The door hasn't opened yet. It looks like a simple bar. In fact, it is a door leading to a treasure vault hidden deep beneath the city. The door pressed the palm against the wall and infused magic. BB's new use password is being recognized. Magic mode recognition completed. Following the instructions of the Magic Island Empress, he used the Venn diagram model embedded in the sequence. The password system activated. His body was quickly sucked into the wall. Oh, not bad. The vision flipped, revealing the scene. Unknowingly, Rodblock's ghost appeared beside Tyr. He softly admired the grandeur inside. Even the treasure-loving ancient dragons would marvel at it. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling was studded with countless diamonds. Soft light spilled around. The walls were entirely gold-plated. The reflected light was so dazzling, it was blinding. The world's most powerful wealthy are the imperial royal family. As expected, Tyr looked at that vault, which, even compared to Rodblock's lair, in both size and wealth, was no less than the treasure vault. With a quick glance, there were over 40 rooms. Each room's area was larger than that of... Could this really be called a treasure vault? There are still a few such vaults. Aside from Huangdo's, there should be 4 more. Now, the richest in the world are pets. I'm really good at picking pets. Tyr lightly touched his cheek. But I can't just use them recklessly, right? Let's go look for the potion vault first. Weapon vault, armor storage, laboratory, library, personal rooms, cold storage, etc. Passing by, they found the destination in the deepest room of the vault. On the long shelves, various magical herbs were neatly arranged by category. On the long shelves, various elixirs were neatly arranged by category. Just by glancing at the casually attached tags, you can immediately notice that they all predict. Once you step outside, you will immediately face a storm-like impact. Ha. Though it's not as grand as my previous hideout warehouse. Unlike the tone, Roadbrock kept a smile on his face. Besides this place, there are 2 or 3 more potion warehouses. If consumed all at once, they should be of great help. During your dining time, I'm going to the library. I want to see if there are any good magic books. Yes, there seem to be a few magic books. Go ahead and take a look. Contact me immediately if you need anything. Roadbrock didn't even consider saying goodbye to Tyr. His mind was fully occupied with potions. He was deep in thought about how to use them. Tyr walked into the library in the adjacent room. Among the thousands of books, a book glowing faintly with green light. It was captured by a pair of spiritual eyes. Tyr pulled it out. The rough texture instantly transferred to his fingertips. At the same time, magic automatically activated, producing a sense of caution towards the foreign object. It felt similar to the sensation when he first heard of Amon, an ancient book possessed by a demon. It was a magic book. Just as Tyr reached out to grab it, Roadbrock began taking the elixir. Dragon Blood Reinforcement. Beginning 160. Chapter 5. The Gravekeeper of Ing. The dragon blood Tyr possesses comes from Roadbrock. Of course, as Roadbrock restores more power, the dragon blood's properties will naturally increase as well. Boom 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 boom. Tyr smiled as he pulled the magic book out, feeling the pleasant sensations from the changes in his body. The content of the Oath book is related to the descent of me, the false kingdom of demons. This is about the illusions and deceptions created by the demons. The wisest content. This is a book on celestial magic theory. Is it a combination of magic and astrology? Indeed, as a royal collection of magic books, its contents are nothing less than extraordinary. Some of it he had heard of before. Some of it even piqued his interest. However, Tyr decisively pushed those thoughts aside, choosing to focus on what cannot be compensated for by magic. Swordsmanship magic is rather a burden. Tyr began to explore magic. Tyr is learning the concept of time loops. At the same time, he is also thinking about how to integrate this concept into swordsmanship. If his prediction is correct, time magic will undoubtedly greatly accelerate his growth. Therefore, I must find a magic book that explains time magic. But he still wasn't satisfied, thinking whether he should look for another room. Passes. Oh. What's this? Almid's Visual Studies. Look at this, and the Orc Race Materials, Lost in Our Era, related to Strength Analysis. Sambayo's Revolutionary Understanding. Why is the Sword King's vision here? The ghosts of the Dragon Tooth Legion quietly detached from the Spirit Meow sword and began thoroughly searching the library. Hey, look what I found. Wow, amazing. Some even rushed into the weapon vault, screaming loudly. Hey, Tyr, can I take a look at the things here? Especially those high-level visions that were once hard to access. The ghosts all blushed at this moment. Yes, you may look at them, but please do not damage or take them outside. Can't take them outside. Yes, according to the Magic Island Empress, most of them have been sealed with security magic. You can use them freely inside the vault, but if they leak out, The royal family will notice immediately. Oh, I was hoping to leisurely observe outside. Looks like I'll have to memorize all the content. 600 pages of books. When will I be able to memorize? Sigh. You may find it difficult, but I've been called a prodigy since childhood. This will be a piece of cake for me. Hee hee, I haven't used it yet. But once I do, it'll be powerful. Some clueless ghosts started grabbing their collars, but most quickly returned to their original positions. But once they start using it, it's powerful. Some of the clueless ghosts started grabbing the collar, but most of them quickly returned to their original positions. He lowered his head. He had no time to pay attention to the knowledge and insights they gained. Immediately became Thier's wealth. Thier secretly marveled in his mind at this method he hadn't thought of before. A subtle expression appeared on his face. Unknowingly, he had already reached the last one. A magic book. Chambrel Feegle, the lazy demon. Like Amon, dragons are also demons in an oppositional relationship. Among them, the Duke-level Thier Dole is particularly famous. Even Thier himself was already very familiar with it. One of the 7 deadly sins. What kind of connection does it have with time magic? However, this magic book emitted an exceptionally strong blue light. Those bad guys from the Heavenly Kingdom said that laziness is the most sinful thing humans should avoid. One should be honest and diligent. But laziness is actually another kind of leisure. If one only focuses on enjoying life once, and lives in constant tension, what's the difference between that and a machine's parts? The life I was given is limited, so whether I use these resources in a tense way, or enjoy it leisurely, it is based on my free will. To use life, this time resource, and place it under my will and control. That is the starting point of laziness. Quite interesting. Adjusting the life expectancy given by life. This is an interesting concept. At the same time, Thier strongly felt that from the perspective of time usage, it might also be linked with time magic. Time is originally relative. The observer's cognition and subjectivity are the most important. It's better to take myself as the subject, with the biological clock as the core, and gradually expand the scope of time. Although it is still in the abstract stage, Thier strongly felt that a seemingly reasonable perspective to explain the time magic system was about to form. I need to discuss this with Rodebrock in depth. Thier continued reading. Belphegor discovered a new interpretation of time. His understanding of the task has improved. Current completion rate, 15%. Successfully constructed the main perspective technique. With the synchronization of the young dragon, the proficiency has greatly improved. Current completion rate, 21%. Time passed for a while. Thier finished reading the book. He closed the magic book completely. Although his mind was filled with various information and ideas, it seemed he had grasped some clues. Current completion rate, 64%. Time is related to light. The speed of light is absolutely fixed, so it can be used as a unit of time measurement. This light can also correspond to the current completion rate, 69%. This is also a good time. It roughly outlines the blueprint for the development of the lightning attribute, but the joy was only temporary. Thier's eyes slightly narrowed. The last few pages were missing. Thier discovered that the last 8 pages of the magic book had been forcefully torn off. The traces seemed very fresh. It looked like they had just been torn off recently. It was like realizing you ran out of toilet paper after finishing in the restroom, not managing to finish cleanly. Where did you learn that expression? Thier unknowingly stood at the door, looking at Rodblock with a wry smile. How are the potions? Didn't you say there were 4 more places like this? Yes, for now. Digestion takes time, but after this round, it should reach about 60% of the peak period. Thier's eyes slightly widened. Then what? That's when the heart repair will be completed. Thank you. Thier tightly clenched his fist. Rodblock's resurrection is really not far off, and with the development of the ancient dragon eagle, it feels even sharper than before. By the way, you're holding the magic book, right? And it's a very difficult one. An unpleasant smell wafted here. Want to take a look? Rodebrock gently extended his hand forward. The magic book floated in the air, and was drawn into his hand. Belphegor is truly a troublesome guy. Similar to Amon, but different. Do you know anything about Belphegor? I know a little. Rodebrock quickly flipped through the pages of the book, and continued speaking. Belphegor's situation is actually similar to Amon's. He was once a highly esteemed god. He even entered the pantheon once. But due to his individualism and lazy nature, he ultimately became a demon. However, it seems he doesn't mind. His original name was Balfir. Even though he was demoted, his talents are extraordinary, indeed. But he doesn't often showcase his strength to the outside world, so he is often underestimated, and he doesn't have any particular enmity with our dragon race. But Rodebrock, while checking the torn last page, furrowed his brows. In any case, since this magic book records the name of such an entity, the content must be quite interesting. But it seems to be damaged. Yes, it looks like someone tampered with it. Can you guess what the remaining content is? Rodebrock shook his head. No idea. Demon magic originally starts from concepts. It's very different from the truths or laws pursued by our dragon race. So I can explain, but can't fill in the missing parts. After all, this is a concept that doesn't exist in the world originally. But concepts must be explained using language. If part of the language is lost, the meaning cannot be fully expressed, then it loses its power. Fear vaguely understood Roadbrock's meaning. He widened his eyes. This magic book, named after Belphegor, must fully activate its power. To fully activate its power, this means no page can be damaged. Yes, but strangely, the last section defining the concept was completely torn off. Nevertheless, this magic book still retains its unique functions. The magic book of the demon's name is a tool for defining the concepts of words. It's a code, of course. If a part is damaged, or even one word is altered, its meaning will be completely different. But Belphegor's magic book remains intact. This means only one possibility. Someone has modified the concept. The last 8 pages were enough to create a new concept, separating a new concept from the existing ones. This is not only delicate, but also very tight. Can humans really do such a thing? Rodblock rested his hand on his chin, showing an interested expression. The contents in the vault cannot be taken out casually, so it seems only the necessary parts were taken. The owner of the vault certainly doesn't want others to know the secrets inside. What could it be? I told you I don't know. But there is one thing that's certain. Rodblock's mouth slightly curled upwards. The true essence of Belphegor may be right there. What you're holding is only a half-finished product. Indeed, although the content of the magic book has been confirmed, the blue light still hasn't disappeared. Inside this, there's a secret you'd never want the vault owner to discover. What is it? I told you. But I don't know. But there is one thing that is certain. Rodblock's mouth lifted slightly. Belphegor, the true essence is likely right there. What you're holding is only half of it. Indeed. Although I've checked all the content of the magic book, the blue light still hasn't disappeared. At that moment, ding. You were so close to finding the last clue to complete the task. Find the last part of the magic book. The task has been completed. If the retrieval fails, the task will be considered a failure. Was it almost missed? Fear quickly activated the skill. The skill young dragon activated in sync with the summon. The consciousness remaining in the magic book whirled around, and in the fluorescent lighting, 5 people were studying Belphegor's magic book. The Star of David. How did they get in? I didn't expect to meet the elite of the magic tower in the royal secret vault, especially the person who seemed to be the leader. Fear also found him familiar. A handsome man he had seen in Hatherdal. Though he seemed familiar, he couldn't remember who it was. Damn Ivory King. Why can't I remember? In the past life, there were a few people who were the same age as Fear, and reached the position of absolute beings. After experiencing great turmoil, the surviving talents of the 3 armies and 8 standards, Weston was one of them. Nazariu Mont was also among them. As the sole heir of the magic tower, he achieved the title of the youngest in history, reaching the realm, mastering countless magical systems. He turned the magic tower into the ivory tower of great men, thus earning the title of Ivory King. But when Fear saw Nazariu, he still didn't immediately recognize the Ivory King. That's because the Ivory King always wears a long robe. On the other hand, he appears in the heart of Ragnar's domain. It's unclear why Nazariu would act personally to take the last part of Belphegor's magic island tree. But one thing is certain. They didn't leave long ago. And this time, they have the opportunity to capture the magic tower's major creditor as a hostage. The opportunity is here. Of course, Fear wouldn't just sit and watch. Chapter 161. The heir of the magic tower I. Nazariu Mont has appeared. Let's catch up with them. Nazariu Mont has appeared. Let's catch up with them. Ray and Weston were sitting on a bench at a cafe, licking their ice cream. Suddenly, they saw Tyr appear. They widened their eyes. Nazariu Mont, are you talking about the magical tools of the 3 armies and 8 commanders? Those in the 3 armies and 8 all have nicknames like Army and Commander. Weston's nickname is Sword County. Nazariu looks like Magic County. His family's territory would have military and commander titles. Yes, that's right. Heir of the magic tower. Why would? Tyr quickly covered Weston's mouth to stop his exclamation. Shoo. As a result, Weston's ice cream became a mess, but he didn't seem to notice. Gulps. Weston swallowed. He spoke again. Is there some misunderstanding here? Not really sure. You just raised your hand like Troybans, angering Lagna because of suspicion. Do you know that? Why still? Before Weston could finish his sentence, his expression became serious. It seems like he's up to something here. It seems Weston believes someone from the magic tower infiltrated Lagna's territory to cause chaos within the military. Tyr felt there was no need to point that out. He just silently nodded. Of course, they couldn't have come with good intentions. They must be captured. But such a big figure, their personal guard force can't be small. It's better to wait until the master finishes his work and returns. Otherwise, if they use this opportunity to leave the city completely, tracking them will be impossible. Weston finally understood Tyr's meaning. Are you saying we should go after them ourselves? Is that possible? Ray also expressed concern. After all, the leader and commander of the group was Lantern. Without his permission, acting independently could cause a political crisis. But practical inspection. You can make subjective judgments and decisions based on the situation. It can be carried out independently from the superior inspection. Once I return this time, I will be recommended as a superior inspector. You haven't become a superior inspector yet, have you? Do you think it's impossible? It's fine if you feel burdened. I can go with Lei. Lei nodded. While finishing the remaining ice cream, he then picked up his sword and stood up. Fear, though feeling a bit reluctant, had no choice. Weston was indeed a man who valued principles, just like his nickname, Gentleman. Although it's a bit of a burden, Weston glanced at Fear and Lei, and then smiled lightly. He stood up as well. I'm also curious about Ma Jun's strength. I'd like to have a match with him. Weston's eyes gleamed sharply, filled with intense competitiveness, just like when he first met Fear. Though he was called a gentleman, he was also a warrior who lived by the bow. The decision has already been made. But do you know exactly where they are now? Fear paused for a moment. Then he gently tapped the ground. Weston and Lei's gazes followed. Fear easily passed through the crowd. He finally stopped in front of a beggar. Where is the Magic Towers group now? Ah, my lord. Please spare me some. You don't need to hide from me. I will pray for you for a lifetime. I'll relay this message to the Minister of Intelligence. Fear was about to turn and leave. How did you know? Under the lowered hat, the beggar's eyes were quite sharp. He was the agent of Black Snow. Fear smiled faintly. It's a business secret. Just as Lord. He is indeed a handsome, yet hard-to-read person. A familiar name. Tear's eyes sparkled. Do you know Lord Kleber? I know a bit. I am his direct subordinate. Before, he was tracking Nazario Montana. Tear's eyes slightly widened. Click, click. In the carriage heading towards the city outskirts. Aren't you being too leisurely? If Lagna finds out, what then? It's fine, it's fine. They haven't discovered anything until now. Are you thinking of exposing it now? Anyway, Jelima is worrying too much. This is a problem. Jelima briefly thought for a moment. I really want to punch. That frivolous smiling face. If not for the respected lord, the only grandson would have been punished long ago. Or do you have other plans? Do you know how many poisonous snakes are under that shameless face of Nazario? Jelima didn't say much more. Only quietly hiding his feelings. It felt depressing. Nazario completely ignored Jelima. Ah, our cute little dog must be hungry now. Nazario was holding a black bead about the size of a human fist. It looked nothing special on the outside. But when Nazario secretly took out a page from the Royal Secret Vault's magic book, it changed. With a zipper-like sound, a thin solid line appeared in the center of the black bead. Then it completely opened up from top to bottom, between the curved lips. Jagged teeth emerged. Number 1. It looked quite ugly. Every time I see it, I'm still not used to it. Jelima furrowed his brows after seeing it. The magical creature, Parakisos, a product of the joint human project between the Magic Tower and the Alchemy Guild, an artificial human that grows by devouring codes in magic. The Magic Tower placed great expectations on Parakisos, because they believe is the Magic Tower's creation. They have high expectations for Parakisos, because they believe this will be the key to realizing their long-held wish. Opening the Royal Secret Vault is also for this reason. In order to transplant the specific code of the magic book Belphegor into Parakisos, BBB practical confirmation determines it to be an A-level magic book. Parakisos has no nose, yet pretends to stitch a piece of paper, then suddenly opens its mouth and rolls it down. Gurgle, gurgle. Code recognition and analysis, decoding complete. Trying new code arrangements and saving them to the drive. Backup data is being uploaded to the cloud. Every time exaggerated chewing of pages, incomprehensible information flows out. It looks very strange. Jelima frowned. But Charlie's eyes were full of cuteness. Haha. Anyway, it's very cute. Come on, eat more. Is this cute? Isn't it cute? I wonder what this guy will become once he completes it. Jelima also knows, right? He'll probably turn into a monster. Ah, no need to say it like that. If that monster is mine, then it's another matter. Charlie said with a smile. I hope this guy becomes a complete form soon. Then I can also be complete. Right, Jelima? He tightly closed his mouth, unconsciously. The corners of Charlie's eyes were already filled with madness, being able to open the door to the ideal box that all magicians long for, to escape from this prison-like body and world. The path to the high temple of the gods is right there. Understand? Becoming a god with a human body. Becoming a god that no one has ever surpassed since ancient times. Nazario gently stroked the head of Parakisos, who was swallowing the last page. How could it not be beautiful? I really want to tear up the other magic books and feed them to him. Extracting the code might raise the royal family's alert. I know. That's why I have to be so careful. Even if the royal family is in chaos, and their reputation is low, the royal family is still the royal family. If they take action, even the magic tower can't escape. Although I don't... Jelima didn't take Nazario's complaints to heart, although those words were meaningless. On the other hand, this is not the time to care about these things. Jelima said, I sense something. Nazario stroked Parakisos. Suddenly he raised his head. Jelima also quietly looked around. Although there was nothing on the street except for them, it was precisely because of that silence felt even more dangerous. Didn't I say? We've left too much of a trail. Before Jelima could finish speaking, two servants quickly put on their hoods. These cloaks, provided by David Starr, were actually all enchanted artifacts. They assist in magic cycles, enhancing efficiency. They are a weapon. They sense the surrounding encircling presence, ready to launch their magic. Don't be too nervous. Our children will handle it, won't they? The two servants nodded. Just then, they noticed a stone falling from above. The servant on the right quickly made a gun shape with his right hand, attempting to shoot the stone down with an air gun. Secretly, he sneered. It seems Lagna's men have caught the scent. They've caught up. But who knew they would make such a reckless attack? It's so crude. There is art in battle. Unlike those rude swordsmen with their sweating backs, what mages pursue is the elegant art and noble truth. He originally wanted to tell them clearly that their positions were different. Boom. He fired an air bullet with his fingertip. Since the target locking spell had been applied, hitting should be no problem. But just as the air bullet was about to collide, Jerima used detection magic to quickly examine the composition of the stone. Suddenly, wait a second. Before the servants could wonder why their master was acting this way, it was already too late. Boom. The stone shattered in an instant. Inside, the thunderball exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Lightning flew in all directions. Tyr was inspired by the solar eclipse. It was like a miniature version, and itself was already a deadly weapon. The problem was the phenomenon after the lightning poured out. 4 thunder dragons emerged from the ground, tearing at each other, increasing the explosive force. 9-headed snake lightning. As expected, Tyr mixed the thunder dragon's breath with magic. The magic explosion was incredibly powerful. Boom, boom, ha ha ha. As a result, the horses turned to charcoal in an instant. The carriage was flipped over. Completely destroyed. Damn magic. The magic is too powerful. What's worse is that, after the 9-headed snake lightning, the magical EMP spread out. The servants' expressions turned grim. The magic couldn't flow. For a mage, this is a fatal weakness. Huff, huff, huff. Just then, shadow daggers flew into the necks of 2 servants, cutting off their breath. Crash. The lightning storm swept past, leaving frost in its wake. It slightly slowed down. Jerima tried to overcome and cast magic. Don't move anymore. If you keep messing around, your neck will fly off. The blade hovered under Jerima's chin. When did this happen? Jerima broke into a cold sweat. After the thunderstorm, came the magical interference, electromagnetic waves. Then came the frost, and the blade. Clearly, this was a tactic designed by someone who knew how to hunt mages. Tactic devised by someone. Before he could fully display the strength of a 7-star mage, he was subdued. This is the evidence. But the biggest problem is, the only heir of the magic tower has also fallen into enemy hands, and it's to an opponent with whom there was once a rivalry. Nazariu. Monty. Nazariu glanced at the 2 swords tightly pressed against both sides of the neck, crossing in front of the throat. Telekinesis. Even for mages, this skill is hard to use easily, but it was used by a fellow youth from afar. Sorry, but you have to come with us for now. The black-haired, red-eyed person is Till. Episode 162, Heir to the Magic Tower. Nazariu hesitated for a moment. If he used magic here to defeat Till, how likely was it that he could escape safely? But it's best not to entertain other thoughts. Before Nazariu took any action, the swords on his neck sank deeper, ticking. Blood could be seen dripping along the sword. At that moment, Nazariu realized Till wasn't bluffing. She tried to capture him alive, but if he became a problem, she would eliminate him immediately. Although the person wasn't as important as at least he wouldn't be neglected. Nazariu lowered the magic in his hands. He raised both arms, muttering something that Till couldn't understand. I surrender, but please don't hurt me too much. What? Did I hear that wrong? It seems like I heard nonsense. You heard correctly. We've captured the heir to the magic tower. That heir, the heir of the dream magic tower, will be here. Selford saw Till. He was confused when he saw the 2 groups brought by Till, and after hearing the truth, he was shocked. Thus, he could not accept this situation no matter what. Till shrugged his shoulders. Do you think we would know? We just ran into each other by accident. Look at what they're planning to do in the north. Selford rubbed his brow with his thumb and index finger, asking, how likely is it that we've targeted the wrong person? We have already confirmed the intel on Black Snow. They have also grasped the facts. And have they begun monitoring? Yes, that's correct. You didn't mess up Black Snow's plan, did you? Sometimes, due to jurisdiction issues, there can be conflicts with other units. If Black Snow intervenes midway, their plot against the Magic Tower heir could lead to political disputes between the forces, especially with the White Armor and Black Snow operating in secret, though they complement each other. The relationship isn't ideal. About that matter, Senior, should be handled by you, right? What? Selford suddenly realized. Fear knew something, but acted first. If it messes up, He might be scolded by Captain Julius. Selford hurriedly turned to reprimand Thier. Suddenly, the door to the cafe they were in opened nervously. Mid-year Ragnar, I know everything. Come out now. Footsteps thudded as they walked in. Selford saw the angry face at the front. Kleiber, hey. Even Lantern Sama hasn't returned yet. What are you going to do? Selford quickly turned toward Thier, but he was already gone. It's up to you now. Aerie smiled bitterly and shook his head. Selford's face turned grim. Because of such an outstanding junior, it seemed he had to bear a lot of trouble. When Thier entered the room in the cafe, he was monitoring Naza. Reulius and Grimels Wellington used his index finger to poke Thier's cheek. I heard shouting outside just now. It's fine, I trust Selford. Senior, Thier's silly smile. On the other side. Wellington's side. Can it really be like this? Black Snow is not the type of person to watch his prey is taken away from them. So what? In the end, it's us who got these people. You handle it as you see fit. The master will also be troubled, since Weston found Black Snow's agent. Perhaps Black Snow thought Till would handle things. Black Snow's people would help them. So they told him where Nazario was. But Till mercilessly shattered their expectations. Nazario ultimately fell into Till's hands, and was cleanly subdued without any losses. Where did you learn this way of fighting against mages? At this point, Weston started to feel a bit scared of Till. What else does he have in his mind? Sorry, on the other hand. He also felt sorry for the Black Snow agent, who might be getting a heavy scolding from their superior now, and it wasn't Black Snow who planned this, but that young Ragnar. Jerima heard their conversation, and was stunned, speechless. If this is true, then the Magic Tower's proud David Star has actually been toyed with by a 16-year-old youth. He even suspected that this was a psychological operation aimed at demoralizing them, but based on the atmosphere around them and the shouting outside, it didn't seem to be the case, especially since even Weston, who fought alongside Nazario, seemed to bow in submission in front of Till. In fact, the greatest genius in the north isn't Weston, it's Till Ragnar. This news seemed to be true. Not just that. It's not just submission, it's the extent to which people follow him. It seems the future of the North will revolve around Till. On the other hand, the young Tower Master seems to be planning something as well. After Nazario was captured, he didn't seem agitated at all. Instead, he seemed calm. After Nazario was captured, he didn't show any agitation. Instead, he appeared quite calm. It seemed like they had anticipated this would happen. Obviously, the little Tower Master had planned from the start to be captured by them. Not only did he openly shop on the streets, he also made some conspicuous moves, so it was all part of the plan. I really don't know what everyone is thinking. Grimel didn't ask anything in particular. What plan does Naza have? He just hoped that the childish mask was hiding a clever person, and that this time, they could handle things wisely. That's all. However, the variable is that guy called Thier Ragnar. He is definitely not someone to be underestimated. Do you have the magic book? Naza looked at Thier and couldn't help but laugh. He casually raised an eyebrow, and his expression changed. Thier didn't miss it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a direct hit. The effect was surprisingly good. Sure enough, saying something strange is more effective than this. So what are we planning to do now? Leave it to Winterl to negotiate for the hostage, or use it as a bargaining chip for the Northern War? The Dragon Tower? Where's the problem? We can't find any of the personal belongings. I'll just say one thing. There's no one stricter than the grandfather of the Magic Tower Master. No one distinguishes people more strictly. So what I'm trying to say is, negotiation won't be easy. Sure enough, no plans to. Just say it obediently. But I'm willing to cooperate with your interrogation. My life is more important than anything. Please let the person in charge come. Even if you torture me, you won't hear anything. Thier and Naza's conversation made no progress. They were just going in circles. But Thier felt that Naza was uncooperative during the interrogation. Naza strongly felt that Thier was not easy to deal with. How the magic book knew about it. Royal secret. The location of the treasury is hard to know, even for the Magic Tower. The Emperor, who could die at any moment. The most favored queen is actually from the Magic Tower. However, it was through his help that the information was barely obtained. Lagna actually knew about it. Nariyu's mind. The danger level of Lagna sharply increased. It went from a rank to S+ rank. There is no time to move the magic book to another location, so it must be here. Whenever Tier's gaze sharply flickers, Nariyu involuntarily gets nervous. Even so, he believes he won't be discovered, at least on the surface. Paracaros is just an ordinary bead, but suddenly, Tier took it out of his pocket, and accurately found Paracaros, Nariyu and Guillemot. Both secretly shocked. This is it, right? Rodis, yes. How much magic book has been absorbed? The stench even reached here. What kind of thing is this? If it weren't for Rodbruk's help, Tier wouldn't have found Paracaros, not only Belfager's magic book, but also a large number of other demons' magic books. Brooke calls Paracaros the demon's prototype, a composite body. On a huge blueprint, multiple codes are cleverly pieced together, using specific algorithms for continuous simulation, making it capable of learning, a kind of artificial intelligence. Rodbrooke's explanation continued. If it has reached this point, it could be said, it already has self-judgment and willpower, although it doesn't yet have free will. It shouldn't pose any danger. But it seems to be approaching the critical point. Tyr felt quite shocked inside. What that sentence meant was, the time to become a life form wasn't long. What exactly is the magic tower creating? Even with the memories from my past life, I couldn't find the clues. I couldn't grasp the situation. But at least one thing is clear. The Parakestos was emitting a faint, blue glow. Tyr had been tangled with the Parakestos for quite a while. But even after infusing magic and chanting the spell, there was no response. For some unknown reason, the skill failed to act. Mind reading also couldn't be used. It seems to be using a quantum entanglement encryption system. This level of technology is hard for even our dragon race to easily achieve. The fact that such a large race could manage this is impressive, though it's quite remarkable. Kleiber was still impressed. Is there any way to deal with it? Right now, it's difficult. If we force it open, there could be an explosion risk. If that happens, it'll be over. I can't save you then. Once the mission is completed, are you going to give up now, right in front of us? Androids are very difficult to handle. Processing countless pieces of information into code and creating algorithms capable of self-learning and decision-making is already a tough job. Though it's impressive, it's also extremely intricate and sensitive. Before entering the realm of the gods, this is the final boundary. Tyr's side. Seafield and Airy were doing their best to block Kleiber, but clearly, they wouldn't last much longer. They would soon be overwhelmed. If that happens, the Parakestos will be easily taken. The clues to Belphegor's repair will be completely lost. But even without considering these, Tyr strongly felt the need to solve this mystery. The android that had consumed a massive amount of demon spell books. What if the magic tower is resurrecting demons? What should we do then? Tyr anxiously looked at Naza. That guy just smiled. Holding an ordinary bead. Why make such a big fuss? I really want to punch him. Just then, suddenly, something flashed through the mind. If processing a large amount of information makes one this meticulous and sensitive, what would happen if more difficult to analyze information is injected? Rodis, what do you think? This guy. Is it an artificial intelligence that can analyze and learn on its own? For now, yes. Then what if I give it my blood? Why evil? My pan not only contains ancient dragon DNA information, but also Lagna's bloodline factor. Isn't that right? If this is filled with demon codes, then when a large amount of dragon data is injected, if red paint is added to blue paint, the color will turn green. Likewise, using Tyr's ancient dragon factors, he said it will completely change Parakero's identity. Maybe by altering the code, ownership can be transferred to me. What if it fails? Then just collect the part of Belphegor that is left in the shattered remnants. That shouldn't be hard, right? Tyr laughed softly. The most important thing is, if I can't get it, these guys won't either. Truly evil, I am Lagna. Very good. Tyr and Rodbrooke clapped their hands together. Tyr pulled out the death's beat from his pocket. He pressed the thumb down hard. The blood flowing from the wound dripped onto Parakeros. The silent black bead slightly moved. It then spat out jagged teeth and a scarlet tongue. New data confirmed. Analyzing. From the extinct ancient dragon's remains. Analysis level value. SSS++++. Heir to the magic tower. 3 SSS++++. What? Naryu thought. Until Tyr activated Parakeros, he didn't expect to get any special answers. Handling Parakeros. If not for someone with specialized knowledge of the magic tower, it would have been impossible. Otherwise, at the very least, there should be a magic book like the Book of True Light. Reassess and attempt E-level confirmation of additional data. Attempt to increase to X+ level. Confirm multiple mysterious attributes. X++, X++. Finally determine the R level. What? Impossible. But then, Parakesto's mechanical voice caused Naza to suddenly stand up. Grimel was also. During this time, for the Android project, countless magic books and mysterious items were collected, but the most special of them all was still that book. The highest level allowed is only E. Even this was only found by chance, in an ancient giant skull unearthed from the northern sea's glaciers. Just that one. Only divine beings could withstand such a level. Unexpectedly, a level theoretically limited to Class 2 would appear. Stop. Naza rushed toward Tyr anxiously. I don't know what Tyr wants to give to Paracelsus, but if that thing gets inside, it will be over for Paracelsus. Parakesto's AI was built under strict calculations, using carefully selected data as its foundation. But what if here there's an infusion of data far beyond the usual accumulated data, more exceptional data from another type? It would be contaminated. Please, just sit quietly. But Naza, under Wellington's forceful pressure, reluctantly returned to his position. Please, please, stop. If you continue to resist, we'll have to resort to force, even if you want to use magic. Your movements are restricted by the control device, and you can't move. The more this happens, the more Naza grows restless. Parakestos. As a level 1 qualification holder, I command you to stop data collection immediately. Turn off all functions. But how did you get this far? That won't do. The moment Roadblock made his move, Naza's final effort turned to nothing. The stop function command failed to activate. Restarting system to shut down forcefully. Program execution failed. Cause identification failed. The previous command authority list has been deleted. What? Naza's face turned pale as paper. The ancient dragon offspring data mixed with the existing database, making Roadblock's hacking possible. This led to the occurrence of this incident. Confirmation of a completely different category from the demon's original code. Attempting to reinterpret existing algorithms to analyze new data. Failed. Retrying. Failed. Judging that the current database cannot make comparisons, Parakestos' mouth is now completely devouring Thier's finger, struggling like a starving beast, desperately trying to swallow more blood. Severing part of the current algorithm system, expanding the database, integrating ancient dragon factor data. The extended database has merged ancient dragon factor data, exploring new models, failed in exploration. Failure. More data is needed. Decomposing command system, proposing new model. Paracelsus wriggled on the overheated glass ball. White steam slowly rose. Every time this happened, Nariyu would try everything to rush up, but couldn't succeed due to Weston suppression. Alright, the firewall has been completely dismantled. Shall we open it now and take a look? It was like standing in front of a delicious feast, with Rodbrooke's laughter. A stream of information appeared continuously on Tier's retina, designating the ancient dragon's merciful data as protocol. A successful hack was carried out. Telepathy initiated. At that moment, countless data flooded into Tier's mind like a tsunami. Demons are those who failed to become gods. We fell into hell after failing to obtain the qualifications. What path should we take? How to make a dragon-like guardian exit the stage? Only one opportunity to touch the divine hall of heaven. What was the attempt to end like? The nature of time and the cage of space. Why impose such a dilemma on us? All these were unorganized. Like a pile of chaotic garbage. The mixed data was confusing. It was a pile of incomprehensible things. Dizzy. It became very difficult to maintain balance. Better stay awake. The algorithm was forcibly broken. Data scattered everywhere. If these things were misunderstood, the neural circuits of the brain would collapse entirely. Rodbrooke's warning was both cold and calm. Even with his brilliant intelligence, it would take a considerable effort to organize these. There was no time to help him. The artificial intelligence of the homunculus created by humans. What system is it composed of? The artificial intelligence of the homunculus created by humans. What system is it composed of? I'm curious about the numbers. The data will try to block me. I will focus on extracting what is needed. I understand. Roadblock and Thier tried to work together. Roadblock guarded Thier's mind, so it wouldn't be overwhelmed by the data pile. While organizing and analyzing the database and algorithms he most desired, Paracelsus, Thier extracted the final Belphegor's work. Though the task wasn't easy, because he had previously studied time magic, he was able to easily pick out the required materials. Time relativity. But on the other hand, time is also special. If one could use it according to their will, they could pursue greater goals. A macro view of time, and microanalysis. Time, which once only divided into day and night, with the introduction of hours, minutes, and seconds, thought can also be finely divided. If it could be arranged horizontally in smaller units, it would approach infinity. As long as the independence of thought can be ensured, no matter what adversity or disaster comes, wisdom would help to cleverly overcome time. Understanding would gradually accumulate in the mind, if successful in making the mind and will independent. What about the body? How can it be used to escape the constraints of time? The laws of the macro world are different from those of the micro world, and in the center of it all, the scale is measured in light. Photons are neither waves nor particles, because they have absolute speed. They can transmit data the fastest. If I could encode and carry my information within it, carry my will, carry my independent mind, light would be knowledge, a lighthouse that could dispel the darkness of ignorance. If I could use the lighthouse to illuminate the way ahead, then the end would transcend hell. It would transcend the infinite timeline, transcend the circle, and touch a place beyond. No, this is not just that. There is also mixed wisdom, from demons or magical arts. Thier quickly organized the required information. From the endless sea of data, he refocused his mind. Paracelsus lazily emitted white smoke from his palm. Algorithm recovery in progress. New data is set as the highest priority. Building new data system. Resetting command authority, re-establishing the magic book. Paracelsus, who continuously spewed unknown information, could no longer be seen as the original Paracelsus. Human progress in magical knowledge is truly fascinating. Our dragon race's position is also at risk. What exactly have you done? Nothing, just a little joke. Thier thought. Roadbrock must be laughing in his lair right now. I would have ruined the fun by telling you in advance. It's much more fun to find out for yourself. It's not small fun, Thier always felt. Roadbrock's laughter was a bit ominous. The joke he played should be helpful to him, not hinder him. But it still felt hard to explain clearly. What exactly happened? Nothing at all. Thier shrugged. He tossed Paracelsus to Naza. Naza, though uneasy, checked Paracelsus. He found no issue with the AI system itself. Who exactly are you? The Magic Tower and Alchemy Guild couldn't find the level 2 data. Although Thier took it, Naza mistakenly thought it was just an illusion or a catalyst. It wasn't the real level 2 essence. It must be clarified. What data did that guy implant into Paracelsus? Otherwise, the project will fail. Ragnar must be hiding other secrets that no one knows. Although it might be a misunderstanding, Nariyu couldn't take his eyes off Thier. But that guy didn't care about this. Thier was embracing a new change. Successfully perfected the main perspective. Current completion rate 115%. The goal completion rate has exceeded expectations. Congratulations, the secret of return has been uncovered. Successfully completed the plot mission. #6. Evaluation, S+. As a reward, gain the ability of return. Additional reward, gain the ability to strengthen the clockwork. The details of the ability need to be understood on one's own. The return ability. Vaguely, one can guess the content of the blocked message. Recalling how this mission was generated, one can roughly deduce it. It seems to be related to the chronograph used by the Empress of the Magic Blade. If one could use the ghost's ability to resurrect the Death Sword spirit in reality, that would be an incredibly powerful force. But the ability can't be confirmed immediately. Just then, the door they were in suddenly opened. Thier, Lagna. It's Klebe. He forcefully barged in. He drove out the always blocking Selford and Aaron. Selford's team arrived a bit late. Thier shook his head, meaning it would be difficult to continue. Thier nodded in gratitude and saluted Klebe. Long time no see. Klebe didn't expect to meet here. You seem to be in a hurry. Breathing a bit heavy. Why not have a cup of tea and rest a bit? Klebe looked at Thier's relaxed smile. His heart burned with anger, but he quickly regained his composure and scanned the room with a cold gaze. Inside was Nariyu, whom he originally marked. In the back room, Guillermo was simply tied up and sitting there. Luckily, they didn't seem to have been subjected to any special interrogation or torture. Klebe motioned for Thier to come out with him. Let's talk. The room was only for Klebe and Thier. Klebe surrounded the area with Orly to prevent sound leakage. He coldly asked, what exactly are you thinking? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, Thier. Thier gently smiled. Actually, I'm not trying to interfere with Black Snow. What is that? I have a personal item to find, but it was already taken by the Magic Tower's Little Tower Master and his group. Is that a coincidence? Yes, you want me to believe it was a coincidence. Although you might not believe it, but it's true. My business is already finished. Now, you can take the Magic Tower's Little Tower Master and his group away. Klebe's brow twitched slightly. Your business is over? Now you're no longer needed. But because of this, we, Black Snow, have suffered a great loss. What should we do? Looks like what Black Snow needs is not the That's true. Klebe frowned halfway through his sentence. Almost slipped up. Such a shame. What Klebe could have heard. Now he's almost laughing out loud. They messed up their own business, yet still want to sneak around and gather information. Both cute and annoying. This is also why he finally admits Thier's stance. Viewed not as an ally, but as a competitor. Really troublesome. Well then, I'll ask directly. Black Snow, why are you pursuing the Magic Tower's Little Tower Master and his group? Why do you want to know this? Because this might become a point of reference for me and the White Dragon Knight's future activities. It is a matter to consider, even if they were easily caught. The political influence of the Magic Tower's Little Tower Master is absolutely not small. If he is caught openly wandering in Lagna's territory, there must be some kind of calculation. The Magic Tower's Little Tower Master is requesting meeting with our highest ranking official. It was as if he already knew who would come here. Thier didn't miss Kleiber's expression, which looked slightly tense. You came to meet the Dragon King, right? Isn't it? But the Dragon King hasn't had much external activity for decades, and there's no special connection to the Magic Tower, so there must be other people involved. Then the conclusion is just one. You'd better not mention that name. Kleiber issued a warning for the first time. If you keep revealing the truth, Thier won't be able to stay safe either. But Thier didn't care and continued to ask. The former head, Hilderadna. You were right. That person is the one the Magic Tower wants to contact. Thier's eyes grew cold. But I still don't understand. Clearly, we just need to make a quiet contact. Why did the Little Tower Master expose himself so obviously? Let everyone see. Chapter 164, Heir of the Magic Tower. Kleiber began pressing his temples with his index finger. He didn't answer immediately. It seemed like this matter was putting a lot of pressure on him. I really can't say a word in front of you. The more Kleiber conversed with Thier, the more he felt trapped in a deep swamp. Thier was a swamp, one that couldn't be escaped from. Compared to the days tracking Naza, a brief conversation with Thier had my nerves more on edge. The answer is no comment. Even though we are both Lagnar, there are secrets I cannot reveal. I don't expect a yes or no. I just hope you'll listen to my guess. Do you know? This will help Lord Kleiber too. So, would you listen to me? As expected, no response. Fear took it as a silent confirmation. My guess has two parts. Fear raised his index and middle fingers, putting away the middle finger first, and continued. The first one is fake. The Magic Tower's Little Tower Master was just a decoy to hide the real transaction. But this is a bit strange. The Little Tower Master's position in the Magic Tower is not unstable. It seems unlikely that he would take such a risk. Of course, Naryu might appear to be unaffected by the Magic Tower's political crisis, but Tyr, with knowledge of the future, clearly knows. He has never been in such a situation. The term smooth sailing even makes one wonder if it was created for the Ivory King, so this guess was dismissed. The second guess is that the Magic Tower intentionally revealed this transaction to Lagna. When Tyr tucked his finger away, he didn't miss Kleeb's shift in atmosphere. The transaction with Lord Hilda and the Magic Tower was originally conducted in secret. If the Magic Tower wanted to increase the stakes and deliberately revealed the transaction to Black Snow, then if they planned to provoke Lagna's internal, it seems possible. Although Kai has control over Lagna, there are still many forces following Lord Hilda. The dragon race is a typical example. That's why Lord Hilda has remained in seclusion. If he appeared publicly, it would only make Kai more vigilant. Provoke internal discord. However, decades later, Lord Hilda began to act in secret, and it happened right between Troyban and the Magic Tower, which had a bad relationship with Lagna. If this fact is revealed, it would definitely raise suspicion. Black Snow is the most typical example of a family's personal guard. Of course, they would remain vigilant about this event. Kleeb follows Naryu for this reason, to investigate the exact transaction between Lord Hilda and the Magic Tower. If that transaction is dangerous, the Black Dragon will officially accuse Lord Hilda. The Magic Tower probably wants to take advantage of Lagna's political situation, to benefit from it. Although the contents of the transaction are unknown, the Magic Tower has already completed the here to take advantage, Although I don't know what the content is, the Magic Tower can still complete the transformation. It could also shake Lagnar, and such a contribution will be credited to the overall head of this event, Naza. As the next Tower Master, his position will become more stable. As expected, no comment. Kleiber wasn't surprised by how Fear had deduced to this point in such a short time. The second guess was correct. Kyle and Hilda's opposition, in the hidden conflicts from the past, things that were impossible to know in the past. Fear tapped on the calculator, thinking about how this would change the future situation. The Little Tower Masters. New recruits will be handed to us. Let them take them away. But if we screw this up, we'll officially protest to the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. In the name of Black Snow, please remember to be prepared with a reasonable rebuttal. Right? Thanks for the advice. Leaving. Kleiber gave a wry smile as he slowly stood up from his seat. Although he was the culprit who messed up the situation, he was still a kid you couldn't hate. Just then, we haven't finished talking yet, have we? Fear and Kleiber suddenly heard a voice from the air. They turned their heads. Water vapor in the air gathered to form a vortex, which quickly turned into a humanoid form. Lantern frowned deeply, wiped his hair. The Little Tower Master's new recruit will be taken by Lantern Hall. The Little Tower Master's new recruits are insured by Fear Ragnar, and where Fear Ragnar, it's to our Black Snow. Kleiber can't accuse anyone from the Nine Dragons without evidence, so he shifted the blame to Fear. But Lantern scoffed. That Fear Ragnar is now under my command. Of course, all orders belong to Fear Ragnar, and here, Little Tower Master, Naza Rewumont's new recruits cannot be handed to you. Fear Ragnar has absolute decision-making power. Not exactly. 399. 00:11:19, 119. 00:11:19, 119. To be more precise, he will soon gain such authority. I hope you don't forget his military rank. He is still a combat inspector. Things have become complicated. Kleeb gently bit his. The minister won't let this slide easily. It seems you've misunderstood something. Dong dong. The lantern took a step forward. Did you think I was asking for your forgiveness? Heh. At the center of the lantern, a powerful shockwave swirled. The killing intent oppressed Kleeb's lungs. His face turned pale in an instant. This is an order. I hope you understand. Even if you are the head of the family, you cannot act freely in front of my command. With each word, Kleeb's body trembled. Although his tone was respectful, it was filled with the fury of a fierce beast. No matter how strong the Black Dragon is, to me, it is just an unreachable backup. Do you understand? Kleeb couldn't respond properly. He trembled like a sieve. Do you understand? Kleeb's mind went blank. He almost suffocated. At this moment, Tyr quietly intervened. You've made yourself very clear. Lord Kleeb should have understood. How about we stop here? The oppressive killing intent dissipated midway. The miracle of resisting the impact. What impressive magic control. The lantern looked at Tyr with a strange expression. He patted Kleeb's back. Indeed, the more I look, the more impressive this talent is. It's the best stimulant for the disciples. Then, as agreed, we will take the new recruit. The lantern turned and walked away, back to them. Are you alright? After several infusions of warm magic from Tyr, Klebe barely regained his composure. Damn, the only response he could give was this. The 9-dragon barrier. For him the threshold for a pet swordsman is too high. CC dong dong dong. The magic train to the White Tower ruins started up again. In the end, the little tower master was still obtained by Lord Lantern. Fear looked at Naza and Grimel, who were sitting uneasily beside Lantern. He smiled wryly. Of course, Kleiber and Black Snow didn't completely give up on them. He will definitely hide his identity. And hide in various corners of the train. Some people might chase after the carriage. This should be seen as Kyle and Hilda's opposition, or the struggle between the Black Dragon and the White Dragon. Perhaps in the future, their conflicts in secret will not be few. Fear decided to stop paying attention. From a certain perspective, Fear's actions were also an open provocation. But even if he didn't intervene, things would still happen. Moreover, his relationship with the Black Dragon and White Dragon isn't bad. He doesn't really want to get involved. It would just involve... Don't you feel uneasy? Now, we have completely let go. We are powerless. Even so. Anyway, being with you, I don't have time to be polite. I feel the same. Is it because of Ragnar? Maybe. As expected, successors are different. Why is your conversation leaning in that direction? Fear looked at Kleiber and Ares' conversation. He sighed softly. He shifted his gaze, looking at the book in his hand, exploring the anomalous attribute transformation system. Even atomic magicians who master light attributes find it difficult to access this book. Are you interested in magic? But this time, it was Naza who was interested in Fear, even though his hands were controlled by magic, with his hands tightly bound. He still maintained a calm demeanor, as if he knew the White Dragon wouldn't harm them. Fear Ragnar. I must find out what that guy did to Paracelsus. What did that guy do to Paracaros? On the surface, Paracaros appeared unchanged, but the mage's unique intuition told him that the current Paracaros was no longer the one he knew. In fact, Paracaros hadn't even explored what level 2 data actually is. Though he clearly devoured the data, if the artificial intelligence algorithm was tampered with, Paracaros' research couldn't be conducted casually. But Tyr only gave Nariyu a glance, not showing any interest. Nariyu instantly felt anger. No one had ever been so indifferent to him, if needed. I can also provide a lot of help in basic magic. It will take quite a lot of time to reach our destination. You can ask me anytime. Time is so boring. 520. 00:14:45, 279. 00:14:45, 279. But he tried not to show it, pretending to laugh heartily. Truly pathetic. Of course. This was of no use to Tyr and Rodbrook. Ha ha, such an anxious look. Just like a puppy wanting to poop. What low-level humor. Do you think I'm someone's partner? We were originally quite similar. Tyr knew arguing with Rodbrook was pointless. What the hell are you doing over there? You say it's a secret. But one thing is certain. Once the secret is revealed, you will kneel and bow to me. You always say that. It makes me more motivated. Oh, wanna try? It must be related to time magic. Rodbrook didn't answer, but Tyr felt him freeze in a smile. Let's try first. Tyr pretended to read a book, and gently closed his eyes. He had gained a lot when cracking Paracaros. It was time to verify that insight. Dong dong dong. His heart began to race. Thump thump thump. The heart began to beat wildly, the magic rising from the dantian, intertwined with the magic of the heart, instantly reaching the forehead. In that moment, Tyr's eyes flashed with spirituality. With a whoosh, Tyr felt the air becoming stuffy, as if time had stopped. He looked around. Naza was still chattering incessantly, but it was too slow. It was almost like it was frozen. She looked outside the window. The quickly passing scenery outside the window seemed to freeze. Every leaf was clearly visible. Not only that. The scent of the air, the vibrations of the train, the smell of magic, the voices of others. Everything was clear to hear. It felt as though only Tyr himself had detached from this world. Everything in the external world slowed down. His thoughts accelerated unusually, making the external world seem relatively slow. The time everyone has is always relative. So magical what? The world you're seeing right now is also the world we dragons live in. Although dragons have an extraordinarily long lifespan, our time is different for each individual. The reason is this. The reason for our eventual extinction is also the same. Rodbrook bitterly muttered, then continued, go on. Look, Tyr turned his eyes downward. Crack, beneath his feet, the chronogla slowly unfolded. The hour hand, minute hand, and second hand were moving. That's the time set for you right now. Now it's time to use it, right? If in this extremely slow world, only you can move freely, then there are many uses for it in battle. Also, the ability to return the task reward might be related to this. Tyr replied, got it. And tried moving his arm first. At that moment, he felt terrible pain. It felt like it was about to fall off. Tyr's eyes were bloodshot. Haha, really a fool. Your consciousness is fast. Can your body be fast too? What should I do? The limits of the nervous system that can't keep up with the speed of consciousness. The friction caused by the air, the heat, and the heavy pressure on the muscles are much more intense than Tyr imagined. What else can be done? Just try hard until it succeeds. It's definitely not impossible. Whenever Princess Plum Blossom taught Tyr the Plum Blossom attack, she also used a completely different time frame. At that time, the passage of time was just a moment. It was this absurd harmony that made it possible. Free control seems to be the essence of time magic. Then, it's possible to set the desired time period. Anyway, just try it. Tyr focused again on his own chrono. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. During the focused training, time passed. The magic train unknowingly arrived at its destination, the White Tower ruins. Survival Path 165, Magic Tower's successor. 5. The stop this time is White Tower. The exit for the White Tower ruins is on the right. Please be careful of the gap between the platform. A reminder again. This station is a place where many people get on and off, but most people on the platform are dressed in the conqueror's attire of Laderna. Normally, only scholars studying ancient civilizations would come here. But now it seems full of tension. Wow, I haven't felt the outside wind for so long. It makes me feel refreshed. Selford stretched and yawned. He stretched his stiff body. He looked at Tyr, who had a dazed expression as he got off the train. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of training did you do to get this tired? It's not like you've been swinging a sword on the train. Did that happen? Want a cup of iced Americano to wake up? Filtered iced Americano. Why drink that kind of thing? It's an insult to coffee. I don't want to hear people who eat pineapple pizza say such things. What are you talking about? Roasting a pineapple in the oven. Smells so sweet and delicious. Tyr felt that continuing to argue was too exhausting. In the end, he nodded, agreeing with what Kleiber said. In the end, we still didn't manage to quickly enter the timeline. Swordsmanship and magic are indeed different. I thought the talent gained through dragon blood would always be enough to handle it. It's indeed very tough. Ragnar's talent is actually more focused on martial combat, rather than intellect. You've just intensely demonstrated that talent, but getting some hints is still fortunate. Yeah, keep trying your best. In the timeline of the world of consciousness, it's hard for the body to enter. So, let the body's nervous system also have the same cognition as the world of consciousness. Won't that work? Tyr was inspired by this idea. He was conducting some experiments. Roadbrock shook his head and said, "This road isn't an easy one to take." Well then, good work, everyone. Are you leaving? There's still a lot of work to handle. Tyr and Kleiber turned around and looked at the departing dragon. They nodded toward Naza and Grimel. Winston was closely monitoring them. Just report back to headquarters. I heard the white armored dragon cavalry is gathering all members, starting large-scale operations. Take that into consideration. Tyr and his companions' eyes brightened slightly. The full assembly of the white armored dragon cavalry. Considering their scattered nature, this is definitely not an easy task. Well, see you next time. Next time, dragon. Tyr said meaningfully as they bid farewell. Then, they left. Winston and Tyr's gazes also gently passed by, praying for each other's luck. Swish, and those who were secretly following. So many of them were following, huh? Before they completely disappeared, Tyr kept watching their backs. Black Snow's agents. Although it seemed that the dragon wouldn't easily show any flaws, those people would definitely desperately look for an opportunity, since there's no need to worry anymore. He turned and left. Then, we should go back too. Selford and Aaron, Ray and Cassandra nodded, and set off together. Cassandra tightly grasped Ray's sleeve, her palm filled with nervousness. From now on, everything would be unfamiliar to her. How long would this last? It's been a while since we left the council. Nariyu showed Weston his hands, which were shackled. He groaned. Being bound for 3 consecutive days was really unbearable. Weston hesitated for a moment. Looking at Deng Long. Deng Long still walked ahead. He briefly replied, "Until when will you act so boldly against us? Now you pretend nothing happened." Guillemot's expression stiffened. This time, Deng Long might use this as an excuse to take Nariyu's life. Even pressure the magic tower. But it's not too late. So, this time, he gave Nariyu a look, telling him to lower his head. We just want to cause some disturbance and retreat immediately. Things never go as planned. To him, it had no effect. It instead felt like a cry in vain. He simply muttered something. Guillemot's face turned pale. But after all, nothing had happened yet. Then, you don't want to cooperate anymore? Deng Long remained silent for a moment, looking at Nariyu. Nariyu awkwardly raised his cheek. Even if I'm handsome. If you look at me like that, I'll get shy. Such thick skin. I'm truly embarrassed by your praise. But even if the Lord is incompetent, he can still stand at the top of all mages. Deng Long smiled lightly, hands behind his back, enough to stand at the pinnacle of all magicians. The dragon chuckled softly with his hands behind his back. Yeah, we were always in that kind of relationship, exchanging what we need from each other. Once a flaw shows up, we don't hesitate to strike. So, We can never trust each other, and we can't be too angry either. This kind of distance is just right. The dragon gave Weston a look. The meaning was to let him go. Sighing, Weston, though somewhat unwilling, quickly untied Naza and Grimal's restraints. Finally, I can live. Anyway, you thought it out well. Treating elders like this is peace. Isn't it? Haha. Naza waved his arms dramatically. He laughed, but the aftermath of their matter must be solved by you. Of course, no problem. Naza became alert. Not far away, in the dark, Black Snow's presence was hiding, ready to move at any moment, because they weren't living beings. The moment the agents in the darkness simultaneously separated. Blood flew like arrows. Then, dozens of cloaked figures descended from the sky, landing where the agents were. The six-pointed star on their cloaks shook conspicuously. The elite members of the Magic Tower. They had completed tasks across the north, and had finally gathered here. Could it be that during this time, the reason they were acting outside was Kleiber, covered in blood, appeared, looking at Lantern with eyes full of resentment. You led the enemy into the territory. This is no different than a rebellion. But Lantern didn't say much. He just lightly waved his hand. The blade formed, severing Kleiber's last breath. Weston could only weakly watch him, his gaze complex. Now, let's begin the transaction. Lantern turned his back again, looking at Naza. Even mixed in with the top magic users. 799. 00:22:58, 199. 00:22:58, 199. Even among the top magic users, he showed no fear at all. I heard the Magic Tower has been communicating with the dragon descendants of the Tooth Elder for a long time. Right before that. Can we confirm if the received items are safe? Here it is. Weston stepped forward, replacing the lantern. He took out a book from his pocket. It was a spell book infused with demonic energy. It would become material for Paracaros. Indeed, quick and straightforward. The item is indeed correct. Now tell me, where is the dragon's nest? On the coordinates provided by the lantern, there's a massive military camp. Paracaros. A flag symbolizing Lagna flies in the sky. The momentum is overwhelming. Just seeing this, Ray unconsciously swallowed dry saliva. An indescribable heavy atmosphere had already started pressing on his shoulders. After all, Lagna and Troyban are two of the most powerful factions in the Empire. Of course, their scale is not to be underestimated, but this is even more exaggerated than imagined. Although I heard from Deng Long, Lagna issued a general mobilization order to destroy Troyban as soon as possible. But this still feels more serious. The size of the army is larger than in the previous world. Could it be because they didn't suffer much loss after driving away Eddie? Which caused such a chain reaction? Just as Tyr was walking with questions, heading toward the entrance of the military camp, suddenly, a huge cloud of dust rose in the distance, accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of hooves, charging toward them, fully armored in black iron. A heavy cavalry corps, the Black Iron Cavalry, along with the White Dragon Cavalry, are known as Lagna's two main strike forces. What are those guys doing? Hurry, get out of the way. Tyr thought his companions would dodge on their own, but seeing them charging straight toward him, Tyr and his group quickly rolled to the side. Especially the young Cassandra, holding tightly in his arms. What are these guys doing? There's a child here. What are these guys doing? There's a child here. Ignoring Ares' protests, the heavy cavalry formed a circle, galloping in a large circle around Tyr and his group. Hey, who is that? Oh, it's the noble white-armored dragon cavalry, huh? Sorry, I didn't see you so small. Sorry. We thought our dragon knights would descend from the sky on white dragons. Isn't that right, kids? That's right, the captain is right. Haha, running so fast. There's no time to look around, if you don't want to get hurt. Just move out of the way yourself. Laughter came from beneath the helmets. Crack. Aerie gritted his teeth and glared at what looked like their leader. Pattaya, do you really want to die? Stop glaring like that. I told you it was an accident. An accident, huh? If it was an accident, would it be okay if we throw magic bombs into the Black Iron Cavalry's camp at midnight? Pattaya, the squad leader, looked cold. Even if it was a joke, you still have to stick to the bottom line. The bottom line? Who's the bottom line? You crossed the line. Aerie and Pattaya stared at each other for a long time. The other Black Iron Cavalry members did the same. Holding spears, they looked down at Tyr and his group, their eyes filled with killing intent. Of course, Tyr and his group didn't back down, although outnumbered. They were definitely not weak. They held their ground for a while. In the end, it was Pattaya who backed down. All right. What's the use of arguing with these little brats? We are magnanimous. Let's step back. Let's go, kids. Hey, Nee. Aerie angrily rushed out again. But those guys had already raised a cloud of dust from a distance. Aerie angrily rushed out again. But those guys had already raised a cloud of dust from a distance, and then disappeared into the military camp. Those guys really. Although Selford didn't speak, he was clearly also very angry. Ray, too, was complaining about his own matters. I noticed it. On the other hand, as for Tyr, he found this situation a bit difficult to understand. The relationship between the White Dragon Cavalry and the Black Iron Cavalry isn't good. But this time, it's too obvious. The answer to the doubt was learned after meeting Julius. A few days ago, on the front lines, the Black Iron Cavalry had a violent clash. There were quite a few casualties. Survival Path, Episode 166, White Tower Ruins. Julius, whom they hadn't seen for a while, looked tired. Recent battles have been frequent, and with all sorts of things intertwined. The feeling of irritability was unmistakable. His usual calm demeanor was gone. What happened with the violent clash? Selford and Aaron, of course, asked in surprise. Julius hesitated for a moment, and slowly spoke. The White Tower has always had natives managing it. You know, right? Yes, I roughly know. The White Tower is one of the ancient ruins that most people, apart from scholars in the academic world, don't really care about. There's a group of natives called the Tower Clan. They've been managing this tower for a long time. Normally, they provide cultural experiences for tourists who come to visit. They had differences over the protection of residential areas. The White Dragon Cavalry believes that to protect the still unexplored ruins, the Tower Clan and its residential areas must be protected, but the Black Iron Cavalry disagrees. They believe the battle situation is too intense, and there's no energy to protect the Tower Clan. They demand that they be forcibly relocated to other areas. Of course, conflicts are inevitable. Everyone has different opinions. Everyone has different thoughts. The problem is that there's been an attack-defense battle around and a Troy-like infiltration force involved. Thier felt as if an image appeared in his mind. There was street fighting happening. Kleiber and Airy quickly turned to Thier. Ulysses chuckled bitterly and nodded. That's right, and this is the form of battle we despise the most with the Black Iron Cavalry. During the process of clearing out the infiltrators, disordered conflicts broke out, and I think Troy-like forces may have planted spies inside the Tower Clan as well. Did you plant spies on our side as well? If I were Troy, what would I do? This is the conclusion I came to after thinking. If it makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. No, it's not that. Ulysses waved his hand, but he admired Thier's sharp insight into the situation. In the half year of traveling outside, my perspective has broadened. Indeed, that guy. And also, Thier will soon be recommended as a senior swordsman. Didn't you already hear from Julong through the letter? Ulysses thought for a moment. It seems like Thier's plan might need to be moved up. Anyway, they always disrupt us. It's really unbearable. Unbearable. Kleiber pondered for a moment before asking. Then wouldn't protecting the Tower Clan itself be dangerous? Well, it's unfortunate, but I think we don't really have any reason to protect them, right? Airy and Thier silently nodded. It's not about exterminating the Tower Clan entirely. Just find a place to monitor them for now. After the war ends, we can return their territory. But Ulysses chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Inside the White Tower, something mysterious was discovered. Anyone can understand the current situation just from this, right? As for the territory, we can return it after the war ends. But Ulysses chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Inside the White Tower, something mysterious was discovered. Anyone can understand the current situation just from this. Tyr's eyes sank deeply. It seems you need the Tower Clan's testimony. Yes, that's right. Before, we only knew that mysterious power was sealed beneath but how to unlock this seal? We haven't found a method yet, it seems. In the end, we'll still have to refer to the oral history or heritage of the Tower Clan. They're very cooperative on other matters, but especially closed off in this regard. Tyr nodded heavily. Sometimes it's an absolute power that can overturn a faction's hegemony. No wonder it's called unsolvable. Therefore, as the Tower Clan, they might be unwilling to give up the White Tower, which they have guarded for so long. On the other hand, for Lagna, who sees this place as their territory, they might think it's their land. The White Dragon Cavalry advocates maximum appeasement of the Tower Clan to obtain the mysterious power. This is the stance of the moderate faction. The Black Iron Cavalry, on the other hand, advocates a hardline stance, calling for pressure. This should be the correct understanding. Tyr reflected on the knowledge from his past life. If we talk about the mystery of the White Tower, it must be related to the morning star, the fastest rising star, the brightest star at dawn, the morning star. Legend says that the mysterious power of the White Tower was borrowed from the power of this morning star. It is known to have magical effects, but the problem is, Tyr wasn't sure of its exact nature, so it was Troyban who liberated it first, not Lagna. However, if we recall the fall of Troy City soon after, later evaluations might think it wasn't that impressive. Tyr also made a similar judgment. But we can't just let Troyban take them away. The Black Iron Legion is the same. Fortunately, although Pierre couldn't unravel the mystery, he knows how to approach him. At that moment, the task has been delivered. The main storyline task took only a short time. Visited the ancient dragon's ruins. Please obtain the mysterious power hidden here. Difficulty: A. Reward: Ancient Dragon's Relic. Death upon failure. The White Tower is left by the ancient dragon. Tyr's eyes widened slightly. In this way, he must have a reason to do this. Everyone, try to avoid conflicts with the Black Iron Age. The responsibility for protecting the tower residents lies with us. Their affairs and authority are in our hands. Unnecessary intervention will only bring trouble. The group nodded grimly. Julius relaxed the serious expression on his face. He smiled. I heard that your journey here was tough. Why not tell us about it? Did you not receive a report? Rather than reading those stiff documents, it's much better to hear a story directly. Are you just interested in listening casually? Haha, didn't expect that, huh? Everything is already prepared. Sherford's mischievous question made Julius clap his hands lightly. He clapped, and immediately the back door opened. The waiting crowd outside rushed in. You finally called us. We've been waiting for so long. Let's move the oak barrels first. Move the oak barrels inside. How's the meat? It's all roasted now. I took it. The members of the White Armor Regiment were carrying full barrels of wine and snacks. The banquet has started. Haha, what? The statue there has collapsed. The Trojans must have been terrified. The things they spent years building were suddenly destroyed. And then, what happened afterward? I've also heard the mysterious legends of the Wealthy Isles. I always thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Wow, let me touch it. After the noisy banquet started, this thought kept swirling in Tyr's mind. It wouldn't go away. The scattered tribes from the north finally gathered together. There were many familiar faces reunited, breaking through the cold and darkness to greet each other. The scene was lively. It was almost like the bustling atmosphere of a market. But the core topic was undoubtedly Tyr, a once-in-a-century idol. A rare star seen once in 1,000 years. The 1,000-year idol, right? Haha, ha, please stop teasing me. Our 1,000-year statue said the same thing, huh? The team members, without exception, treated Tyr with extreme affection. It was as if he was so beautiful that it took their breath away. Originally, the rules between the seniors and juniors here weren't strict. They were like a close family. Therefore, was treated like a beloved younger brother. His cheeks were still burning. It was as if he could still feel the force of that slap. Plus, everyone was a bit tipsy. Now they all had to feel the muscles on his limbs. One by one, they came close. It was exhausting. The problem was, what confused Tyr wasn't just the white armored dragon cavalry. Zhao Zhao's piece of meat looked very tasty. I really want a drink. I also had a little sip. Arthur, if these guys don't wake up, it will only increase their greed. But the scent is truly intoxicating. Had I known, I might as well have become a Buddha. Because the ghosts in the temple were also wandering around freely, making the noise even louder. The white armored dragon cavalry and the dragon tooth regiment. The atmosphere is almost identical. So similar. It makes you wonder if it was directly copied and pasted. There's no room for me to intervene at all. What should we do, sister? What else can we do? Your plan has failed miserably again. Damn, Hawks is so anxious. He keeps drinking beer in large gulps. During this time, he has been diligently training. Now, he should be confident enough to call himself Tyr's sword. His heart is full of confidence. There are indeed superior swordsmen in the world. Superior swordsmen. Also, according to Sheffield's speculation, if one's resolve is strong, perhaps it can rival the dragon rune sword technique. Hawk's confidence suddenly shrinks. At this rate, will I ever have a chance to stand by Tyr's side? You are too weak. However, sitting across from him, Ray, after hearing Erica's detailed explanation, unceremoniously what kind of person? Tyr has become stronger. I know that. No, you are even stronger than I thought. Tyr charged to the front lines, and you were playing around in the back. I wasn't playing around. I've also been working hard to participate in the battles recently. It's just child's play though. Hawks, feeling the emotions rising within him, slapped the table hard. He stood up, still calmly bringing the beer mug to his lips. Erica looked on with interest in the middle. Are they really going to fight? 10 seconds. What do you mean by 10 seconds? Explain it clearly. The time you spend lying on the ground. This guy because of this. The time I experience, and the time you experience are different. Yeah, do you really want to try? Just as Hawks fiercely tried to break Ray's defense, chewing, he didn't know when. The knife had already been placed on his chin. When exactly? Sorry, I held you in too high regard. At a loss. If I can't even capture this, then don't even think about standing beside Tyr. You'll only be at the same level as those friends who keep climbing higher. Lay seemed uninterested. He quietly put away his sword and left. Hawk stood there dazed for a long time. Lay's impact on him was indeed before the opening ceremony. There wasn't that much of a gap between them. Now, he couldn't even understand Lay's swordplay. Lay had already reached this level. Then what level has Tyr reached? His gaze remained fixed on Tyr. What kind of life are you living? Erica looked at her brother like this. She gently sipped her beer. This was also a new shock to her. Looks like I can't relax too much either. After the noisy atmosphere passed, Tyr could finally officially introduce himself to the other team members. The introductions were late. I am a feeble Sairman. I'm the captain of the second team. I am mainly in charge of exploring the Demon Sea. The second team captain is thin, with sharp eyes. He exudes a sinister aura, so his nickname is Sinister Sword. Fear thought he resembled a noble leopard. I'm Kirito Ken. Nice to meet you. Maybe we can drink together sometime. The third team captain extended his hand for a handshake. Just like his nickname, Iron Arm, he gave off a tough feeling overall, as if he were an immigrant from a far eastern country. His features include black eyes and yellow skin. I'm Hataraguna. Nice to meet you. The fourth team captain, Rocket, is a woman. Her surname Ragnar made people wonder if it was correct, because she had a warm personality and tone. But Pierre wasn't fooled, because he had already heard about her. 199. 00:05:49 for 39. 00:05:49 for 39. Because he had already heard about her. How violent can Hata be when she gets angry? I'm Pierre Ladna. I look forward to working with you. After Tyr respectfully greeted them, he stood in front of the last person. She appeared to be under 150 centimeters in height. She was short in stature. Her face was youthful, but hanging on her back was a giant spear over 3 meters long, making her seem quite fierce. She was the leader of the evil spirits, Amore Tan. As Julius's personal guard, she rarely appeared in public. She only operated in dangerous frontline areas. A team leader must possess extraordinary combat power. If the position of Dragon Slayer were to be given to someone, this lady would be the first to be mentioned. Although Tyr knew he was 30 centimeters shorter than Amore, he still felt she was. Hi, nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you. Just call me Sister Moore in private. Got it. But what didn't match her image was. Her voice was so cute. Wow, Sister Moore. Leader, where is your conscience? A person who is almost 60 years old actually says that. More importantly, when did Hello become a meteor shower? Rand came with a cool junior. He wanted to slightly manage his image. Aren't you all saying anything? When Amore lit the candles, the other three leaders hurriedly. Pierre awkwardly raised his cheek. The rumor that the leader is older than the general is true. A person almost 60 looks no older than 30. I really want to know the secret. Okay, tell Mom. Anyway, if you have any questions or problems in the future about the leader's life, feel free to come to me anytime. Amore lightly blinked one eye, but Pierre's attention was distracted by something else. Leader. Is this still a secret? Amore seemed to notice from Tyr's expression. He sensed something was wrong. He gently tapped his mouth with his hand. He secretly glanced at Julius. Julius sighed lightly. Anyway, I was going to tell you soon. Let me say it now. Fear Ragnar is a general. Fear suddenly straightened up, his spirits lifted. He straightened his back. Your achievements in this mission, combined with Lord Lantern's recommendation, you will soon participate in the Senior Swordsman Qualification exam. If you pass. Julius's eyes shone with light. Those were the dragon's eyes. You will form your own team. Fear's heart raced. The Way of Survival. The 167th White Tower. Thud. Thud thud. Fear finally managed to calm his beating heart. My Zorani. Originally, the white armored cavalry team could only have a maximum of 5 Zorani, right? Yes, that's right. But recently, Evelyn revealed his intention to resign from the leader position. Fear was shocked by this completely unexpected news. He wants to focus on the Dragon Gate Swordsman promotion exam he's currently undergoing. Haven't you completely passed the promotion exam yet? Becoming a Dragon Gate Swordsman is not easy. It's not about strength. Of course, the difficulty of the promotion exam increases significantly as the level rises, especially for Dragon Gate Swordsmen. As representatives of Ragnar, the exam process is very strict. Some even took over 3 years to pass the promotion exam. Therefore, Evelyn expressed his wish to focus on the promotion exam. Most importantly, maybe there's my reason too. Evelyn was the first sword to swear loyalty to Fear. So, of course, he would think that the position of clan leader belongs to Fear, and he has no attachment to it. Moreover, if he becomes a Dragon Gate swordsman this time, and stood by Tyr's side, he would believe that he could become a sharper sword. I always hear from Evelyn. Evelyn recommended you as a successor. I called the leaders to ask for their opinions. Based on this recommendation, Amore, Itigo, and Grito, the 3 leaders' gazes were firmly fixed on Tyr. 2 out of the 4 voters were in favor. 1 was against. 1 abstained. It did not reach a majority. Therefore, we also considered the opinions of other members, especially those who worked with you on this mission. Selford, Gardner, and Arlen. Negative's opinion. Tyr hurriedly turned towards Selford and Arlen. What happened? Selford and Arlen just silently waved over. So the conclusion is conditional agreement. What are the 2 conditions? 1 is the qualification of a senior swordsman, passing the promotion exam. The passing here does not include retaking the exam. Julius then bent his second finger. The other is to make a contribution in the war with Troyban, although you are still young. Please prove you have enough leadership skills to lead the team. Although the conditions are harsh, these are things that Tyr must prove. The corner of Julius's mouth lifted. So, want to give it a try? Do you remember last year? When I joined the White Armor Knights, I said something completely nonsensical words, but Julius had not forgotten Tyr's revenge at that time. You said you would replace my position within 5 years. Right, there are still 4 years left. It and Grito looked at Julius in shock. Is that rumor true? You're not joking, right? No longer seeing Tyr as just a proud newcomer. Only Amore knew the truth. She looked at him with strange eyes. Yes, it seems I can't fulfill that promise anymore. What do you mean? At this rate, what can be achieved in 2 years? Haha, after retirement, consider doing something. It's also a good way to pass the time. Julius's laughter echoed in the barracks. Id and Corrido awkwardly rubbed their cheeks. Amore laughed cheerfully. Julius's eyes curved into arcs. All right, try it your way. Although I always say it's not easy, it's precisely because it's difficult. That makes success more interesting. Isn't that right? Anyway, you're quite eloquent. All right, I'll accept your proposal. Everyone, get ready. Julius gave a wink to the 3 captains. They quietly left. What's the content of the promotion exam? I can't tell you yet. But it's already been approved by the Central Command. The exam will be in 3 days. Although the situation is tense, the time won't, but it will be tough. Better be prepared. I'm already looking forward to it. Yeah, that's good. Luckily, you didn't complain about the short preparation time. Fear smiled quietly. But in his heart, he replied, no, it's really enough. If that's the case, I should be able to recover the relics, the position of the relics captain, and the youngest senior swordsman position. Fear this time will completely consolidate his position as the 6th generation candidate. Cheers to our Theer Ragnar, captain. Another toast to our youngest senior swordsman. Cheers, finally. A toast to our new recruit. Cheers. Theer's declaration of becoming captain within 2 years has already become a meme. It's spreading through the white armored cavalry. He used to stay there. The white armored cavalry pursues a family-like atmosphere, while also not giving up their Ragnar identity. They don't consider themselves the root of Ragnar. So, instead, they support backup candidates with ambition and talent. What if Theer really replaced Julius? Then, it would bring a different kind of fun. Julius would be laughed at. Hawks understood the atmosphere of the white armored cavalry, so he wanted to integrate into it. But this time, due to Lei's remarks, he couldn't do it at all. Erica looked at the tearful scene that didn't match the size, sighed deeply. Not knowing what to do. Is anyone here? The team members instinctively turned to the door, then frowned. For a moment, the barracks fell silent. Oh, everyone is happily playing. Did I interrupt? How dare this lowly mutt come to such a noble den? Pitaya frowned at Ares' reprimand, but remembering his role as a messenger, he bowed to Julius. Our captain sent a letter to Theer Ragnar. I'm here to deliver it. Is it from the Lord? Yes, from Theer Ragnar, not only a member of the white armored cavalry, but also the heir. Tokal sent this letter as the heir, not as the captain of the black armored cavalry, to another heir, Theer. Of course, it has nothing to do with inheritance. The white armored cavalry should consciously step aside. Aerie instantly became angry, but Selford grabbed his hand from the side. We first need to confirm their thoughts. Is it from Peer Ragnar? Yes, please take it. Peer took the letter Pitaya handed him. He opened the envelope. The contents were simple. The 5 candidates are having a meeting. They invited him to join. It actually acknowledged him as the 6th candidate. If it was just to annoy the white armored cavalry, then they certainly succeeded. But it's not just that. What are they really thinking? The Tokal Theer knows. He is definitely not someone who acts impulsively. He knows how to lay multiple foreshadows with every step. In Pitaya's arrogant smile, there was a hint of, do you dare to refuse this proposal? Things are starting to get interesting. Even if they respect him, it's only because they need him, not because they truly respect Tyr. Maybe they call him a successor, but they still treat him as a rookie. Sending someone like him as a messenger seems to have some meaning. So, Tyr's response could only be one. He folded the letter back up and returned it. Thank you for your proposal, but I've just joined the troops. Once things are resolved, I will thank you properly. Pitaya's expression turned stiff. Are you saying you refuse Lord Tokal's proposal? If my situation can be clearly conveyed, Lord Tokal will understand. There's not only Lord Tokal here, but also Lord Lees, Lord Gizhar, and Lord Antaya. Tyr's eyes suddenly brightened. Gizhar and Antaya, as twins, they were monsters among the 5th generation candidates, at least to that. Except for the actual highest position of inheritance, Golden Karen, all the others are gathered here. 4 out of the 5 candidates have come. As expected, this is not an ordinary social gathering. Their relationships are like water and oil. They are each at odds with each other's life. They will never merge. Although I once wondered why they would gather, as expected, Tyr's response remained the same. This way is better. I think others will fully understand my situation. You will regret this. Pitaya's face turned red, as if he was feeling regret. He nervously stood up abruptly and left the white armor. The Dragon Knights looked at his back. They felt both relieved and entertained, and with a look of confusion, they glanced at Tyr. Can we really refuse that invitation? There's actually no need to force staying here. Not just without understanding anything, joining their chess game. I would just be led by the nose. After hearing Tyr's telepathic message, Julius chuckled. As expected, This guy has his own schemes. He instinctively knows how important the initiative is in a competitive relationship. He rejected my invitation. Yes, he comes from humble origins, yet his attitude is so arrogant. Captain, I really want to bring fire right now. Why do you want the table? These are immediate execution candidates, even if there is great resentment towards the white armored dragon knights. Please understand the situation. Sorry. Thank you for your hard work. I'll leave now. Tokul watched Pattaya leave the camp. Lise, who was quietly pouring wine nearby, smiled. Because the foolish subordinates are working hard, right? There's nothing to be said. Sister, isn't it time for a pleasant collection? Aren't you going to take it out? Lise opened her hands and reached towards the side. A woman with short hair and sharp eyes took out money from her wallet and placed it in Lise's palm. The bet on whether Pierre would accept Tokul's invitation. In this gathering, the only winner is Lise. I told you, right? Pierre is just young, but his mind works much faster than ours. If you underestimate him, you'll end up like I did before. Sister, you are? The one who lost to Tyr in the succession war. That is it true? Yeah, it's impossible. Gizhar, the pencil beast, looked at Lise incredulously. He is the first in the death squad, the highest-ranking organization, a hidden expert in the team. Even a master who can't guarantee victory for himself, he actually would retreat? If I think about it, Pierre is only 16 years old. This is simply an unbelievable situation. But Lejo admitted it without hesitation, even though it might damage his reputation. The trap we set. We don't want to be led around. What do you mean? Yes, Pierre has already started setting traps for himself, to catch us. Gizhar and Antir's expressions turned stiff. Only Tokul looked at Lejo with a puzzled look. Survival of the fittest, the 168th White Tower ruins. We'll deal with him. When Tokul spoke, Gizhar and Antir's eyes turned to him. It seems like you really support Tyr. The atmosphere in Ragnar is this could turn into a situation full of meaning. Have you already allied with Tyr? It's a question of meaning. But Lejo seemed unconcerned. He crossed his arms and openly responded with a sneer. Whatever you say, I did win again. Isn't it strange if you deny that? On the contrary, if someone, he should actually be praised. When I sit on the main seat, I would employ such a child. But from an older sister's perspective, you might think this way. All the candidates present think that sitting on the main seat is a given. Tokul tasted the food. He had originally wanted to ask about Nabin, and also wanted to ease the tense relationship with the white armored cavalry, so he wanted to sit down and chat. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. His light was fixed on the empty seat prepared for Tyr. His expression Your banquet ended faster than expected. Lejo felt bored since Tyr was no longer there. He was the first to leave his seat. Tokul also left, citing being drunk as an excuse. In the end, Gizhar and Antir could only leave with dissatisfaction with the gathering, thinking to themselves, why did they even come here? What, don't you think so? Lise, sister, and Tokul that guy. In the end, they only talked about that bastard, and it was over. No progress at all. Well, there's nothing to be done. There's nothing else to say there, isn't it? Facing Gisher's anger, Antir shrugged his shoulders. The previous meeting was supposed to discuss the war with Troyban, and how to prevent potential new candidates, but no consensus was reached on the matter of collusion. I felt from the start, that guy walking with us was a mistake. If he wants to grow, he should step up on his own. It's too early to elevate him. If not for your task, I would have already. Antir didn't respond, although he's my brother born in the same boat. The truth is, his bloodline superiority thinking is far from mine. What do you want to do? Make him understand. Gisher's eyes glinted coldly. Let him realize that he's not fit to be compared with us. Let him be. Antir shrugged. We don't have much of a relationship anyway. How Tyr treats him is of no concern to me. If Tyr falls behind in the competition, he won't need to put much thought into it. And if Antir falls behind, fewer competitors is a good thing. He seeks to gain the most value with the least investment. But Gizhar agreed with this view. Because his lovely sister always stands by his side, he believed it would be the same this time. But this was just a simple misunderstanding. Let's see. Brothers return. Tyr and Ray Hawks, the siblings, left the main barracks. However, Ray Lagner suddenly blocked in front of Ray. A guy over 2 meters tall showed a fierce expression. Ray looked very small, but Lei Manhwa showed no fear. He just tilted his head in confusion, not understanding why that guy was like this. Lei's gaze involuntarily turned toward Erica, silently asking if he knew. But Erica just shrugged. Lei then turned toward Tyr. Tyr also awkwardly tilted his cheek. He asked Hawks. Hawks, why suddenly challenge Lei to a duel? Because I'm the senior. As a veteran of the unit, I have an obligation to let the younger generation, who doesn't understand the ways of death, feel the greatness of their seniors, to make them truly experience the life of the unit. That strange old guy. Erica impatiently covered her face with her hand, but Hawk's eyes were serious. Using this return report as an opportunity, Lei was officially recognized as a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Although he hasn't been selected as a partner yet, so he's not an official member, but at least he's a reserve member. This made Hawks feel threatened. If Thier becomes the team leader, the position of the team member will open up, to be chosen by Thier. I need to prove my worth. Lei didn't say much. He drew his sword, and also his spear. The two weapons collided instantly, but Hawks was no longer easily defeated as before. He focused all his senses. With all his strength. Forget about that fool. Let's go. Thier was thinking about what to do. Erica tugged at his arm. You don't need to watch, it's fine. The result will be as obvious. Anyway, what you get from there depends on you. We just need to look at the result. By the way, don't you have something to do? What should we do? How did you know? The whole time during the banquet, you were worried about when your butt would stop moving. Everyone else should have noticed, right? Where are you going? Let's go. I'll take you there. You don't know the way. Thier smiled bitterly. He seemed to really want to challenge the task quickly. It was very obvious. The team members were likely holding a welcome party for him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. He would have to thank the leaders individually later, since it's like this. Anyway, it's not like I can always hide in the back. I want to go to the ruins. The ruins are for later. It's because we're going tonight. Erica didn't quite Then her eyes widened. You mean? Not sure yet. Try not to let the Black Iron Knights know. Erica nodded blankly. She suddenly remembered. Pierre had once solved the mysterious incident of the tutoring. A smile of excitement appeared on her face. She thought to herself, if he could make the Black Iron Knights, who had always been eyeing the White Tower, it would make her feel good. The White Tower's appearance is unique. It's easy to recognize, even from a distance. This 11-story tower, made of white marble, leans more than 10 degrees. As if it could collapse at any moment. Although it looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa I saw in my previous life, it's even more dilapidated. Stop. No entry near the tower after 10 p.m. Please identify yourselves and step back. Resistance will be dealt with immediately. Guarding the White Tower are the heavily armored knights in red plate armor. They wear deep pressure helmets. You can't even see their faces. The Red Arrow Knights. This invincible group only follows the orders of the family head, Kyle. Since the value of the White Tower was discovered, it's unknown when Troyban will attempt to take it. How to deal with it wasn't expected. Thier looked at the task execution location, glowing blue. The Iron Knights and Tokal hadn't had a chance to respond. I originally planned to quickly recover the mysterious item. That way. I actually think it's better to wait until we officially receive permission tomorrow before. However, the combat inspectors of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Erica rank Thier Ragnar. On the orders of Dragon Cavalry Captain Malin and Julius Ragnar, arrived at the White Tower for an investigation. Erica presented her identification. Then, casually, she chatted for a while. The Red Armored Knight frowned. I haven't heard that Dragon Knights would visit at this time. Yes, it's probably because it was decided just recently, because of Thier Ragnar's promotion exam. So we're here for emergency assistance. The official documents should have already been sent to the Knight's headquarters. Do you know who this child is? The Red Armored Knight showed a troubled expression in the Ragnar family. Who wouldn't recognize Thier's face? He is about to become the youngest senior. The rumors of the inspector have long spread. Before the official documents are issued, we'll wait here. Well, everyone is their own. Why be so strict? We only need to check the area around the White Tower. The Red Armored Knight hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Unlike the Black Iron Cavalry, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry has a good relationship with the Knight Corps. Moreover, Thier is the 6th-generation candidate heir. Seems unnecessary to be too strict. The Black Iron Cavalry would also be interested. He had received money from the Black Iron Cavalry. If the White Armored Dragon Cavalry does anything unusual at the White Tower, notify them immediately. There's no problem anyway. He plans to immediately relay the message to Pattaya. But please, before the official documents arrive, only check the outer area. Afterwards, I'll allow you to enter. As expected. The Red Armored Knight is indeed much more generous than those petty people. This could be troublesome. Let's pretend Even so, it feels nice to be praised. The Red Armored Knight cheerfully opened the roadblock. Erica gave Thier a look, seemingly asking how her performance was. Thier chuckled lightly. He walked towards the White Tower with her. He felt a familiar presence. Didn't expect to find a new relic so quickly. At that moment, communication with Roadblock was established. It was filled with a welcoming feeling. Do you know what the function of that tower is? I'm not too sure either. I only know that it leads to a door to somewhere. Thier thought. This is somewhat different from the information he knew, but he thought he could confirm the details later. So he took out the cyan key. The key looked at Thier as Erica had a puzzled expression on her face. Thier smiled. Want to learn something interesting? The White Tower we see over there was originally a disguise. It was used for disguise. The real one is here. Thier's gaze turned to the ground beneath him. Erica's gaze followed and moved towards that spot, but in her eyes, a blue light was swirling at Thier's feet. There's something hidden underground. Thier inserted the key into the ground and turned it. Click. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of unlocking, the ground shook with a rumble. Erica's eyes widened. The ground vibrated, drawing strange patterns. Mysterious circles spun, creating an illusion as if something was opening. What was even more shocking was that the first floor of the collapsed White Tower suddenly lit up, as if welcoming something's arrival. What's going on here? The Red Arrow Knights hurriedly ran to inquire. I wanted to wait for the Black Iron Knights' arrival, but something just felt off. I'll go after them. When the Black Iron Knights arrive, please tell them about the mystery of the White Tower. The White Armor team will take it first, ignoring the Red Arrow Knights' confusion. Tyr, not knowing when, had fully immersed himself in the light. Boom. The task has begun. A notification sound came to his ears. Survival Path 169, White Tower, 1 hit, 4 boom. What's going on here? Sudden, urgent notification. People from the military camp around the White Tower gathered together, because the White Tower suddenly lit up. To be precise, only one floor lit up, but that was enough to shock everyone. This incident should be held accountable, no matter what. The White Tower has opened. Arthur, what do we do now? Especially the native people who have guarded the White Tower for generations, are strongly protesting. The red-armored knights stationed there, their broken imperial language, and the way they argued made everyone furious. Damn it. Who would have thought that the mysterious door would open there? Then they realized there wasn't even an official document. Thinking about the possible punishments in the future, the tension has already begun, but it can't show on the outside. The red-armored knight heavily struck the ground with his arrow. Everyone be quiet. The details are still under investigation. Until further notice. Please behave yourselves. The other red-armored knights, who rushed over quickly, also drew their swords. The natives had no choice but to retreat, but they didn't truly accept it. Their eyes were filled with resentment. Some even picked up slingshots, or prepared to pull bows. The tense moment when a conflict seemed imminent, all cleared away. A cold voice reached the ears of the natives, and the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Ah, it's the demons. It's the demons. The natives called them demons. There is only one place. The Black Iron Cavalry. A cavalry composed of several squads of 5 men each. Armed with spears, they attempted to approach. Even with the defense formation of the subordinates, they couldn't resist the cavalry's charge. Boom, boom, boom. Kakufi I saw. Kakufi I saw. With a hammering sound, the formation was completely broken apart. When the screams of the natives ended, the Black Iron Cavalry had already occupied the area around the White Tower. From now on, this area will be protected by our Black Iron Cavalry. All the White Tower people suspected of rebellion will be closely monitored. Understood, understood. Tokal even planned to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the troublemakers, the White Tower people. Arthur Sean withdrew the White Armor Dragon Knights, but the situation had already ended. But under the helmet, Tokal's face remained tense. There was no sign of relaxation. The mysterious item they needed most had already fallen into the hands of the person they feared the most. How did this happen? With a faint clicking sound, he muttered. So, he's the chosen one of this era? His muttering was too soft. No one around heard it. A flat tone, without any emotion. The Black Iron Cavalry seems to have already occupied the White Tower. Right, huh? Our little brother really caused a big mess. Damn Julius. That report to Amore Tan. He frowned. What exactly is that guy, Tyr, thinking? He should have warned us earlier. At least we could have been prepared. Since he suddenly ran out from the welcome party, he doesn't look very good. Some of the team members are only now hurriedly putting on their armor. This is clearly disobeying orders. When Tyr Lagner returns, second captain It Borsman frowned, looking at the White Tower. If Tyr were here, it seems like he would repeatedly tear him apart, but Amore just casually responded. What makes you think this is disobedience? That's because he disobeyed the standby order. Forgot. The 5th captain position is still vacant. Tyr Lagner only came back a few hours ago. There hasn't been an official order yet. It's that order. Rebellion. We were originally planning to send a cooperation document, although we did lie. But if we insist there's nothing to it, wouldn't that make it fine? If necessary, our captain will really answer that it's in preparation. This guy is really a hedgehog. Hehe, that's why I like him more. Let's catch Tyr's 2 families and have some fun. Arthur, though a rookie, it's a bit laughable for him to play these little tricks. But from another angle, I think he's too much of a hedgehog. It's hard to tell whether to like him or hate him. He knows very well how to not make others dislike him, but just because of him, things have become so big. If nothing happens as a result, the order will be in chaos. I agree. No matter how cute, a mistake is a mistake, right? Both of you stop talking. By the way, where is Erica Rank? I remember he went to the White Tower with Tyr. Julius mediated their dispute. Changing the subject. Amore rubbed the back of his head. It seems like he was detained by the Red Arrow Knights. The Red Arrow Knights? Yes, I just sneaked a look at them. They're very angry. After all, we tricked them. They won't let him go easily. One more enemy for the Black Iron Cavalry. Fear must have some plan for doing this. But what the plan is, I can't figure it out. You know about the collusion between the Red Arrow Knights and the Black Iron Cavalry? I only heard a hint about it from Mr. Robble. That's when I learned this fact. Anyway, although I don't know where I heard it from, I think it's impressive. Maybe we can connect the two places well. Since the natives' captives have been transferred over there, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry has few means left to counter the Black Iron Cavalry and the Red Arrow Knights alliance. There are few means left to counter the alliance between the Black Iron Cavalry and the Red Arrow Knights. That is also the punishment we impose, or a matter to be judged by the law hall. The Red Inspection Knights' intervention is an act beyond the department's authority. Hearing Julius' words, the members of the White Dragon Knight squad turned their gaze towards him. Even the White Dragon was ready to surround the White Tower. Captain, that might trigger a civil war, trying to persuade him, but he said he would take full responsibility. He understood. At this point, he no longer insisted. Instead, he faithfully carried out the orders, because that is what a captain should do. The White Dragon Knight squad surrounded the White Tower. The White Dragon waiting outside the camp was summoned. It occupied the sky above the White Tower. The sight of hundreds of wyverns flying together was enough to heighten the tension. Before they knew it, the White Dragon Knight squad had formed ranks, emanating fighting spirit, filled with a sense of oppression. The White Dragon Knight squad gradually surrounded the White Tower, tightening the encirclement. The Black Iron squad was not willing to be outdone. They stood firm like iron arms. They instead brought out their long horses, slowly walking out from behind the black barrier. It was more magnificent than the other armored horses. It shone with a black stone-like glow. That was Torkel, the captain of the White Dragon Knight squad. I believe you are aware that your current actions might be seen as a sign of rebellion. Torkel intentionally used a neutral tone to address Julius as the captain of the White Dragon Knight squad. Do not treat him as the Dragon King now. A warning, but in Julius' eyes, those small gestures were just futile. Perhaps for this reason, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. As a result, the expressions of the Black Iron squad members became stiff. I know you not only detained our squad members. Please release them immediately. Julius didn't even inject magic into his voice. It was like, if you could hear it, you would. If you didn't want to, you wouldn't. Especially his self-light did not miss. Behind the black barrier, the enemy knight group in red armor. It seemed like they were hiding something. They gathered closely together. If they can't do it, what should they do? How should they act instantly? The smile at the corner of Julius's mouth suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a magic storm spread in all directions. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry, the Black Iron Cavalry, and the enemy knight group in the White Tower were instantly controlled around them. When exactly, Torkel was about to tighten the reins, he suddenly saw the black blade hovering behind his neck. His face became serious. The Black Iron Cavalry and the enemy knight group. Everyone felt their spines chill. The black smoke whizzed, spinning crazily around Julius. It seemed as though he was surrounded by a black vortex. His figure was hard to fully identify. His shoulders became heavy. His head was pressed down. His legs bent. The end of days, formed by condensed magic from above, coldly stared with eyes, overlooking them. The strange howls from the frightened white dragons, as if the end of the world had come, added to the eerie atmosphere. According to Ragnar's law, the Black Iron Legion and the Red Arrow Knights all swallowed nervously. Julius's face, which seemed kind, this fact surfaced in their minds. Only Torkel was completely immersed in that heavy atmosphere. Thud thud. But even so, it still couldn't completely defeat Julius's momentum. Are we supposed to create an internal conflict right under the enemy's nose? Let's give it a try then. You still have Troy? Just crush it. Torkel laughed. The demon dragon laughed wildly. Where Tyr was located was a small hall of about 100 square meters. Along the curved, sharply pointed walls, a spiral staircase spiraled upwards. The further up you went, the narrower the space became. The ceiling also tilted slightly, as if inside the White Tower. Is this the task of climbing the tower? Just as Tyr was about to quietly move, boom, a long-lost guest arrived. Suddenly, in the originally empty space, a two-legged crocodile in a butler's suit appeared, with curved horns on its left temple. Its face looked fierce, but its manner and aura seemed refined. Kairatosukis Long. You humans, appearing in this world, already extinct, the ancient lower beings. Originally, they were supposed to have an intelligence level lower than even beasts, but this guy seems a bit different. Truly amazing. When you say that, it sounds like the livestock are really pathetic. Tyr was indeed surprised, because he also heard it. The special message only conveyed to Rodblock, so Rodblock seemed quite interested. The spirit of Rodblock appeared beside Tyr. This is quite extraordinary. The rhombus looks very high, almost at demigod level. What exactly are hidden under the ancient dragon, without this half-body? Upon hearing that word, Tyr's eyes widened. With a status comparable to Kair or Hilda, I pay tribute to the great guardian dragon and its chosen partner. Kairatosukis respectfully folded his short arms. The Rusted is the manager of the ancient dragon, and also the envoy of the Pantheon. I am the manager of this White Tower. My name is Kairatola. Chapter 170. The Kairatosukis to Rodblock. Brock nodded at the question. A guardian is someone who, because of the law of causality, cannot easily interfere with the mortal world. The gods who protect this world, right? That's you. Exactly. Kaladasux turned his gaze toward Fear. The white of the White Tower represents purity. It is the sight seen when all light gathers together. In other words, this is the place where all the gods' gazes meet. It seems that gods truly exist. Although there are companion gods like Kale or Hilda, this doesn't mean that divinity itself is denied. However, Fear has never truly witnessed a god. Indeed, this world is not without religion. That's the reason why. Yes, it may be very different from what you imagined. The image of a god people usually imagine is quite different from true power or authority. Most of them don't have the correct form. They are usually ideal. Looks like the filtering mechanism has been triggered. I can no longer continue. Kaladasux smiled bitterly, stroking his chin. He winked at Fear. Like this, what you saw is also related to the Hall of Gods. Let's leave it at that. The things the companions are watching. Companion, do you know what that guy is saying? Thud thud. His heartbeat quickened. I know this news. Strange blue information never seen by other chosen ones. The game system experienced for the first time in life. A similar form and interface. The structure had raised many questions. Could that be related to the Pantheon? It's difficult to explain further. Anyway, it will be filtered out. But after the cycle, one will naturally understand. But Kaladasux stopped him with a hand. It seems there's indeed something unusual. As expected, it's different from other companions. Roadbrock seemed excited on the side. Fear clenched his fists tightly. This certainty surged. Anyway, if I were to explain. This White Tower is a medium for me. The will of the gods can be projected. It can be considered as one of the few holy places. Tyr quietly listened to the explanation. Therefore here, the gods can observe your every move. Are the gods watching me? Yes, and clap Karadasukis lightly applauded. Countless message windows popped up behind him. So many people are already watching you. Countless messages rising and disappearing. Such unpleasant gazes. Unlike Tyr, who could only sense it. Tyr also strongly felt it. The first thing he felt was disgust, like sticky. Like a lion stuck and unable to shake off. They haven't seen real viewers for a long time, and you don't have to just focus on the bad side. After all, the medical tests and evaluations here will be decided by them. We have to perform well to gain their support. Right? Although it may sound direct, it is indeed above the creator. And there are also benefactors. And the architects. Haha, everyone take care of me. Happily waving to the messages. Happy, cheerful, although I don't know what it is. But it looks like it's very joyful. Everyone says this is a wonderful performance. This is the first time I've encountered this situation, but it seems more straightforward than expected. If next time, we might become good drinking buddies. The dragon agrees. Tyr felt it. Realizing that gods are more emotional than imagined. Not that they are detached from the mundane, but rather because they are detached, they are more passionate and emotional. Anyway, Tyr felt that his prejudice against the gods was gradually disappearing. So what test do I need to accept? Although the miracles of the White Tower were once activated, Tyr still felt 249. 00:08:15, 759. 00:08:15, 759. But Tyr always felt test content at that time is very different from what you will experience now, carved into your subconscious and genetic memory. Delving deeper into the collective unconscious archetype, you will explore your soul. Of course, with that foundational base, Kaladasux stroked the tower wall, continuing to explain. The white of the White Tower not only represents the gods, but also the soul of the observer. Climbing the tower, in a sense, is like a guardian. Kaladasux proposes the self-exploration advice to you. Reflect on yourself. Explore the secrets of your soul. If you delve too deep and can't escape, it may lead to isolation. Please note, the tower has 13 levels in total. The evaluation and rewards will be higher. So, how about giving it a try? Fear didn't think much. If he was determined to collect all the artifacts, then this also couldn't be abandoned. Instead, he began thinking about how to conquer the 13th level. Kaladasux smiled. You made the right decision. Well then, let's begin. Clap. Applause again. Arthur followed Kaladasux's figure and disappeared. The spiral staircase along the wall gathered to the center. Then, his camera appeared in front of Fear. The red carpet was also laid out, as if urging him to step on it quickly. The unconscious world is not so easy to see. Because it is a realm of imagination, it is completely different from the real world. Laws are at work. Irrational things happen like common sense. Be careful. It's actually something that Roddy doesn't know. Something unknown. For me, nothing is easier than the irrational. With part of Earth's memories, experiencing a fantasy world and going through reincarnation, what could be more irrational than that? Here, under the farewell of Roadbrock, passed through the first floor. He arrived at the second floor. Then the bright light on the first floor lit up. Unknowingly, Rodblock's figure disappeared in the outside world. The lights on the first floor of the... It was at this moment that with a whoosh, it entered the second floor. When Tyr fully passed through the light curtain, on the vast marble floor, a man was sitting cross-legged with his back to Tyr. Unlike Tyr, who was wearing white clothes, he was dressed in black clothes. His hair was also different from Tyr's long black hair. It was short and white. He seemed to be lost in deep thought. He didn't react to any sounds or movements. Tyr paused for a moment, because he seemed to know who the other person was. To officially enter the unconscious world, you first need to open the door of consciousness. Please defeat the me before you. Open that door. The sitting man slowly stood up and turned around, just like his clothes and hair, which were completely opposite to Tyr's. They looked like twins. Tyr, with blue eyes, stamped his foot hard on the ground, both hands gripping the white Yuezi sword and the black Longsha sword. As expected, it was the opposite of the actual Tyr. Tyr quickly drew the Yuezi sword and Longsha sword. From this, it was clear that his strength, skills, and abilities were identical to mine. Is that why you want to defeat me? Seems interesting. When else will I encounter such an opponent? But the blue-eyed Tyr didn't smile. The full buff state began. Time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown started. The heart of the dragon and the dantian thumped rapidly, creating a resonance. A longer dragon human mode was activated. The Yuezi sword and Longsha sword in Tyr's hands dropped. This guy really has the same skills and strength as I do. A direct confrontation would make it hard to determine the winner, and I'll try a new combat strategy. The result will either be success or defeat, but Tyr stakes everything. The Yuezi sword and Longsha sword dropped and sped through the air. The Ling Miao sword at his waist also separated from its sheath. The three swords merged into one. The blue-eyed Tyr fell. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the blue-eyed Tyr retreated, a sword would embed itself into the ground. The ground cracked. After 3 swords, the blue-eyed Tyr unknowingly backed against the wall. There was no more room to retreat. Tyr seized the opportunity and drew Drake's. The blue-eyed Tyr dodged to the side. The great sword deeply embedded where he had been standing. Tyr ran in the direction where the sword was embedded in the wall. A huge crack appeared on the wall. Countless fragments flew, lightning flashing amidst them. Boom, boom, boom. The wave of lightning struck the blue-eyed Tyr. He hastily rolled on the ground. The great sword narrowly missed his head, but Tyr's assault did not stop. The 3 swords, which had originally been embedded in the ground, mysteriously lifted again along with telekinesis. Although he had previously only used a short sword for sword techniques, his magic control had greatly improved. Even a long sword was now sufficient. Then the thunder dragon formed. There was a roaring, far more powerful than the lightning dragon of the death's rhythm. It was even larger than before. 3 mighty thunder dragons leaped out, opening their wide mouths. The moon sword was merciless and cruel, seemingly fully inheriting the will to save, trampling everything, chasing the blue-eyed Tyr. The great sword in his hand was instantly shattered. A look of confusion appeared on his face. The dragon sand sword was incredibly sharp. It seemed to contain Kriemhild's swordsmanship. It was so fast that the blue-eyed Tyr couldn't react in time. Crack, whoosh, whoosh. His right arm was severed. He retreated. His left hand was instantly covered in lightning. It seemed that if his swordsmanship wasn't enough, he would have to use magic. A lightning ball surged forward. Bright light filled the second floor. Ling Yao faced the thunder dragon head-on, twisting his body. Exhaling breath. The magic was vertically refracted, scratching fiercely against the ceiling. The blue-eyed Tyr was blasted away along with the shockwave, becoming pitch black. His body had been damaged more than half. His handsome face was now disfigured from burns, but instead of pain or fury, the more obvious emotion on his face was curiosity. It looks like you're curious. About why, with the same ability, you still lost to me. The blue-eyed Tyr collided with something hard. Looking up, the real Tyr was coldly looking down at him. Here, unlike you. I've always been changing. That's the only difference. The blue-eyed Tyr seemed to want to say something. Under the crimson fountain of blood, the stairs leading to the 3rd floor appeared. Without hesitation, Tyr ran towards it again, climbing 1 floor every 43 seconds. This is the time Tyr spent, killing another version of himself. Survival Path, Chapter 171, The Root. Entering the 3rd floor, humans are social animals. In relationships with others, everyone plays different roles and wears different masks at different times. We call these masks the persona masks. Consciousness is the collection of countless persona masks. Remove all the persona masks. Open the door, please open it. If the Tyr on the 2nd floor is the opposite shadow, then waiting on the 3rd floor is Tyr, but it is Tyr in various forms. There are those with abnormally large faces, and some as tall as 5 meters like giants, and some holding long spears instead of swords. Others are dressed in robes like mages, and there are some who are very small, like elves. The one with the large face looks terrified. Maybe it's paranoia. The giant may have enhanced my weakness. The spear could suggest I'm... Wow, so many variations. It's truly amazing. and there are even more different forms of Tyr, including Tyr in Crimshield armor, Tyr, wrapped in black shadows like a shadow dragon, to be more precise. It seemed to be an item categorized as a talent in the status bar. It had materialized. This could be a more specialized manifestation of the talent Tyr originally possessed. Perhaps Tyr could immediately show the best state of these talents. That's impressive, Tyr smiled. There's nothing more pleasing than finding a way to grow stronger. He's a cultivation maniac. There's nothing more exciting than discovering a way to get stronger. True cultivation fanatic. The godless system is welcome. The message about the gods reflecting in strange places made him wonder why that was happening. But soon, he returned to reality, because the persona mask began to move. Tyr, dressed in long spearmen and cream, with hilt armor. And the elves and mages reciting strange spells, their fingers flicking in the air. Half human, half dragon, and giants fiercely swinging their swords. Thunderbolts came crashing down from the sky. Ground was swept by sword energy. In the midst of the intense attacks, Tyr levitated 3 swords, the moon-white dragon shark spirit sword, in the air, his eyes infused with spirit. The chronoglyph began to spin. A blurry dial appeared beneath Tyr's feet. The hands began to slowly move. The outside world seemed to freeze as if everything had quieted down. The thunderbolts about to strike Tyr, and the sword energy ready to cut him, were also halted. Of course, time hadn't completely stopped. The consciousness world became steeper. Tyr could find a few gaps amidst the dense lightning and sword energy. In that moment, the inspiration of the sword reached its peak. His mind went blank. The gaps he found were connected by lines. They intertwined to form surfaces. Without hesitation, Tyr stepped forward. At this moment, the battlefield was completely in Tyr's control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 divine swords flew out. It seemed like something flashed by. When external time resumed, the thunderbolts and sword energy narrowly grazed Tyr, striking the innocent ground and walls. When external time resumed, the thunderbolts and sword energy narrowly grazed Tyr, striking the innocent ground and walls. He only moved 1 step, accompanied by a brief, slicing sound. Whoosh, blood gushed out. The persona masks of the separated body all fell to the ground. Then the sword resonated. The mouth was indeed effective. After using the divine cocoon to control the sword, even Chrono, Graph and the sword spider harmonized. It caused a bigger explosion than expected. It was enough to overturn all existing abilities. Snap, Tyr moved to the 4th floor again. The time for the stairs got faster. Torkel fell into deep thought. What should I do? Julius Momentum has completely occupied the area around the White Tower, although he was also mentioned as one of the candidates to fill the vacant position of the Azure Dragon. He is still far from the Demon Dragon. My skin feels a sting, but if I retreat here, the Black Iron Squad's morale will plummet. The secret alliance with the Knights of the Enemy will also be in vain. People in the north will think the Black Iron Squad is inferior to the White Dragon Knights. So what comes after? If I think he's wrong, that absolutely can't happen. Building this was difficult, but it can collapse in an instant. Once a defeated candidate is defeated, they're no longer a candidate, especially Torkel, who has prided himself on an undefeated record all his life. I absolutely cannot yield here. Although I don't want to expose this, the contemplation is only temporary. Torkel was not one to show weakness. Boom. In an instant, the sound of thunder rang out. The Black Iron Squad's gaze turned toward the back. Have you made up your mind? Finally, we will follow the captain's will. No, not yet. But under the dark helmet, sharp eyes gleamed. We can show part of this to the Demon Dragon. Torkel's momentum expanded, pushing Julius' momentum back. At first glance, the momentum was quite impressive. The clash of momentum. A shockwave stirred. Sparks flew. Looks like you've hidden quite a bit of power. Julius tilted his head in surprise. I didn't expect such a twist of fate. Fate, huh? Yes, but if you want to challenge me just like this, then I'm a bit disappointed. Julius was about to swing his sword. The scene where the magic power was about to explode gave a chilling sensation. It made one's spine tingle. Torkel raised his spear. The Black Iron Legion quickly gathered around Torkel. The magic dragon seeds are this precious. But just at that moment, suddenly, the 2nd floor of the White Tower lit up. After the 1st floor, came the 2nd. Julius and Torkel's gazes unconsciously turned toward that direction. The problem didn't end there. Then the 4th floor. What exactly is happening? The 5th, 6th, 7th floors. Each floor lit up, and the faces of the Black Iron Legion members grew rigid. Their black armor looked pale in the light. You conquered the mystery so quickly. Torkel actually understood the essence of the White Tower. It's an ancient dragon's relic. Anyone who wishes to contest for Ragnar's throne must obtain such a royal relic. Of course, unraveling its secrets is no easy task. Once the trial begins, it will consume quite a bit of time. He dismissed the idea of the natives trying to seize the White Tower. Even if it meant conflict with the white-armored dragon cavalry, he wouldn't hesitate. It's worth fighting for. But what if, here, Tyr takes away the relics within the White Tower? That would be all in vain. But the biggest problem is that the speed at which each floor lights up is increasing. The second floor took over 40 seconds. The third floor took over 30 seconds. The fourth and fifth floors seemed to be even faster. Despite the increasing difficulty, now it's 599. 00:20:18, 959. 00:20:18, 9. Julius seemed unwilling to give Torkel time to think. He turned the gathered magic towards a direction other than Torkel. That was where the enemy ship knights were. Damn! Torkel suddenly turned around, but the giant dragon's tail had already swept through the enemy ship knights. The proud family guard of Winterler was instantly crushed. Although the formation didn't completely collapse, Amore, who had long been on standby, and Team 1 rushed forward. Alright, let's go. The kids, huh? I've been waiting for those guys. Just as the wyverns circling in the air began to land, they naturally rode up. They swept through the enemy ships with their wolves. The knight's rescue by Erica was completed at that moment. Erica grabbed a small squad's vice-captain's hand, hastily riding her dragon. Mission complete. Alright. They urgently took off again. The white dragons that completed the mission flew into the sky. The scene was spectacular. The enemy knights could only helplessly look at the sky. We can't fall behind. Let's take this chance. Let's see who truly is the remaining teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 also charged forward. The formation flew at low altitude. It was as if a massive wall was charging forward. Boom, haha, haha, catch the household. Catch the undead. Don't give them an inch. The black iron cavalry tightly gathered in the center. The 31st year dragon knights were scattered around the perimeter. The tactic commonly used by the black iron cavalry was overturned, although they barely held on for a while. Team 1 made a large-scale encirclement from the rear. The formation instantly collapsed, and boom. Julius and Torkel collided fiercely in the center. The flash was just right. The 8th floor lit up as well. Torkel's heart beat violently. Thump. No matter what, I will make it. Torkel really felt that if this continued, the relics would be taken away. So he pushed Julius aside, trying to change the course. Where are you going? Julius seemed to have no intention of letting Torkel go. He desperately pushed the sword forward. Since it has come to this, he decided to help Thier fully conquer the White Tower. Move, didn't I say? It's too late now. Then all that's left is war. You seem to have misunderstood something. Torkel gritted his teeth. He charged straight at Julius. Julius, on the other hand, seemed somewhat surprised. He showed a look of shock. Then he coldly laughed. This is not war. It's just an uncle teaching his unruly nephew a lesson. Boom. Explosions spread everywhere. The white armored dragon cavalry and black iron cavalry, Ragnar's 2 elite squads, collided in an instant. The red arrow knights also joined in. The conflict quickly escalated. Finally, the battle became so intense that casualties were inevitable. With a crash, just a moment away, everything fell into chaos. Can we stop? Accompanied by a roar. 2 women descended from the sky. Princess Plum Blossom and Princess Xiaoxian, 2 dragons, landed between the white armored dragon cavalry and the black iron cavalry, blocking their way. Boom. Just as Julius's sword, aimed at Torkel, was narrowly dodged. Magnus. The magic dragon's movement this time requires a valid explanation. I'll hang both your heads in the military camp, in front of the 9 dragons. He is also Karl's most trusted assistant. The leader of the Phantom Dragon Light, Sword Guard, Magnus. The moment Ragnar appeared, is this the mystery? Torkel aimed at it, after all. Such things should not be given to an immature kid. Are you really going to go through with it? Of course. Alright, you decide for yourself. But I don't know about this time's matter. Let your brother handle it. Hee hee, don't regret it later. This time spoils definitely won't be shared with you. Decide for yourself. Another of the 5 candidates, Khazar, used his long-range stealth technique. Method 172, Route 2. It seems he has finally found a good candidate. Don't you all think so? Sukuz watched the giant screen that appeared before him. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. There, he could see Tyr climbing the White Tower at as if he knew what the task was on each level. It seems like he's come from the future. Truly impressive. That level is not just good, but it's among the best in the history of the candidates. I seriously think. If it were just me, maybe I would consider the position of apostle. The reactions from the gods observing the many people were probably already eagerly imagining Tyr proposing to take on the role of apostle, excited to the point of not being able to sit still. Originally, the apostle position was created by the gods trapped in the cage of causality, influenced the human world. It was one of their avatars. Since it was created with their own flesh and soul, it could partially display the power of the gods. Thus, every apostle, whether positive or negative, left a deep mark in the annals of history. The gods not only cared about their own reputation, but also attached great importance to the selection of apostles who could aid in spreading their faith. Perhaps this time, causality will finally allow us to cautiously peer into the closed world, carefully proposing a guess. The suddenly popping up message. made Kairatasuke's expression serious. Are you being sarcastic? Even though I've finally met a desirable candidate, 2 hasty guesses and expectations will probably only bring about unpleasant disappointment. The god of causality looked displeased. Tears welled up in his eyes. The tail dropped weakly. It looked listless. Kairatasuke sighed. When the gods show a demeanor unbefitting their authority, he feels disillusioned with his profession. The crybaby is the model of the stubborn old man in the community, and that irritable madman. Dealing with these personality flaws, he's really had enough. I need to find a suitable candidate as soon as possible, or shut down the mystery. Just then, bang. Small screens appeared, illuminating Thier's screen. An unauthorized intruder warning appeared beside it. Kairatasuke initially intended to command a release, but he paused and fell into thought. Upon closer inspection, the intruder was Ragnar. He felt that the intruder was someone who bore a grudge against Thier. That's why he came. The god asked the administrator for his opinion. I was just thinking. Ragnar's family head. Don't they have the habit of never letting challengers go? So I was wondering. Should we form an invasion team? Close to the gods. Although it's about the family rules, the administrator's smile was quite sinister. Misunderstood. He replied. Feels like Wu Yinzu has arrived. The other gods in the pantheon strongly agreed with the god's opinion. This seems like a good opportunity to further confirm the chosen one's determination and strength. Maybe we should just let it be for now. If any issues arise, we can expel them later. According to the administrator's suggestion, the gods of the pantheon began voting. 156 in favor, 21 against. And let's wait and see. The smile at the corner of Kairatasuke's mouth deepened. What's going on here? Kisher was full of spirit when he first climbed the White Tower, since it's a place even the little guy can conquer. Unreadable. Then it all vanished. You can control 4 swords at once. I saw someone who looked exactly like Tyr. I thought he was dead and assumed he failed, but I quickly realized his hair and eye colors were different. I immediately understood this was an imposter. The problem lies in the traces left by the fierce battle. The battle on the staircase that was conquered in just over 40 seconds was undoubtedly intense. From the signs of destruction and the knife marks on the wall, it's clear this is no trivial matter. I heard this was the level of an upper-tier swordsman. I thought it was just a rumor. But well, he does have some basic skills. It seems he's not yet at the level to challenge me. So Khazar suppressed his laughter and belittled Tyr's abilities. But the moment he reached the 3rd floor, perhaps he's not beneath me. Khazar broke into a cold sweat for the first time. Although his swordsmanship was already exquisite, the level of sword control using telekinesis was undoubtedly high as well. It was as if there were 4 tiers freely moving together, attacking in unison. Especially the clean and efficient traces of multiple enemies slain. The sharpness sent chills down my spine. The tension only grew as he climbed to the next floor. The 4th floor was an ordinary residence. It seemed like a lot of merchants came and went. However, whether it had been attacked, this residence had already been consumed by flames. Only the skeletal remains remained. The bodies scattered around were claimed by swords or swordsmen. The attackers wore masks to conceal their identities, but without exception, their faces revealed expressions of shock. Their hearts had been pierced. These are the marks of the Holy Sword. Were they here to rescue the attacked residents? But their methods were so brutal. It was almost as if they were dealing with enemies. Khazar was now calmly tracking Tyr's trail. However, this time, the puzzle that, despite previously showing efficient actions, Tyr's trail now revealed an unnecessary cruelty. Who are they really? During Kisher's ascent of the White Tower, he felt that most of the tasks on each floor were related to Tyr. This meant that the incident might be related to Tyr's injuries. Kisher flipped through the dead person's mask, or searched through their clothes, trying to find clues to reveal their identity. Thus, we found a common point. These must be from Ragnar. Does this have anything to do with the conflict between Tyr and Ader? But from what Kisher knew, Tyr had never left Winterl before he was 15. This means he had no time to experience such trauma. It just feels like we're getting off track here. Kisher found more clues on the outer area of the estate. As expected, this seemed to be the attacker's stronghold. It was where Tyr had clashed. There were corpses of dead military horses scattered everywhere. They seemed to have tried to conceal their identity. Each was wearing different types of iron armor. Kisher pointed out clearly that these horses were of the dragon horse breed, specially managed by Ragnar. We can tell that the only place where dragon horses are used is here. The Central Police Bureau is excluded. Why would the Black Iron Cavalry attack this mansion? The doubts piled up like mountains. After climbing to the 5th floor, which reminded him of dreams, and then the 6th floor, he had to admit the fact he had been avoiding all along. He was now on equal footing with the Dragon Gate swordsman. He would never lose. Though hard to admit, the most terrifying thing was something else. An endless. How could he have grown so much in such a short period of time? As someone who didn't know Tyr possessed the magical blade, the Empress's clock diagram, his secret weapon, he naturally could only think like this. Each time Tyr climbed a step, he would accelerate his consciousness time to the maximum and deeply study the current floor's strategy. The inspiration from the sword spider was also gradually growing stronger. Now, even Kishore could clearly see. It gradually became even stronger. Now, even Kishore can clearly see it. That's right. This has surpassed the realm of desire. Now it can only be called madness. The madness of pursuing power. He must be killed. It must be. Kishore decided to change his mind. At first, it was to make Tyr understand the theme. Now it's necessary to crush a potential rival stronger than Turkle. A new sprout, fortunately. From the traces, it seems Tyr is gradually running out of stamina. Whoosh, a giant spinning blade covered with blades popped out of its sheath. Kishore stepped forward, walking towards the stairs leading to the next floor. Without revealing his presence, he was extremely cautious, but his resolve shattered as easily as paper. Where's this place? The stairs on the 8th floor this time. The scenery is completely different from what was seen before. Gray concrete buildings stand like a forest, outlining a magnificent skyline. This is a bustling metropolis. There once was an imagined future city there. Its prosperity even surpassed the most flourishing imperial capitals. Seoul University yielding to the skin. Math major preparatory classes. Various neon lights and signs flickering everywhere. Kishore could hardly recognize. Although Kishore had enjoyed all kinds of luxury and wealth, at this moment, he felt for the first time the immense oppression that cities bring, as if his soul was being heavily compressed. The streets are crowded with people, dressed in simple suits, carrying strange bags in one hand. Busy people walking back and forth. They looked at Kishore like a strange person with a weapon, but didn't pay special attention, just walking their own way. On clean, tidy roads, mechanical horses with strange iron armor replaced the real ones. In this place, people hustle back and forth. On bridges built between buildings. On the bridges built between the buildings. An object that looks like a train. It doesn't emit steam, nor does it speed in any direction. The air is murky. Breathing feels laborious. The problem is, I can't sense a trace of magic. Thrown into a completely unfamiliar world. Is this a task that forbids the misuse of magic? But what does this have to do with fear? Gray. If I were to describe this city with a color, perhaps it would be just that. If the lower levels, despite some sense of time displacement, still gave a familiar feeling, then the 8th floor felt completely like falling into another world. The mood is entirely different. How do I even begin here? Fear's guide. Gishel lost his way for the first time. At that moment, unknowingly, fear had already entered the 10th floor to stimulate the wounds. The palace that only appeared in the previous life. Even so, I didn't expect to come to Seoul. The experience of the 8th floor is still as vivid as just now. In fact, Fear's memory of Earth is almost zero. He only remembers his name is Lu Fear. As for his family and occupation, there is no impact at all. He only lived through that unfortunate life, with a few fragmented memories. I can only think this way. However, I encountered a part of that memory. The task's content was very simple. Find and eliminate the former me. In a city with a population of millions, how could there be no clue? To find myself? Even so, after continuously using chronograph, I finally found myself in Banqiao, South Seoul. A young man sitting in front of a computer, holding a cigarette. His eyes are vacant as he fiddles with the machine. Though I don't know what he's doing, he looks very serious. He must finish this. Finish Thier. Finish Thier. After killing the seemingly longing Lutter, he remained seated for a long time, unable to leave. Completed the flashing gaze at the cursor, quietly waiting for the next command, until hearing Lord Block's urging to act before all buff effects end. Only then did he reluctantly head to the 9th floor. At that moment, the hidden condition was fulfilled. Now accessible. Previously prohibited for security reasons. Level 1 classified. The information filtering system will close. You are currently running beta service 132. The new patch, -36%, 17%, 69%, 79%. The message suddenly appeared in front of him. There were still many parts he couldn't understand. For some reason, Tyr suddenly felt that this resembled the deceased Lu. The scene on Tyr's screen was very similar. The god of causality gazing at you with bright eyes. The Way of Life, Chapter 173, The 3 Causes of Causality. The gods of the pantheon usually hide their true names. The gods, because they're complete, embodies the deity's position and faith. Thus, most believers tend to worship gods of combat, who provide help in real life, or gods that bring good luck or relate to their professions. Gods with overly abstract or metaphysical divinity are often unpopular, or their existence is little known. The god of causality is one of them. Cause and effect. Although simply stated, it has that meaning. From a philosophical perspective, it contains all the elements that make up the world, with deep meaning, interconnected like reality. Tyr had heard this name before, but had never seen that sect in person. Likewise, no one around publicly declared themselves as followers of the god of causality. Believers of the god of causality had almost no interaction. However, after the filtering system shut down completely, the first message I saw was the god of causality. In that instant, a hypothesis struck Tyr's mind like lightning. Could it be that all this time, the one sending these messages is you? The information always points out what you must do, and mentions the corresponding rewards, as if predicting the future. It also mentions the punishments for failure. the outcome of the task. Is there a clearer causal relationship than this? The god of causality explains that even he cannot explain it clearly. At the same time, his hips slightly sway. Unconsciously, his tail gently begins to sway. At this level, isn't it just trying to make it obvious that it's his tail? But does he really have it? The god of causality clears his throat, hurrying him to move up. However, if there's something that catches one's attention, it's the behavior of the god of causality. It's as if he knows everything about himself. Is it because he dealt with messages similar to those on the monitor? Or is there another reason? But Fear decided to first faithfully follow the suggestion thrown by the god of causality. The climb of the White Tower has not yet ended. The White Tower is the past of the soul. He said it would stretch into the unconscious until it reaches the origin. So, if there is an even more distant past here, where would that be? Could it be a reincarnation so distant that I can't remember? The 10th floor, like a cave, has been reached. When humans first gain cognitive ability, the first pain they feel is separation. The difficult process of passing through the narrow birth canal will remain in the infant's unconscious for a long time. However, when passing through that narrow dark birth canal, the joy of greeting the external light also leaves an imprint in the unconscious. The process of passing through that dark, narrow cave is similar to the process of crossing that mountain. There are many similarities. To return to an even more distant past than the memory, you must cross the cave again. Turn back. Please return to the cave. Go back to where you originally were. This way, you will be closely connected to your birth. You will gain the qualification to touch the root. During this time, the light illuminating Tear's path ahead has all disappeared. Even with spiritual eyes, it is still the same. All that remains are non-visual senses such as hearing or touch. He stretched out his hand, estimating the size of the passage he must pass through. The width is just enough for a thin person to squeeze through. About 1.7 meters or so. How far is it? Tyr extended his magic as far as possible. The lens seemed out of reach, interwoven like a labyrinth. It was like looking at an ant nest. It's maddening. How will the god of journeys have you pass through? Curious. The god of skills can measure the distance precisely when using a swordsman, but with such a humble sword, naturally, it can't be done. How laughable. When did I? The god of destruction said, destroying everything is the right answer. The god of harmony. Fumbling around like you. The cave won't collapse. Aren't you afraid of being crushed? Said jokingly. The god of destruction frowned and said, do you want to be destroyed? The god of harmony sneered. Try it if you have the ability. The two gods clashed. The god of journeys massaged his temples and said, it's too noisy. The god of causality clenched his fists and shouted, go for it, gods. This existence seems even more noisy and chaotic than imagined. In fact, it's very noisy and absurd. Not only that. No sight ahead, but I'm shown information. What kind of mentality is this? Tyr got a bit angry. He directly turned off the information window. 249. 00:07:10, 519. 00:07:10, 519. He directly turned off the information window. The god of causality hurried over and shouted, please don't turn it off. Finally, there's a bit of a way out. Fear slowly walked towards the cave. Fortunately, external perception is still possible. Although walking is a bit awkward, movement is completely fine. Although I might get a little lost, as long as I can keep walking. It doesn't matter how far, but as soon as the words were spoken, the problem arrived. I lost my sense of taste. I can't feel the taste of the external world. Other senses also began to be cut off one by one. I lost my sense of touch. I can't smell the external world. I lost my hearing. I can't hear the external world's sounds. From the moment I couldn't smell any scents or hear any sounds, a warning light flashed in Fear's mind. This is dangerous. With the disappearance of the path of external perception, it is fatal in this narrow cave. But then I lost my sense of touch. I can't feel the external world's touch. Finally, there is no sense left. Everything is sealed off. Now Fear can only rely on magic for external perception, like a blind man touching an elephant's leg. He walks very slowly. He bumps his head into the ceiling. Bleeding, he trips over a stone. His leg becomes a bloody mess in an instant. However, the cave seems to have no end. Not only that. At this point, he even starts to doubt whether he's on the right path. What's going on? This path seems to be one, isn't that right? The ceiling's position seems different too. Long and painful time. When will it end? Using chronograph here doesn't make much sense. It didn't offer any special help in movement. The cave is too vast, causing time to slow down. Even falling into thought doesn't help much. Another problem is the range of perception. If the magic's range expands too, it becomes difficult to confirm the details. But if it's too narrow, he will start to lose direction, constantly expanding and contracting the range, which, after a while, made the structure of the ant nest in Tyr's mind become somewhat confusing. It would be faster to advance. Instead of this, better to keep accelerating. Tyr began to feel a bit anxious. The urgency and obsessive-compulsive tendencies surrounded him, plus the paranoia. Not knowing when other restrictions would occur. In addition, confusion. Mental impulses. Cognitive dissonance. Neurosis began to arise. If things don't go well, depression and anxiety would emerge, even the fear of the world shrinking. And because of unknown reasons, magic usage is restricted. All perception of the external world has been cut off. When the last resort is exhausted, the anxiety troubling tear erupts. It envelopes his mental world. In an instant, he felt as though he had been abandoned by the world, in a situation where front, back, left, and right are indistinguishable. How can he find a way out? But first, does he even truly exist? Maybe I'm already dead. Not making it through the tower, being left here. The punishment for failure is death. It seemed like it was the same when I died before. Tear's consciousness shrank infinitely. The darkness in the cave seemed to completely swallow his existence. He even felt that the darkness would devour his soul, breaking down his existence completely. The boundary between self and others, a world that has disappeared. No matter how much consciousness persists, it would be a futile remnant. No matter how strong the will, it could not see any results. Then what is the meaning of willpower? The boundaries with the world become blurred. Consciousness disappears. Disintegration is occurring. The fruit naturally falls off. The chain of causality no longer applies to you. The task is failing. The god of England hurriedly stood up and shouted. The god of destruction said in disappointment, "Is this all that's left of the long-awaited existence?" The god of harmony felt regret. The god of journeys declared that your journey has ended. Fear's consciousness gradually shrank. Eventually, it became a single point. Darkness finally devoured Fear's existence. Time of nothingness had arrived. Madness broke out. At that moment, one element that made up Fear was the only one that didn't disappear and awakened. The bead of the sword. It brought Fear endless inspiration. At the same time, it brought an obsession with the sword and swordsmanship. This thought awakened and stirred Fear's. It was the sword, in fact. As Gishel saw, Fear was gradually showing signs of madness. The remaining embers hadn't extinguished. After awakening, they erupted fiercely like fire demons. At the same time, the madness Fear possessed expanded uncontrollably, pushing away the darkness. Fear's spiritual world not only recovered, but also expanded infinitely. The madness contained complex emotions, the desire to break free, the desire to grow stronger, the desire for power. These aligned to some degree with the intention of the master, who pursued these directions in life. It naturally fused with Fear's consciousness. It was an inevitable result. Thump, thump. The sound of vibration finally turned into a violent explosion. The god of causality opened his mouth wide, staring in awe at the miraculous phenomena happening to you. Ruling. As if the universe exploded from an infinitesimal point, Tear's consciousness expanded with the frantic explosion, pushing away the external world. Endlessly expanding. It turns out that I misunderstood the task for this level. This ant nest doesn't have a final destination. Tear directed his consciousness upwards, not downwards. This is the tower. Shouldn't I be looking down, but rather looking up? Even though my existence is separated from the external world and enclosed, I should not forget. I must look up. If the main task is to be done, Tear now uses the madness brought by the spider as fuel. It feels like he's acting as if he's going to burn down the White Tower, regardless of race. Releasing his consciousness outward to the maximum is the solution. Tear's consciousness now not only dispels the darkness, but also mixes everything together. Thus, all senses returned. This existence can once again realize. The magic power has been restored. All sensations returned. He had entered the 11th floor. Tear unknowingly passed through the cave and arrived at a new floor. But it's not over yet. Tear's consciousness expanded and didn't stop there. The 11th floor was just a midpoint. He must reach the top. Enter the 12th floor, then conquer the 13th floor, and reach the rooftop. Seeing that the top of the tower isn't the 13th floor, but the rooftop. But if going higher, there's only one place left, the Pantheon. Tear's consciousness surpassed the White Tower, penetrating the sky. Beyond the planet, reaching the realm of the universe, the distinctions between nirvana races disappeared. I am the world. The world and my mental realm, the god of causality. This should have ended when I ascended to the 11th floor. The spiritual awakening seems to have turned into this because of the fuel of madness and the secrets of my past life. It has become like this. The information being output was suddenly crushed by the giant iron door that appeared suddenly. Boom! The iron door, engraved with countless divine symbols, tangled together. Fear tightly clenched his fist in front of the door. Chapter 174, The Source. 4. Humans must accumulate enough qualifications and gain enlightenment to reach this place. The terms shedding and transcendence come from here. Shedding means breaking free from the limits of humanity. Transcendence means breaking free from the causal laws that bind you, becoming a true god. I never expected to see this place with my own eyes. I don't know when. Lord Brock's spiritual form appeared next to Fear. He was gently touching the giant iron door with his hand. Roddy, are you awake now? Lord Brock turned to look at Thier's face. For some reason, it was filled with energy. I can feel that he's been looking for me. In fact, Thier had been listening to the voices of Lord Brock and the spirits of the legendary swords, trying to keep him awake. Instead, he fell into the delusions that those voices were trying to harm him. He ignored them. But now, having woken up, he felt deeply apologetic. I'm sorry for troubling you back then. I'm really sorry. Thinking about it, I almost got involved in the curse because of you. Lord Brock seemed reluctant to easily accept Thier's apology. In fact, their spirits were connected through a channel. The mental blow one person will inevitably be passed on to the other. Moreover, for Lord Brock, who is concentrating on recovery, this is truly dangerous. A box of mint chocolate ice cream. Click. Do you want to tempt me with that kind of food? Lord Brock turned his head, shouting unhappily, but Thier didn't miss it. As soon as Lord Brock's ears twitched, he didn't expect that he was really serious about mint chocolate. Well, it's not impossible. How could it be? I just want to show my sincerity. Then how about adding a mint chocolate latte? After this war ends, I'll return to Winterler and prepare lattes for you for a whole month. Don't you know? It's when mint chocolate is added to coffee. It's very popular in Winterler recently. Humans are really clever to come up with such an idea. As a pure coffee enthusiast, was confused about why people drink that. Coffee that's like squeezing toothpaste. But what can be done? It's just personal preference. Your sincerity is commendable. I'll forgive you this time. Lord Brock nodded in approval, unknowingly. The ghosts from the spirit world were already outside, looking at Thier with reproachful eyes. You're the only one who tries to charm people with strange things. But more importantly, we also need to. Yes, we've suffered a lot because of you. Aren't we performing an interesting show for the elders? When will you come here to watch? That's also, hey, you're trying to brush it off again. Why does it feel like you're getting more slick? The ghosts murmured, while following Thier and looking at the iron door, the entrance to the Pantheon. Indeed. Although we've heard of such legends or myths, I didn't expect to actually see it in person. Everyone looked shocked. Is it like seeing immortals playing chess in a paradise? Or like warriors going to Valhalla? But if we treat our descendants well, we can also see good scenery after death. But is that true? What? Great ancestor, isn't there a rumor that after death, one becomes a god and ascends? If that's true, doesn't that mean we can meet the great ancestor? That would be instant. The ghost's gazes. Thier's gaze also turned toward it. There had indeed been such legends. The fate of the ancestor, Sigurd. The legends were all over the place. In the north, he completed his mission and passed away. He peacefully passed away in front of his descendants. He died in battle, fighting against invading monsters beyond the Great Wall. He secluded himself for a higher realm. Now, he's still watching Ragnar from somewhere in the eastern mountain range. But the legend most people believed in was that he ascended to the heavens. He attained enlightenment. He gained divinity. Riding a pillar of light descending from the sky, he ascended to the Pantheon as a descendant of Ragnar. I naturally wonder which of these legends is true. However, for some reason, Lord Brock just tightly closed his mouth. He didn't say a word. The atmosphere was even somewhat ominous. Then I'll open it. Thier thought. There must be a reason. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the iron door. If Sigurd really ascended to the Pantheon, then we really might see him. Just as he was about to push the door with force, boom. Suddenly, a deafening thunderous sound came from the sky. Thier, Lord Brock, and the spirits all looked upwards. A vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly surged from the distance, accompanied by strong winds, lightning, and heavy rain. No, that's... But when the dark clouds got close enough to be visible with the naked eye, Thier realized he had made a mistake. It wasn't clouds. It was a mass of monsters. What is that? Is it the monsters from the Sea of Magic? But that sounds too ridiculous. Is it a creature similar to the Nameless Monarch? The dark clouds were actually a mixture of countless aberrant creatures. It was like stuffing hundreds of monsters into a tiny space. Their arms and legs were thrashing about wildly. Broken muscles, brain matter, and blood kept dripping. Eyeballs, stuck to pieces of flesh, rolled around. Eventually, they stopped, facing Thier's direction. Whining, Thier, according to the spirits, felt strongly that the creatures were similar to the Nameless Monarch. But it's different. Clearly, his ugly appearance is no different from a monster. The demonic aura he emits is also close to that of the Nameless Lord. It makes one wonder if he came from the depths of the Demon Sea, but there are some subtle differences. The Nameless Lord, although shapeless, still gives a sense of completeness. He at least has his own will and personality. Thier found him interesting. His intelligence is also very high, but that thing is not like that. The juvenile dragon's synchronization result shows that thing has no fixed thought pattern. Countless life forms are entangled together. Thoughts clash with one another, but no conclusions are drawn. There's no prediction, judgment, or thinking. It's just a beast acting on impulse. Simply a monster. A being of brute force and chaos. The beast of brute force opened its large mouth, letting out a strange cry. Tyr quickly summoned 3 swords in the air. He drew Drake's blade. Damn it, I'll kill it. Still have to fight with that strange thing? How could there be a guy like the Nameless Lord? The ghosts also quickly entered battle mode. If the situation worsens, they even planned to borrow Tyr's power to activate chronograph. But only Lord Block calmly watched. Elsewhere. No, it seems we don't need to take action ourselves. No need to ask what that means. Above the iron door, suddenly hundreds, thousands of meteors streaked across the sky. At the ends of those long trails were warriors wrapped in golden halos. Heavenly warriors gathered in large numbers. My intuition tells me that they are the gods of the pantheon, the actual gods I'm seeing. They are far more magnificent than those childish gods I've come into contact with through information. Not overwhelming. Each one of them is complete. The world is the concept of the ultimate union. Because of this, Tyr could not read anything from them, because to them, they were unreachable beings, perfect and flawless. Is it okay to say that? Doctrines, sacred images, and legends, any mention of them in the world, seems unable to fully describe their majesty. In the dark, they are perfect. In the light, black and white interlace in the sky. The heavens tremble. It seems as though the world is about to be destroyed or created. In the violent trembling, Sigurd suddenly. Lord Brock rushed forward, shouting in sorrow, screaming in pain, spitting anger, jealousy and hatred, and other complex emotions intertwined in his voice. Fear saw for the first time Lord Brock surrounded by these emotions. The great ancestor? Fear also looked where Lord Brock was looking. The heavenly king of the gods. At the very front, there was a man. Black hair, red eyes. Anyone could tell that he was Ragnar. For some reason, his appearance resembled Fear's to some extent. If Fear had grown up like this, maybe he would have become like that. That person truly ascended. The legend was indeed true. The spirits were equally amazed. Answer me, Sigurd. Lord Brock shouted again. Lord Brock was ready to return to his true form at any moment. He was about to fly into the sky immediately. At that moment, Sigurd glanced over, moved his lips slightly. Lord Brock. Fear accurately read his lips. This is not the place for you. Then he turned his head and looked directly at Fear. His lips moved again. His lips moved again. So go back. Far behind. Sigurd waved his hand roughly towards them. Those who received the blessing of causality. A strong wind suddenly blew. It pushed Tyr and his group out. They were forcibly expelled from the pantheon. Tyr felt the sensation of falling. His previously enlarged self became small again, then slowly descended. Safely arriving at the 13th floor. Congratulations, not only did you ascend the White Tower, but you also visited the pantheon behind it. Successfully completed the storyline quest. #rating, excellent. As a reward, you have gained the ownership of the White Tower and the ancient dragon relic. For more details, please consult the Guardian. Based on the evaluation, you have received an additional reward. You have gained the ability to freely use Nilrabana. I didn't expect you even met the outer gods. A greater achievement than expected. No wonder the other guardians hold you in such high regard. Crotosukas, who appeared out of nowhere, glanced aside. There, other guardians, including, were gathered together. They all had serious expressions. Of course, Magera, who still harbors hatred for Tyr, refused to make eye contact with him. The outer god, Tyr. Tyr recalled those beings, whose full forms and thoughts didn't even exist, facing the celestial lords of the pantheon without any inferiority. Indeed, it can be described in that way. This part is too heavy. I originally planned to avoid revealing it before you mastered the ancient dragon relic, but since you've already seen the pantheon and the outer gods, there's no need to hide it anymore. Crotosukas smiled and stroked his chin. Now that you've seen the pantheon and the outer gods, there's no need to hide it. After reaching the stage of understanding Nilrabana, it's an issue to still treat you like an ordinary candidate. The explanation continues. Outer gods, strictly speaking, refer to beings who have crossed over from outside this world. They are not bound by the laws of this world. They are not bound by the laws of this world. The greedy monsters that devour whatever they see. So, the reason the pantheon is built there. That's right, to block the gods. That is the reason for the existence of the pantheon. Fear's eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The atmosphere of the outer gods seemed similar to the nameless monarch. So, what is the relationship between the two? Crotosukas seemed to understand Fear's thoughts. Smiling, he added. The humiliation, that is to say, the existence you call the nameless monarch, is part of the outer gods. It is the vanguard of this world. The ones opposing it are the guardians. In the sky, the pantheon blocks the outer gods. On the ground, the guardians fight the nameless monarch. Moreover, if the pantheon and the guardians lose their battle, when the world faces its end, a reset will occur. Fear felt as if something blunt had hit him hard on the head. He was getting closer to the secret of the world, the secret of time, and so on. What exactly is Ragnar? The medium connecting the two. Crotosukas smiled. It can also be seen as a family entrusted with the duty of protecting the world. Chapter 175, The Source. 5. The reason for Ragnar's existence. In the Empire, they were always called the end of tyranny. In reality, but Thier somewhat understood that statement. After all, for thousands of years, it was they themselves who have blocked the monsters from the sea of magic. Although it feels grander, at its core, it is not much different from the duty Ragnar originally carried. Well, since you have conquered the White Tower, I will tell you the reward you earned as a price. Boom. Kurtisukis lightly snapped his fingers. Then information continuously surged in front of Thier. You have gained the right to use the White Tower. The White Tower is being updated. Updating. Boom. Suddenly, the White Tower shook violently, as if something had been wedged onto the roof. The building was changing. 799. 00:23:07. 279. 00:23:07. 279. The building was changing. Thier widened his eyes. He looked up at the ceiling, constantly seeing the scene of the White Tower expanding horizontally. It was a new feeling that was hard to describe. The levels from the relics he had conquered before were all added to the White Tower. The White Tower was set as a new subspace region. A connection network with the real world has been established. The material from the internal world can be summoned into reality. I'm Sword. Thier tilted his head in confusion. Kurtisukis nodded. Yes, through the update just now, centered on the White Tower. All relics have been paired. From now on, they can share functions. The synergy will be even greater. Thier looked down at his hand. The ring and earrings on his hand, and the sword on his back all trembled. Thier instinctively felt that the functions of the relics had become much stronger, but more importantly, he could now summon the guardians of these relics. Thier hurriedly shifted his gaze to the guardians. Had they suddenly appeared here? Could it be because of this? Kurtisukis. The low-ranking dragon slammed the ground hard, roaring loudly. Guru Guru. The griffin spread its wings and flew into the sky, displaying its bravery. Only a powerful fool would need wisdom. I can help any time. The fairy dragon, every time it flapped its wings, dropped mysterious powder. Guru. Invisible desert worms moved beneath the ground. The ground trembled violently. Magera seemed to dislike being forced to obey Thier's command. She obviously turned her head away, but seemed unable to escape the command. If they could really be summoned and commanded, their combat power would increase several times at least. Besides these, there are two dragons to assist Thier, Umbra and Pontus, the rulers of the sky and the sea. Thus, the land, sea, and air are almost entirely in their control, in their hands. As for me, as the steward, I will be responsible for educating these guardians, ensuring they serve you correctly. At the same time, I will convey the will of the temple. Kurtisukis respectfully said. Once again, I greet you. I am the steward in charge of managing the master's territory, the White Tower. Kurtisukis. Thier nodded. He said, you can call me Kurtos from now on, as you wish. You are the one, the heir who passed the multiple tests of the ancient dragon. It is natural for the dragonkin to follow you. Then, I have a request. Speak. Thier's manner of issuing orders showed no sign of unfamiliarity. It was as if it was naturally his attire. It seems like there's an uninvited guest here. Should I expel him? Bring him before me, as you command. As Kurtisukis raised his head again, the first to act were Reseth, Drake, and the rescuers. Damn Kurtos. In an instant, a spatial tear opened. Gishel jumped out with a confused expression. While Thier was organizing rewards or something else, I had planned to take the chance to assassinate, but when exactly? In fact, Thier only just now realized Gishel's invisibility. During this time, he had been too busy visiting the Pantheon and confirming rewards, always busy and never thought that someone without the qualifications for the relic trial would approach. However, the moment he gained ownership of, he could sense Gishel's presence. Ownership is not just the concept of possessing the tower, it is closer to the concept of domination. The White Tower can be said to symbolize the location of Thier's spiritual world, the realm of nirvana. Having fully grasped his spiritual world after enlightenment, he surprisingly had not noticed the intrusion into his spiritual world. This was truly illogical. This is truly illogical. Gishel continuously shot out sword energy, blocking the approach of Rether and Shichi. There's no other way. It's come to this. I can only fight to the death. Guanine pencil. Pencil Gishel. Known as the most unique swordsmanship among the 5 candidates, his steps light like a night owl. It's said that the short blade in his hand leaves no trace even of its shadow. Such quick hand speed, that it feels like it's being controlled by the hand of Guanine. Slap. Dozens of flying knives appeared in the air. Each time the fine thread is pulled, the daggers change direction, aiming at the 2 main weaknesses. Grija felt furious. The nearly undetectable blades kept entering his blind spots. Wounds kept increasing. When the fine threads tried to entangle his legs, the tiny dragon stopped its steps, thinking of how to crush this first. Do you think it'll go as you wish? Do you know what these threads are? There's something called heavenly silkworm silk. Extracted from the rare heavenly silkworm moth in the Far East. It's extremely rare. Its toughness is so high that even ordinary steel can't cut it, and it's highly elastic. It's said that in its place of origin, it's used for armor material. But Kishel, you use it to control daggers. It's as if the whole world is filled with his sharp blades. His hand speed is so fast that it almost gives the illusion that it's as if the world is under his control. The heavenly net, unnoticed, weaved a dense silk web on the ceiling, falling toward Tyr's head. Magera sighed and exhaled, with a whoosh. Water bubbles shot out. The web wobbled dangerously, but it was enough to interfere with Tyr and the dragon's movements. Since Tyr and his group were distracted by the web in the sky, the concealed flying knives immediately jumped vertically, like a snake searching for prey, sealed on the ground. The timely flying knives instantly jumped vertically, like a snake searching for prey. That net was just a diversion, blackened. The real target is this. It's over. Gishel felt his success. Musalbi was completely unaware. What was that? What was that? Gishel tightly embraced Xiao. What was that? And smiled. For some reason. Gishel saw no movement from Xiao. He had entrusted his protection to the dragon's servant. The truth of Zhuzong appeared. Suddenly, the fairy dragon dropped in front of Tyr with a snap, and the transparent membrane formed. The sound was hollow. It bounced off weakly. This is our first official meeting, right? Looks like you still don't fully understand my elder brother. Although Gishel was unaware, the fairy dragon had already used a spell called enemy detection to grasp everything approaching Tyr. Thus, no matter how secretly Asabi moved, it would inevitably be detected. I never fight an unprepared battle. Freeze. On the contrary, Tyr planned to use this to restrain Gishel's movements. As the fairy dragon chanted the spell, the air around them suddenly cooled. Crack, frost. At the moment when he tried to pull back, his legs had already frozen stiff. Suddenly, the desert worms broke, making a loud snapping sound. The desert worms were undeterred by the web made by the dry stone spirit. They didn't mind tearing their skin apart. They devoured the thorn shark bait entirely. It could make you sick if you eat it wrong. Are you sure it's okay? The desert worm grumbled for a while. After hearing the fairy dragon's advice, it finally... Gishel struggled to lift his head, his mouth foaming. A wolfish expression, his mouth foaming. A wolfish expression. The desert worm's venomous fangs contained poison. As a result, the poisoning symptoms rapidly spread. But the fairy dragon, to fully restrain him, used binding magic. Tied him up with ropes. But I know. Sometimes heirs will take each other's lives, but I didn't expect it to be done so openly as assassination. If you kill me here, the consequences will be severe. Gishel glared at Tyr with bloodshot eyes. Are you begging for mercy? Don't be ridiculous. I'm telling you the way out. Gishel only cared about how to survive after failing this assassination. Even if he is defeated again at this moment, he must expose that guy's truth. Must know the master. Gishel had followed Tyr to ascend all the way to the White Tower. Therefore, Tyr believed that the ordinary Ragna was not like this. It could be Nilra. Possibly someone from another world. Or perhaps just wearing Ragna's mask. In reality, he's not Ragna. Before the flower ceremony, that guy had been living a life of endurance. Suddenly, he became completely different. That gray place, with many buildings, is related to him. If this assumption is correct, then Tyr, from the beginning, never had the qualifications to challenge the inheritance. Therefore, Gishel was even prepared to reveal his part of his identity, which he had kept strictly secret. A temporary retreat for the sake of the next step. Although during this time, due to the power struggle, I have remained hidden, but my backers are not to be underestimated. If you kill me here, you will never find peace in your life. But if you let me go here, the road ahead will be much smoother. Let's make peace. Gishel is confident that Tyr will not reject his proposal. After all, he heard from Lugia that Tyr is a person who understands deals. Although there are rumors that Julius, Plum Blossom Princess, the Black Dragon, and others have shown great interest in him, in reality, no one has become a supporter of Tyr's after Bay. On the contrary, that guy could never ignore the elder brother, King Carol, to consolidate his position. Even if he presents his own suggestions, it would sound quite attractive. Are you trying to say that your elder brother is a secret disciple of the Dragon King? But before Gishel could reveal his hidden card, Tyr beat him to it. A surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. What's this about? The alliance with the Dragon King certainly has some appeal. The Dragon King, one of the strongest among the 9 dragons, along with the Demon Dragon and Phantom Dragon. He is known for his prideful nature. Apart from Kale, he never interacts with anyone else. Though he acts alone like a venomous dragon, his strength alone is comparable to a whole army. The nickname One-Man Army is not just for show, but even that Dragon King has some interest in power. Therefore, contrary to public knowledge, he's not without influence. Unlike other dragons, the Dragon King does not personally rule his forces, but his followers form his actual power. The problem is, you seem to have overlooked something. You will not. Only the elder brother has a way to approach Master Pei Long, right? What is Kizar angry about questioning? What exactly is being said? Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. My eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Master Pei Long not only has one senior brother. At that moment, Khazar remembered Antair. Although he was my beautiful and charming twin sister, sometimes, she is a child whose heart cannot be seen through. It seems you really don't know. That's a hug. I haven't been kind enough to let someone who wants my life go. I also don't want to be stabbed in the back. Khazar wanted to shout out loud. Wait. And you already know so many of my secrets. How should I protect you? The content about the White Tower must still be kept secret. Everything must remain confidential. But Khazar couldn't stop fear. Colt, standing behind, struck Khazar's head with a chop. The stunned expression on Khazar's face froze. Khazar's head fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the body that fell without a head, Fear thought, it's really starting now. Among the 5 candidates who seemed unreachable, one has finally been eliminated. This will undoubtedly be a trigger. It marks the beginning of the power struggle. Returning to the digital way of life of the Jian family. Chapter 176. Intensifying power struggles. Fear remembered Parent. He had a very unique personality. On the surface, he seemed stubborn and rude. But in fact, his heart harbored dozens of venomous snakes. The tragedy of Khazar and Antair stemmed from this. Although Pei Long took the pair of twins as his disciples, he never revealed this fact to them. It was only due to past connections. Other brothers had only helped a little. Therefore, this pair of siblings realized they were the only disciples of Pei Long. They lived with this special existence. As the power struggle for the throne intensifies, both sides accuse each other of being imposters, arguing more fiercely than enemies. To be precise, Kisher is being played in Antair's palm. Antair is calm in nature, with a subtle presence. Although listed as one of the 5 candidates, he has never clearly shown his presence. Therefore, most of the brilliant performances were shown by Kisher. The spotlight was entirely on Kisher. However, that was merely Antair's disguise. Being in the spotlight means also bearing the same level of hostile gaze. Antair cleverly took advantage of this. He pushed all the consequences onto Kisher. By the time Kisher regained his senses, he was surrounded by enemies. Without hesitation, Antair struck Kisher's head, who was asking for help, and as the savior, he embraced all enemies. He even completely absorbed the foundation Kisher had laid. He successfully became the only heir of the Dragon King. However, although it wasn't a friendship, Kisher's head fell at that moment. About 10 years earlier than in the past life. Of course, the foundation that Antair could build would also be limited. However, at this moment, Kisher's foundation had nearly been fully established. Its scale was already considerable. The biggest issue is, the Dragon King is still actively moving. Now, in the official power struggle, the first opponent to face is Pei Long. Isn't this a bit too difficult? Tyr truly feels that life will not be easy. Tyr used magic to ignite flames, burning Kisher's entire body to ashes. He had no intention. Of course, if Kisher suddenly disappeared, various rumors would inevitably spread among those who knew. Nevertheless, the difference between having or not having evidence is very significant. There's no need to be sad. Before the upcoming great battle, after the body turned to ash and disappeared, Fear was about to retract his hand. Roadbrock spoke. Partner, are you planning to keep everything that happened at the White Tower a secret? Yes, but is there a problem? Roadbrock seemed to have already seen through Fear's thoughts. He nodded. Because this is the idea, I don't want to keep secret. Unexpected words. Fear widened his eyes in surprise. This is just a suggestion. Whether to accept it is up to you. But during this time, I've seen that you seem to be overly cautious. Am I? Fear narrowed his eyes. Isn't the word cautious usually used to refer to those who plot schemes behind the scenes and stir everything up? But Fear believes that at the opening ceremony, he shocked the crowd with overwhelming scores, and then continued to show extraordinary actions. Roadbrock's words sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Of course I think you've shown enough to touch the power position, but there's always a bottom line. At this moment, something seemed to be vaguely appearing in Fear's mind, but he couldn't grasp it. You've only shown your career, but you haven't proved to everyone why you deserve to sit in that position. That's because Ragnar, strong people always pass. That's right. As long as you're strong enough, it's enough. Talent and ambition, of course, they are necessary, because that is the most important thing. But that is just the foundation. That should already be in place. In human society, there's one more thing needed. Hey, wake up. Roadbrock's eyes deepened. Competence. Competence. That's right. You are the one who can change Ragnar. You must show this confidence to the people. How can you show the confidence to lead the North to its peak period? How can you show the confidence to lead the North to its peak period? Tyr seemed to finally begin to understand what Roadbrock was trying to express. You must prove that legitimacy lies within you. The word legitimacy weighed heavily on Tyr's heart. Recently, he had heard that Cecilia had moved to the Eastern Palace, but in reality, Tyr was born in the harem. Originally, he was an unseen, destined to disappear figure. There are quite a few who pursue pure bloodlines, aren't there? In my opinion, aside from Sigurd. The rest are all mutts. Anyway, As the companion approaches the throne, resistance will surely grow more intense. No matter what, Tears suddenly felt a moment of clarity. This means I must show that I have more legitimacy than those so-called legitimate children. That's right, and you have many things to show. Lord Brock looked around. The Guardians were all crying bitterly. Just being chosen by the ancient dragons alone is probably enough to make many waver, especially those who, no matter what, want to make the elders of Tyr Laxia even more shaken. I am also a half-baked one, but lacking. The legitimacy of power actually attracts more attention. This is exactly what Tyr is worth. If the 5 candidates unite to suppress Tyr, Tyr would be hard-pressed to protect himself, but isn't it already past the time to worry about such things? Tyr looked toward the spot where the battle, perhaps what he said is true. I must earn the white armor medal within 2 years. That is a concrete goal, isn't it? So, I think it's necessary to strike more forcefully than now, since I need to secure my position. I must act before others do. And so Tyr went. Tyr quietly closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes. 247. 00:07:21 for 79. 00:07:21 for 79. Lord Brock's eyes reflected Tyr's figure. 248. 00:07:21 for 79. 00:07:21 for 79. He finally opened his eyes. Lord Brock's eyes reflected Tyr's figure. Fear was laughing, deciding how to proceed here. I will make this place my battleground. This is too much. After turning into a dragon, they still made me be excluded by 3 people? Julius made a joke. But none of the people pointing swords at him were smiling. Sword Dragon, Princess Plum Blossom, Ice Dragon Neil, and the Phantom Dragon, Magnus, especially Princess Plum Blossom and Neil. They only showed their determination to block Julius. Magnus even revealed a killing intent, as if he could kill Julius with a single strike at any moment. Eventually, the killing intent generated by the 4 of them clashed. It caused a huge whirlwind. The sky also changed because of it. It triggered a new change. The sky cracked open. No, you fool. That's what the cracked sky looks like, the white-armored hero joked, while looking up at the sky. The Black Iron Cavalry, who had just managed to catch their breath, suffered an overwhelming defeat. The Holy Sword Knights, and the Solemn Light Sword Guard. Everyone stared at the sky. The sky was cracking open. The clean night sky, shattered completely. In its place were the dark clouds whipped up by the whirlwind. They covered the sky. Even the starlight was blocked. The ground began to pour down lightning and strong winds, crackling, roaring, rumbling, buzzing. The ensuing turbulence made standing firm become difficult. The swordsmen of the 4 proud major forces gave an almost naked feeling. Although each of them held immense pride in their own strength, facing this surreal scene, I felt incredibly insignificant. However, in front of this phenomenon, the one most impacted was someone else. It was Tokal. He deeply realized how arrogant he had once been. You are a genius. It seems that someone like me is just a matter of course. I don't know when. Maybe it was during the painting ceremony. My classmate, Nabin, once said, so, you'll never understand why I broke this sword, but one day, you'll understand. When? Haha, of course, when a more talented genius than you appears. That moment. Tachel fully understood what Nabin had said. A more outstanding genius? No, there are geniuses right there. There are 4 of them. No. If I were to reach their age. But that's just an excuse. Tachel just pretended not to know. But deep down he understood. This alone is not enough. If, as he said, at the same age as them, his strength would definitely not be inferior to theirs. No, perhaps even more. Becoming the new 9 dragons. But that's all. He cannot surpass the 9 dragons. He cannot become something else. The father he had always seen was the kind of existence that, even if you added up all those people, wouldn't care at all. Always confident, Tachel felt a shadow in his heart for the first time. It was ridiculous. Tachel really wanted to shout out loud like that. So, he tried to stand tall against the strong wind. Would I collapse here? How could that be? I am the one who has come this far, touching authority. How far must I run to get there, in a place like this? How could I yield? Whether it's Julius, Plum Blossom Princess, Neil, or Magnus, or Black, it doesn't matter, in the end. Tachel awakened the emotion that had been hidden deep in his heart. In the end, he awakened the emotion that had been hidden deep in his heart. The heart was beating wildly. The magic was circulating actively. A powerful force was spreading outward. Within it hid a sticky madness. The kind of brilliance that could make one dizzy, or the kind that could cloud one's mind. This was Tokal, the Black Iron General. The opposing dragons also turned around in fear. Madness boiled like a volcano at this moment. Then it erupted. something that sent chills down the spine. Madness surged forward, desiring to tear apart the 9 dragons' aura. Tokel's desire for power had ignited a crazed flame. But then, boom. The once quiet white tower flared up once again. The remaining steps lit up once more. When it reached the 13th floor, the white tower suddenly let out a roar. It exploded. The white tower, which had been defended with great effort, was destroyed. Even Tokel's madness was shaken by this. The shocking scene. But people later realized that it wasn't an explosion. It was a transformation. Boom. The shattered fragments spun in the vortex. Each changed into different forms. Some transformed into dragons landing on the ground, crashing violently into the earth. Others became lions, soaring through the skies, and some transformed into fairy dragons, circling around. They scattered pollen, though they were called lower-tier dragons. The sight of the dragon clan, which was only heard of in legends, emerging on a large scale, was truly spine-chilling. Goo 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 goo. At the same time, the ground shook. 3 desert worms emerged from the ground, encircling the 4 forces. Meanwhile, Megala's head peeked out from the cracked earth, turning the surrounding area into a swamp, making it difficult for the swordsman to move. What on earth is happening? Haha. This perfectly reflected the thoughts of all the dragons. A legion composed of dragons. It's truly unimaginable. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Tyr actually did it. Only Julius was thrilled beyond measure. And then Parala. Amidst the swirling white tower dust, Vimbrel dragon soared high, displaying a majestic figure. It proudly perched atop, gazing down at the earth, like a king. Of course. It was when a more powerful genius appeared than you. That's when. This sentence echoed once again in Tachel's mind. Another genius more powerful than him is right there. Survival Path 177. Intensifying power struggle 2. He felt countless gazes pouring onto him. Although it really targeted this, it was more real than expected. The pressure he felt was greater, but compared to that pressure, the joy from people's gazes was stronger. Everyone was focused on him. In both of his lives, he had only ever been a supporting character, or lived a life for others. Isn't that right? But now I strongly feel that I have finally found my own life. I'm right, aren't I? Lode Brock, in his spirit form, appeared beside Tyr. He smiled. Yes, but Lodi seems like he's not planning to reveal himself yet. It's also necessary to give a shock in appropriate increments. For now, just focus on awakening the White Tower's mystery, and being chosen as the ancient dragon's descendant. It seems it's not yet my time to appear. Since Tyr agrees with this view, he nodded. The meaning conveyed by the ancient dragons and the guardian dragons was actually quite different. The ancient dragons were said to be the ancestors of all dragons, and also the original existence that created the Winter Mountains. If the rumor is true, that he was chosen because of an ancient myth, then Tyr's image becomes mysterious and unfathomable. And because of this, can he control dragons? Breaking the illegitimate status, transforming into a unique existence. The title of Guardian of Dragons is somewhat different. Guardian of Long, Rodebrock, is an accepted historical fact among the Ragnar people. Naturally, he also earned the title of the successor of Siegfried, the founder, but in terms of his own self, he possesses an enormous destructive power beyond comparison. In other words, it could endanger not just his inheritance rights, it could even shake Kyle's ruling position. Rodebrock's existence is not yet to be revealed. Once Rodebrock fully recovers, when my position is as solid as a rock, the revelation of my hidden cards will not be delayed. The more hidden cards, the better. Fear leapt into the air, landing next to Julius. Are you alright? Are you injured? Julius relaxed his tense stance against the 3 dragons, observing every move Fear made. He soon reached one conclusion. Finally, he obtained mysterious power. It was because the White Tower bore the weight of history, that the mystery was no ordinary force. This was already anticipated. Otherwise, Tokel, the Black Iron Army, and even Troyben would not have acted so confidently. However, when Fear appeared with multiple dragons, Julius instinctively realized that the mysterious power was far stronger than he had imagined. The most important thing was, the aura emanating from Fear was different from before. His strength may not have changed much, but the change in his aura was not simply a matter of getting stronger or not. The possibilities of how much he could grow in the future, and whether he could become an outstanding figure were now measured. Only with great ambitions can one dream of reaching greater heights. Only then can one bring more people under their control. And right now, Fear is exactly like this. The depth in his gaze is no longer the same, isn't it? Yes. Thanks to you not informing me in advance, I had to suddenly ask you to deal with the trouble I've caused. I will explain the details to you later. The tone was subtly different from before, as if having gone through several lifetimes, or as though someone who has lived for a long time. It felt completely different. It's fortunate that everything seems fine. Plum Blossom Princess seemed more relieved about Tyr's safety than her own changes. Because you, Lei, just entered the white armor container and almost fell into danger. I'll let you off this time, but I won't give up. Don't think about leaving. Come find me alone later. Neil frowned. Looking displeased, Tyr quietly smiled and sent the same message to both of them. If you both have time, I'll also explain things in detail. Eventually, Plum Blossom Princess and Neil withdrew to the back. Only Magnus, the phantom dragon, remained in place. He stepped forward. Tyr Ladna. He quickly scanned. Unconsciously surrounded by the summer dragon species, Tyr quickly completed the inspection ceremony. The practical test of the white armor equipment. Tyr Ladna greeted the commander of the Clear Fleet Guard. Formalities and trivialities are a thing of the past. What is the origin of these dragons? And what about the White Tower? Tyr realized, not only Magnus, but many others, were still closely watching his every move, including Tachel, who had lost his position as the protagonist. This was obtained from the White Tower. From within the tower? Yes. Does that mean you have already grasped all the secrets? Not fully, although not to that extent. But I have already received the recognition of the one who built the White Tower. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it clearly. The one who built the White Tower is the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon. The one from the myth that created all dragons in the world. That one. Yes, that very existence. Hey, Magnus instantly doubted whether Tyr was joking. This statement is truly hard to believe. Perhaps in the distant past, it might have been more plausible, but in today's era, if mythology is regarded as historical fact and claims to have inherited it, isn't that exactly how a madman would be treated? However, seeing the many dragons surrounding Tyr, despite the visible evidence, it's hard to easily deny it. How should we handle this? Director, please give instructions. Summon the Imperial Guard. Although the light is fierce, the Dragon Clan's momentum remains undiminished. It seems not easy to be overwhelmed. You may find it hard to believe, but as you can see, what I'm saying is the truth. Thanks to the blessing of the ancient dragons, in the future, the existence of dragon-related species will also become possible, activating dragon taming skill. In an instant, centered on Tyr, a powerful cyclone fiercely swept through. That murderous aura even made Magnus' skin tingle. But what truly shocked Magnus was something else. His form started to change gradually. Tyr's appearance began to change. His crimson pupils gleamed with red light. Dragon-shaped eye pupils opened. His neck and arms were no exception. Along the limits, dragon scale-like patterns began to emerge. Little horns began to grow from his left temple. It seemed to resemble the legendary race that mixed half-human and half-dragon. Draconixia. Dragon in Dragonborn mode has been activated. Now, the essence of dragons can also be nurtured. Dragonborn mode. Now, Tyr can fully unleash his talent through the awakening of Nilyabana, bringing his abilities to their peak. The Dragonborn has truly appeared. The Dragonborn? So the legend, it's true? Now, people were also plunged into great shock. This is due to a long-standing legend in Ragnar, awakening Ragnar's true, gifted person. The truly gifted person. He will become the ruler of all dragons in the world. Ladna always considered himself a descendant of the ancient dragon clan, harboring the belief that he should become the next dragon lord. This is why the honor of the White Armor Knights is the highest. It is precisely for this reason. Among Ladna's sword masters, the only ones who can control dragons are them. Therefore, not only the four major factions, but all the sword masters observing this place, cannot help but feel shaken. Tyr truly seems to have created that legend. So this was your goal all along. Magnus only then realized that he and the Light Sword Guard had completely fallen into the trap set by Tyr. Not only that, but the other dragons and the four major factions were in the same situation. If the main character performs in front of them, such a dramatic performance, of course, everyone will be captivated. Isn't that right? The mystery of the White Tower lies in the intersection of the white armor and black attire, so it was intentionally provoked. Now I understand. Arthur's red sword and the light sword gathered. Everyone had to pay full attention. However, the biggest problem was yet to come. Initially, it was because Dragonlius and the White Armor Dragon Knights were confident that even if they clashed head-on with other factions, they would never fall behind. This made the strategy possible. If the White Armor Knights were slightly defeated, the effect of the performance would diminish greatly. Although he had risen to the leader of the four major factions, he found himself just a pawn of a child under 20. He couldn't help but feel a deep emptiness inside. Meanwhile, the whispers of the crowd grew louder. The dragons also became more imposing. Even the Clear Fleet Guard began to waver. Captain, give the order. What should we do? Magnus stood at a crossroads with two choices. One was to admit that the situation was lost. Magnus stood at a crossroads with two choices. One was to admit that the situation was lost, a submissive retreat, while the other willingly endures great losses. Mobilize the elite Imperial Guard to arrest Tyr. Magnus What are you hesitating for? Of course, we need to subdue that guy. Whether it's the ancient dragon or whatever, that guy is the culprit of this civil unrest. He defied orders. And without proper procedures, he started the White Tower dispute on his own. Are we really going to leave a precedent that says, as long as the outcome is good, it doesn't matter? Captain of the Red Checkered Knights, Moken Lindoche, was dismissed. With a grim expression, he pressured Magnus, demanding he make a choice. If you want to arrest him, I'll help you. Senior. Even pretending to care about Toggle, who had yet to relax his battle stance, Moken spoke as if offering help. Moken and Toggle had been meeting frequently recently. This was no longer a secret. This time, they seemed to want to bring me to their side. Toggle's gaze was locked firmly on Fear, as if he had never intended to look away. As if instinctively aware that if he didn't act now, he would never have another chance to eliminate Fear, the future thorn in his side. The problem is which side to support between these two. Although we have Princess Plum Blossom and Neil helping, it's widely known in Ragnar that they share a deep bond with Fear, especially Princess Plum Blossom, who has deep feelings for Fear. She knows he is her biological child and heir. If they try to arrest Fear, she will definitely stand by them without hesitation. At that point, a truly irreversible civil war will break out. Clattering, sweat poured down Magnus' face. He was only standing on the position of defending his family's honor. Being forced into this faction war was unpleasant. It made him uneasy, just as Magnus was about to make his decision and give the order. An interesting event began to unfold. All the gazes, including Magnus, turned toward the sky. A sword was falling straight toward them. That is Caliban. The head of the family's most beloved sword has arrived. Boom. From the spot where Caliban's sword landed, strong airwaves ripple outward. The waves spread. It seemed to erase the aura of the four major factions. Even the killing intent released by the strongest Julius was wiped away. The knights knelt before the sword of Caliban. Magnus stood, his arms crossed, staring at Tyr, rather than his subordinates. Father, why are you here? After the Northern War broke out, Kyle had hardly shown himself. Many people speculated that you were facing an even greater war. I thought I wouldn't see you here. But to my surprise, you appeared. What a pleasant surprise. Your father is stronger than before. The more I look, the less human he seems. Suddenly, a sense of realization hit. Without permission, raising his head was a great act of disrespect. But with the command given, there was no time for formalities. Rodbrock's chest wound caught his eye. He realized the root cause of Rodbrock's current state was Kyle. This truth didn't emerge until later. Rodbrock stared at Kyle as if he were an enemy. But Kyle also stared back at Rodbrock, and he looked very... Tyr felt cold sweat running down his back, his heart pounding loudly. He didn't know what his father would say. He didn't know how he would react. Although they would eventually reunite, he hadn't expected things to unfold so suddenly. Rodbrock was looking at Kyle as if he were an enemy, facing Kyle. The problem was that Kyle was also staring directly at Rodbrock, and he seemed very serious. Sweat was dripping down Tyr's back. His heart was pounding like a drum. He didn't know what his father would say, nor how he would react. Although they would meet again someday, he didn't expect things to unfold so suddenly, like the young Sigurd. The young Sigurd. It wouldn't be to such an extent, right? Rodbrock seemed to be casually saying, if you want to fight, then fight. He bit his lip. Kyle then shifted his gaze from him to Fear. Fear, come with me. Then, Caliban and Fear mysteriously disappeared together. People silently stared at the vacant space. Don't just stand there, go. At Rodbrock's urging, I then boarded Umbra, following the trail left by Kyle, including the rescue dragons and the fairy dragons. They also followed closely behind. In the hurried conclusion of the event, with no clear conclusion, people could only silently gaze at the empty spot where they had vanished. Chapter 178, The Authority of Furniture. Competition 3, in Ragnar's military camp, rumors spread rapidly. It said that P2 Ragnar was chosen by the ancient dragon, unlocking the mystery of the White Tower. And the dragons hidden inside were claimed as their subordinates. There are desert mites underground, and Drake on the ground, with bipedal dragons and magic in the sky, and fairy dragons guarding him in the magical realm. The Black Iron Cavalry and the Red Arrow Knights were also overpowered by the dragon army. From unbelievable rumors to exaggerated stories, one thing is certain. It is said that since the founding ancestor Sigurd, someone has finally earned the favor of the dragon clan. Ragnar has produced a figure who can represent them, more than anyone ever could before. Now, even hostile forces like the Trojan horse find it impossible to mock the dragons. The matter has thus been settled. And with Kyle, who has rarely shown himself personally taking Fear away, the rumors have made everyone extremely tense. Moreover, Mr. Tokel's expression seems worse than expected. On the contrary, Mr. Luja, for some reason, looks quite happy. You mentioned you met him once before. Was there really a rumor about forming an alliance? When Lord Jinkelin finished his secluded training, everyone's reaction was really curious. He might say, Instead, a strong competitor has emerged. But I think Lord Kishel will be even angrier. Where did he go? Has anyone seen him? It's said that during the fierce battle between the white armor and black armor, there were witnesses who saw someone quietly approaching the white tower. What? That's hard to believe. If that's true, the conversation was never mentioned again. But even those who are not sensitive to the situation could easily sense the subtle change in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tyr chased after Kale for quite a while. He rode on the arrow. The speed at which he soared through the sky was astonishing. So much so that Umbra seemed to be struggling, and it was clearly visible. New sword or not, whether it's swordsmanship or not, these realms have already surpassed. Has he already become the sword itself? He doesn't seem like a human anymore. Rodblock always felt uneasy about Kale. He was frowning the entire time. This shows that there is no flaw on Kale at all. He truly doesn't seem human. Indeed, he doesn't seem like a human. This isn't a laughing matter. The position you want to sit in is exactly the kind of monster's position that must give up all human qualities. The higher Tyr climbs in realms, the more he feels the insurmountable barrier that Kale represents. So, except for a slight grin, I have nothing to say. What? Is that really a person? How could a monster sit there wearing a helmet? Although it's a monster, it still feels human. But is that really Ragnar? Isn't that a bit too humanized? Turns out our Tyr was always different from such monsters. From the seed, he was unique. The ghosts have also expressed early on that they had never seen anyone like Kale in their lifetime. Today, especially, the throne seems to have higher walls than ever. Bang! However, the place Kyle arrived at was a tall, desolate mountain far from the camp. A barren mountain with not a single blade of grass. Kai stood on the edge of the cliff, looking below. Fear silently landed beside him. Look over there. Kyle gestured toward the mountain below with his chin. Fear tilted his head in confusion, because, aside from the empty land, there was nothing else. Until that moment, his eyes were filled with insight. Partner. Suddenly, Fear was struck on the head. His body swayed unsteadily. Roadbrock quickly supported him, while glaring at Kyle. What have you done now? From here on, Ragnar will explain. I hope the ghosts of the past will clear the way. What? Before Roadbrock could speak, his presence flickered like a candle in the wind, and then it extinguished. Can you see it? Yes, then watch closely. Fear gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain in his mind. He stared ahead. The world before him swayed. Dark magical energy spiraled violently in the air. Why does it feel like the presence of a magic sea here? Why, you ask? Isn't it because of your actions? A voice mixed with Fear tilted his head in confusion. Then he suddenly realized with a frown. Are you trying to awaken the nameless monarch again? At the Saint Magic Church? Yes, exactly. What method was used? Fear didn't know how to respond. I want to know how the ghost sealed in the temple sword would describe the magic empress. You fool. You seem clever usually, but now you're acting so naive. Kyle crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. You've officially entered the battle for the throne. This means you are confident enough to withstand any restraints from the other brothers. Isn't that right? Yes. That means you must include me among those you need to surpass. I will never relinquish my authority while I'm alive. Kale's gaze was extraordinary. Do you intend to give me all your assets? Do you think I know how to use them? That's a warning. An emperor must never reveal his innermost thoughts, Kale said. He always has to sit alone in that position, but it's fine. Tyr smiled in response. Kale furrowed his brow. What father? Your son confides in you. Is there something wrong? What's wrong with that? Yes, I understand. The position of the ruler cannot be reduced to a simple father-son relationship. Under power, there are no brothers. But occasionally, isn't it fine to lay down the world's dust and honestly share father-son feelings? Kale tightly closed his lips. I respect my father. No resentment. Maybe when I was young, but after coming here, I understand now. Father, you've always worked so hard, and now, you'll work even harder. Guarding is harder than achieving. So I respect you. Kale tried to say something. His lips moved for a long time, but nothing came out. His eyes, looking at Tyr, were full of various emotions. Why must father do this? Son, my son. You will understand one day why I do this. You will understand me. I don't want to. I don't want to become like you. Now, thinking of those already blurry youthful days, Kale waved his hand, trying to erase those memories. Smiling, you've become smooth. If I've made you feel that way, I'm sorry. All right. I also think having a drink with you would be fun, but let's talk about it later. Now, it's time to discuss that matter. Fear once again turned his gaze toward the whirlpool of magic. I hate that. That refers to the nameless monarch, and that as well. I hate everything surrounding him. Fear immediately understood. That seemed to refer to Roadbrock. Not only that. I hate everything about him. Whether it's the inner gods or outer gods. Seems like you also understand the existence of the inner and outer gods. But his emotions are not so simple. He harbors hatred toward both sides. They stand where we cannot. We Ragnar are just the supporting actors on that stage. Everything in the world moves according to their will. I want to break it. That's why I ran all the way here. Kyle's eyes deepened. I hope you can walk the same path. At that moment, fear understood the emotions Kyle had. When he destroyed Roadbrock's heart and fought against the nameless monarch, fear returned to the white-armored dragon cavalry's camp. Because of the overwhelming rumors about him in the camp, he sent all the dragons back to the White Tower. He then quietly descended with Umbra. What did you and your relative talk about? Nothing special. Roadbrock asked through telepathy, but fear was vague in his response. I hope you can walk the same path. In fact, Kyle's words still echoed in his ears. If you reach that height, you should know some of the world's secrets, the outer gods and the nameless monarch, and the gods and guardians that oppose them, the events that repeat every time the apocalypse arrives, and Ragnar, existing to prevent all this. Do you think all this is normal? Our lives in Ragnar are not included. We exist only as tools. I don't like that. That's why I want to destroy it all. A god that even the gods and all the gods cannot reach. And I intend to destroy everything. What do you think? After the conversation ended, Tyr had many thoughts. Father is truly sincere this time. He will become a god. Father's words carry too much weight. This also means he considers Tyr as the true heir. The 5 candidates before him also went through similar ceremonies. But the problem is, Tyr was chosen by the ancient dragon and the guardian dragon, the sum of Ragnar. This is completely opposite to the path Kale wants to take. Because of this, Tyr didn't tell Rodblock everything about Kale's thoughts. He was also thinking about many things. The more he understood, the weight of Ragnar's throne position grew heavier. On the other hand, he also had this thought. He wondered if there were any unknown secrets within his family. But even so, he never thought about stopping his progress. While organizing his thoughts, he noticed someone standing in front of the camp. Who was that person? Tyr smiled and greeted. You came earlier than expected. This seems to be the first time I greeted like this. It's nice to see you, sister. Nice to meet you. The 5th candidate, Kishel's twin sister. She came alone. She wasn't seen with her proud escort. So what's the matter? Do you know where Brother Kishel is? Brother Kishel? No, I don't know. I see. Enter touched his chin. He smiled lightly. Is he out for a walk? I heard he's a very free-spirited person. Yeah, that's true. He often disappears without telling me. He's a troublesome brother. Anyway, thank you. Next time, let's have a drink with Tokal. Yes, I apologize for being rude this time, due to the long journey. I'll definitely attend next time you invite me. Alright, see you next time. Antyr waved gently. He turned and left. He had already realized that I killed Kishel. I had expected this anyway. Tyr wasn't particularly nervous. He was just thinking about how to deal with the Right now, the most important thing is how to deal with these people. A strong presence came from the barracks. After Kale, dealing with these people is indeed not easy. It hasn't been long since we conquered the White Tower. I'm a bit tired. But now, the most important thing is to persuade the people inside. Tonight will obviously be very long. I'm coming in. He pushed open the door of the barracks. Inside were Nibelungen, Princess Plum Blossom, Neil, and for some reason, the Black Dragon. A total of 4 people. It seemed like the tea party was already over. The coffee and tea on the table had already cooled down. Come in quickly. At Princess Plum Blossom's invitation, just as he was about to enter, suddenly, Fear stopped in his tracks. The 4 of them tilted their heads, unsure of what to do. Fear first bowed respectfully. Then he spoke. First, there's something I want to tell all 4 of you. Although I should apologize first for my impoliteness this time, I think it's best to explain my thoughts first. So, I'll speak out impulsively. Their gazes became intense. But in contrast, Fear's eyes shone even more intensely. I want to inherit my father's position. Please, help me. That gaze, for some reason, made all 4 of them think of Kale. Chapter 179. The competition for the position intensifies. The camp of the 4th Black Iron Brigade was very quiet. It felt as if a storm had just passed by. The team members, usually full of confidence, now had deep worries and anger on their faces. That was probably because it was the first time they had felt a sense of failure. The result of the battle with the White Armor Dragon squad wasn't out yet, but they all knew. If they delayed any longer, they would be completely wiped out. The strength of the White Armor Dragon squad is that powerful. Their tactics are also excellent. Tyr Ragnar, the vice captain, the living ghost. Aeon closed his eyes. He remembered the face of the rookie he had tried to recruit, but failed. Now, he had made a name for himself. He was even comparable to Tokal, especially when Tyr led the Dragon Legion to appear. The feeling he experienced at that time was still strong. Who exactly is that guy? Tokal entered his camp and didn't. It must be for this reason. Thinking of the captain's first opponent since taking his current position, it was almost like this. The word victory seems to only exist for Tokal. He is always chasing a higher position, while other candidates are busy chasing each other. But now the positions have swapped. What kind of pressure is Tokal feeling now? Aeon couldn't grasp the feeling. But as usual, Tokul would smartly overcome the difficulties this time too, and he would seize the power. Ai Yang believed this. This was the thought of all the team members, including him. Everyone looked like mourners. Anyone who saw them would think they were preparing for a funeral. At that moment, someone suddenly came to the camp. Ai Yang and the team members' eyes turned sharply toward that direction. Enter smiled and raised the glass bottle he was holding. I want to have a drink with your captain. Can we chat? The ice cubes clinked in the glass. The blue liquid rose. Once you finish this, you can leave. This is too much. Finish this and leave. This is too much. But I, as your sister, came to be a drinking buddy for my restless brother. That's nonsense. That's not the case. It's different from before. You're especially sharp today. Are you really angry? Tokul quietly stared at Antaya, but Antaya leisurely brought the wine glass to his lips. Tokul quietly squinted his eyes. So this is what my sister's personality is like. What's wrong with my personality? You're talking a lot today. Antaya, although he is the fifth, has always been overshadowed by Kishel. His presence is weak. He doesn't speak much and doesn't stand out. But now, how should I describe it? It feels like he has changed. It's like he's starting to slowly reveal the body he's been hiding with his wings. It feels like that. It's you who is different now. Always calm. Charming now. It's like you're being chased. Although I don't want to hear it. But it's not wrong. A breath of wind came from Antaya's lips. What's so funny? It's strange. You always look above. Even if someone chases you, you don't care at all. You only focus on catching the dragon. You never care about anything else. You don't want to say anything? Tokul couldn't speak his mind to his unbelievable sister. He thought he could catch up to Leolis. But there was a huge gap. And the huge gap he thought would exist with fear was almost non-existent. The gap was very small. Tokul's frustration deepened. It was because of this feeling of being stuck. He really hated this feeling. But there's something more important. You're actually upset because father took Fear away, aren't you? That's right. Antaya chuckled softly. Actually, thinking about it, since childhood, you've blindly followed your father. You're probably just unhappy because your father recognizes Tyr. Tokul didn't say anything. Maybe your father would say the same thing to Tyr. You want to become a god, and cut off the gods surrounding this world, and that kind of mythical curse from the outer gods. Is that the position you've always wanted to replace? The people of Ragnar don't know, but all 5 candidates know Kale's goal. And that's also the reason why Tokul keeps running. You're because of this, that you're said to have a typical Oedipus complex. It seems like you misunderstood something. Sister, I didn't follow him because I respect or worship my father. It's not because of that. I didn't expect this at all. Enter widened his eyes. You're worried that Tyr will steal your position? Quite the opposite. That guy is too much like my father. That's why I care. Tokul lightly clenched his fist. Thump, thump, thump. So stop testing me. Just say what you want to say. Enter quickly regained his composure, although surprised by Tokul's inner thoughts. But because of that, this time, the persuasion might work. Enter downed the glass of wine in his hand. He said seriously, Tyr will begin to receive attention because of this event. The wine dragons secretly supporting him will also start to gather. Tokul seemed to signal him to continue, crossing his arms silently. In fact, now, the dragon sword, Black Dragon, even the ice dragon, is with Tyr. Isn't the ice dragon from the big brother's side? That's true. But starting tonight, the foundation will begin to form. Even Sister Renee seems to be leaning that way. The competition for authority will officially begin. So, our dear little sister might have everything taken from her. Then, should we team up? It sounds like you're going to use me. Well, that's not wrong. Indeed, your foundation is more solid than mine. Tokul quietly looked at Antaya. Antaya quietly handed him a neatly folded letter. This is a letter from my master. Take a good look at it. Tokul silently took the letter. The letter had the emblem of the tyrant dragon. His eyes sank deeply. The behind-the-scenes negotiations for power consolidation were also rapidly happening here. Authority, as expected, this incident is to make a grand debut. Bin Long and Neil looked at Thier and sneered. He felt he had been used. The most important thing was, the heir he had long supported was someone else. What's better about you than Jinkelin? Jinkelin is known as the closest person to the throne. He is Kale's older brother. His strength is outstanding. There was the biggest conflict with Amore over the vacant dragon position. Neil is also his longtime comrade. So, unlike the warm gaze from Princess Plum Blossom or Yuli Nero, Neil could only mock him coldly. Of course no. So, what makes you confident enough to win me over? It's not about winning me over. Thier straightened his back and replied. Take a part of me as early as possible. Ha ha ha, still so arrogant. Neil laughed for a while. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of laughing. Kale slightly acknowledged it. You've become so arrogant now. You can even look me in the eye now. Slap. In an instant, Neil's figure seemed to vanish. Then he appeared behind Thier. His speed was too fast, but Thier, unfazed, drew Drake's blade. He deflected Neil's sword. He felt much sharper now. His focus had also strengthened. Thier realized that Nirvana's change. It's not just an improvement in realm. The expansion of thought, judgment, and concentration are now stronger than ever before. The scope of thinking has widened. Sometimes it even feels like I can foresee the future. My senses have become sharper. It's not just the madness in the buildings that's increasing. A more fundamental part has greatly expanded. It has become solid. Is it because of the White Tower? Of course, the White Tower has something to do with it. But Tyr strongly feels that it's not just that. Because he saw the gods in the pantheon. They are all conceptual beings, defining the laws of this world. They are like pieces of a puzzle, but their depth is infinite. Just one encounter with them, and the way you see the world completely changes. But just based on this, you think you can convince me? I'm afraid that's not enough. When Neil swung his sword repeatedly, Tyr easily deflected every strike, and created distance. Julius softly praised, "Did you see that? Plum Blossom Princess. Each strike contains the essence of the 6 wings of the magic dragon." Clash. This undoubtedly proves that Tyr is one of us, the White Armor. Oh, White Armor Dragon Knight Captain. Didn't you see? The connection between the sword's speed and techniques. Without a doubt, it's the Plum Blossom 24 form. So what? You can't even see the blood in Plum Blossom. It just looks like a helping hand. Looks like you need a pair of glasses. The killing intent that the 6 wings of the magic dragon prides itself on is gone, and all you see is the flashy side. Really? How so? Wanna try? Julius and Plum Blossom Princess were about to roar at each other, like they were about to grab each other by the collars. The black dragon in the middle let out a heavy sigh. Enough, you guys. You're not that young anymore. Shouldn't you wake up? But this bad kid, this flashy useless guy, whenever it's about Tyr, you will definitely become as childish as you were when you were young. Really, the black dragon completely ignores that side. He threw the dagger in his hand. Bang. Neil knocked him flying. He glared at the black dragon. What does this mean? Minister of Information. If this is considered passing, isn't it, Princess Nun? I hope you haven't forgotten the purpose of coming here. He silently returned the sword to its sheath. The purpose found. Besides the mysterious content, is there anything else you're curious about? Fear looked at the black dragon with confusion. Our conversation seems strange. Yes, that's right. In fact, you just passed the advanced swordsman exam. Congratulations. You've become the youngest advanced swordsman in history. Thump, thump. Fear's heart was pounding wildly. I thought the test would be difficult. This is completely an unexpected gift. But strangely, the confusion is stronger than the joy. It feels like it's not over yet. And although the report also mentioned it, I only realized by seeing it with my own eyes. Your strength has surged. You can even challenge a Dragon Gate Knight now. The black dragon crossed his arms. He dragged his chin. The reason I'm here is actually, besides the necessary promotion exam to Dragon Gate Knight, there is another question I need to ask you, based on your answer or attitude. Black Snow and I will decide whether to support you. Thump, thump. His heart was beating too quickly. The black dragon's red eyes deepened. If the promotion exam requires you to chop off the head of your friend Weston Thier, could you do it? The illegitimate son of the swordsman asked. Life's Path Chapter 180. Intensifying competition for power. Suddenly, Wellington's neck. What's going on all of a sudden? What do you mean by this? Do you remember the little tower master of the Red Tower we captured on our way back to the White Tower? Yes, I happened to find the little tower master and captured him alive. Then I handed him over to Lord Dragon. But Lord Dragon disappeared with the little tower master. The magic tower currently shows signs of an alliance with Troyban. The little tower master Nazariomont had been involved in espionage activities in our territory. He was later discovered and exposed by Black Snow. We've been investigating this matter. Tyr recalled the image of Clevy chasing the Horned Dragon. Did something happen to Lord Clevy? You and Deng Long, not the Horned Dragon, are also quite disgusting. Anyway, on the day you broke up with Perel Ragnar, Clevy and 8 of Black Snow's agents were killed. Tyr's gaze wavered. The black dragon's face twisted and the former family master, Hilda Ragnar, also went missing at the same time. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat quickened, like the wind. First, according to Black Snow's information, Hilda Ragnar had made contact with the magic tower. For this, Perel Ragnar, once a vassal, escaped Black Snow's pursuit, and since yesterday, with the clan leader's permission, Black Snow has issued a kill order for Hilda and Perel. Wait. Hold on a second. Tyr hurriedly interrupted the black dragon's words. Did Lord Dragon really kill Black? Yes, the sharp killing force, like the blade of the water surface, is his unique skill. Magical traces, or magical fragrance, are all undeniable. This is a fact confirmed multiple times. Therefore, Perel Ragnar's only disciple, Weston Tyr, has also been placed under a kill order. I really want to know your opinion as his closest friend. The black dragon's gaze at Tyr grew deeper. So what? If the kill order is handed to you, can you chop off their... I will not tolerate falsehoods. In an instant, the black dragon's eyes turned blood red. New pupils opened deep within his irises. To put it simply, one of the black dragon's proud abilities is the ability to detect the physical reactions of others through questioning. This helps distinguish truth from lies. Everyone inevitably displays unconscious reactions. In certain situations, pupil movements, heart rate, breathing frequency, brainwave speed, nervous system tension, blood pressure fluctuations, and cold sweat on the palms, all can be used to judge your truthfulness. Do you agree? Yes, Tyr swallowed and nodded. You're really serious. Then I'll start asking now. When you broke up with Periel, Did he give you any special hints? After thinking for a moment, Thier answered. He didn't say anything special. Just. Lord Hilda hoped that we could have a positive view of him. What a crazy old man. Is he still thinking about rebelling? It's the Black Dragon. Robert once teamed up with Kale to pull Glory Jed off the throne. Facing Hilda's signal to extend his reach, he could only respond with mocking sarcasm. Anything else? No. Didn't he say where he was going? Yes. From everything he has said so far, not a single word is a lie. No need to tell him immediately. We're looking for that mysterious lair. Thier hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should reveal what he knew. However, Hilda and Lantern's betrayal was something that hadn't happened in the past life. Some things Thier did triggered a chain reaction, leading them to make such a choice. Thier planned to verify this part himself. Was it just the Black Dragon and the Azure Dragon's conflict that led to the defeat of the Azure Dragon, making him bear the injustice, or was there something else? While searching for Hilda and the lair of that family, he also harbors even greater dreams. Now, let me ask you one last question. If your friend needs you to personally behead them, could you do it? Yes. Thier nodded without hesitation. There was no hesitation here. In Ragnar, the orders of superiors are absolute. As Thier walked his own path, he had no intention of creating obstacles. But most importantly, Thier believed in Wellington. The Thier from his past rebelled against Ragnar, but the Thier born in this life has no such reason. Wellington often says something. I'm really curious. What kind of GNA would Thier Master create? It must be very different from now, right? Will never hold a sword until he sees my Ragnar. Without a doubt, if there's a misunderstanding, it can be explained clearly. That kind of unwavering belief is deeply rooted in Thier's heart and is fully reflected in his intuition. The Black Dragon sees all of this as the truth, fully accepting it. Good. Your answers were not tainted with any falsehoods. You are truly Ragnar. You are qualified to take the Dragon Gate Swordsman Promotion exam. So from now on, I will track down Lord Hilda and Lord Lantern. What's the purpose of this question? Isn't it to treat the tracking as a task for the promotion exam? However, Thier's expectation did not come true. No, there's no need for that. That task has already been taken over by someone through the promotion exam. Thier suddenly remembered someone. He turned to look at Julius. Julius nodded heavily. Evelyn is chasing them, including Black Snow's agents. The White Armor Dragon Knight squad also sent several people. The promotion exam you are about to take is a little different. Thier Ragnar. I heard that after being promoted to Advanced Swordsman this time, you'll be eligible to become the clan leader. The Black Dragon pulled out a scroll and threw it in front of Thier. Thier quietly opened it. He couldn't help but be slightly shocked. You will participate in a special operation tomorrow morning. But this is merely a cover mission. The real mission. The contents of the mission are simple. Lead the newly formed team to raid the mobile division of the Saint Magic Church. Stop the Nameless Monarch's resurrection ritual. The Saint Magic Church is performing the resurrection ritual. This has been confirmed by Kale. Therefore, Team 5, which is in charge, goes without saying. If we join forces with the Dragon Legion for the raid, it will deal them a heavy blow. But this isn't the end. While you're stopping the resurrection, the remaining White Armored Dragon Cavalry and Black Iron Cavalry will act as reinforcements. They will swarm in, completely eradicate the foundation of the Saint Magic Church. Their resistance will surely not be easy. Chaos is inevitable at that moment. Naturally, every word the Black Dragon spoke was clearly imprinted in Thier's ears. Eliminate Thier Ragnar. Thier jumped up from his seat, shocked by a completely unexpected statement. Nibelungen, Princess Plum Blossom, and Neil all remained silent. Then your Dragon Gate sword. The promotion is a given. Black Snow will support you too. Then contact me anytime. After the long story ended, Antyr slowly stood up from his seat. Tokal didn't look cold, but raised his glass. He threw out a question. Sister, may I ask you a question? Of course. Go ahead and ask. Brother Kishel, who was always by your side, is gone. Ah, my brother? Antyr smiled softly before leaving the literary circle. He died, and then he softly said goodbye. He left the Black Iron Cavalry's camp. Tokal didn't send him off. Instead, he quietly sat for a long time. Aang secretly glanced at the door, then softly searched for Tokal. Captain, just now my sister said. She said since I'm with Pei Long, we should hold hands. Tokal, while adding ice to his glass, let out a light laugh. The Black Iron Cavalry and the Red Sword Cavalry, plus the Tyrant Dragon and his own foundation, couldn't they form a huge force? And if they also get the Elder Council's backing, then, by eliminating Sister Liege and T2, and then bringing out Brother Jink along, the two of them could fight it out, right? Is that so? But I firmly rejected it. Do you think my choice is foolish? Aang softly laughed. I don't know anything. In fact, I've often been called stupid since I was little. I don't know what's good or bad. If I can be with someone happy, that's great. But if I must be with someone I dislike, I'd rather not. But there's one thing that's certain. Being with the general is always fun, and we always win. For this matter, what's more important than that? Maybe the other team members think the same way. Tokal just quietly stirred his ice. So, since the general made that choice, there must be his reasons. As for other things, don't overthink it. Just figure it out yourself. He brought the glass to his lips. It's really easy to get caught in that mindset. We just got beaten by those white armor guys. And now, We've already forgotten the defeat. We weren't intentionally crashing into them. Who would know? Ayang was serious. This is also the shared thought of the Black Armor team members. Others might say they failed. But the Black Iron team is not like that. They are invincible. Unbeaten on the battlefield, never falling. Although they were suppressed by the White Armored team this time, if this were real combat, the result would be completely different. They also have unshown trump cards. Of course, the White Armored team might have hidden moves as well. Others might think this is just self-comfort. But so what? They truly believe so. There was no special conversation between the team members. They remained silent. They were only thinking about how to handle the Self-Iron team in the future. On the other hand, they had similar thoughts. If it was Tokal, if it was a general they knew, they would certainly help them, no matter what. Unfounded thoughts. My subordinates are truly good. Tokal stared at Ayang for a long while. Then he smiled. Ayang also smiled. Now you understand? No, I knew. But I didn't expect it to come to this. All right. Then let me tell you my thoughts as a reply. In an instant, the smile on Ayang's lips disappeared. A strange aura slowly radiated from Tokal. It was both unfamiliar and familiar. Boom, boom, boom. Things inside the barracks began to shake, as if haunted, moving violently. Black smoke rolled out from Ayang's skin. His skin crawled. The miasma of the Devil's Sea. The aura of something that is absolutely not allowed in life was within it. The problem doesn't stop here. No, this is dragon power. But how could magic power mix with dragon power? The monster also exudes the aura of a dragon, like natural enemies. Ragnar's knowledge. One must reach the realm of Dragon Gate's knowledge to understand this. Dragon power and magic power clash and weave together, completely overturning Ayang's common sense. It was a crazy roar. When the third aura appeared, Ayang immediately felt a sense of suffocation. Just facing it felt like he might lose consciousness. To be more precise, it felt like his mental world was being deconstructed. At that moment, memories buried in the corner of his mind suddenly exploded. A long time ago, before Kael ascended the throne, although he had mastered dragon power and became the strongest family head in history, he still desired greater power. So he crossed the Devil's Sea and even mastered the power of demons. His madness in pursuit of power was beyond human comprehension. The destruction caused by it nearly pushed Ragnar to its demise, and it only ended after Kael and his brother's rebellion. Although the order to erase the records was given, very few people remember it now, but those who remember it are still trembling. Thus, his title was the Mad Dragon Emperor. He died decades ago. Yet his ruins appear here. A great, great, great fall. Ayang trembled as he looked at Tokal, although he knew what Tokal had hidden. He never expected it to be like this. Ayang, Tokal looked into his eyes with pitch-black eyes. How much do you trust me? More important than life. I hate my father, Lu Wangong, and the people around him. Black Dragon, Demon Dragon, Sword Dragon, Yuan Long and Bai Long. These elders I also hate. Jinka Long and Antir, these slippery people. I also hate them. I also hate Tyr, someone with no heart. I deny everything about Ragnar. That's why I want to eliminate them all and create a new Ragnar. Tokal extended his hand to Ayang. Will you join me? Ayang silently nodded and grasped that hand. Survival Path 181, Chapter 15, Number 015. The clan leader, Tokal's assassination. After all meetings concluded. 749. 00:21:36, 399. 00:21:36, 399. After all meetings concluded, on the way back to his residence, Fear was deep in thought. Why didn't anything like this happen in the past life? Or did it happen? But I didn't know. In the past life, Tokal, known as an unparalleled genius, failed in the competition for power. The known cause of death was war. It was said that he died in the battle with the Saint Magic Church, but the truth seems not to be so. The Black Dragon didn't explain why he had Tokal assassinated, but his obsession with Ragnar, which was more intense than that of the clan leader, must have had a reason behind it. Maybe it was collusion with the Saint Magic Church, or something else. Evelyn was already a headache in pursuing Lady Lantern. This was troubling enough. What exactly happened to the family? Fear felt a bit suffocated. He sighed deeply. On the surface, the family seemed so great, but in reality, it could collapse at any moment due to invisible cracks. Can it really be handled properly? Can it be stitched together to become a larger family? What should I do? His mind became complicated, but at least one thing was certain. No matter what, he must carry the weight of his fate. When he entered Team 5's camp, Fear was congratulated by Selford, Eileen, and other team members. Congratulations, team leader. Congratulations, wow. You've become the youngest combat examiner. It feels like just yesterday. Now you're already an advanced examiner and team leader. How much longer will you continue? Fireworks exploded in front of them. Fear awkwardly scratched his cheek. He never expected such a scene. The huge dining table was filled with all sorts of food and wine. He didn't know when they had prepared it. The masterminds behind this event, Selford and Eileen, were casually holding cakes. They even placed a tall hat on Fear's head. What is this? What else could it be? A crown, right? Does it suit? Selford winked. He gave a thumbs up and extended his hand. Tyr sighed deeply. sister. On the other hand, Hawks, who was mingling with the team and clapping, hastily grabbed Erica's wrist. Erica impatiently shook off his hand. I'm listening. Let go, I'll talk after. What should we do? How should we proceed? What should we do? Tyr's second sword is about to be taken. What should we do? What should we do? Isn't this a thing of the past? Giving up the second sword. What should we do? That's simple. Simple? What do you mean? First, defeat Lei, then talk. Damn. Hawk's face turned bright red. Because he remembered the time when he challenged Lei with momentum, but his soul was drained. Erica crossed her arms and lightly hummed, but her gaze never left Tyr. Lei said that Tyr became whole because of crossing life and death countless times. That line kept echoing in her mind. Lei quietly watched Tyr. So, what about the new captain, Mr. Tyr Ragnar's speech? Please, go ahead. Selford handed the transparent microphone to Tyr. Peel asked with a bitter smile. What is this? What else could it be? A celebration party. How can there not be a party during happy times, right? Everyone, right? We got rid of those annoying little black guys, and now we feel great. Haha, yes, exactly. When the tower was fully conquered, it would be great to see their expressions. My heart is truly relieved. But where did so many dragons come from? It's really amazing. But where did so many dragons come from? It's truly amazingly incredible. The other team members, amidst the noise, remembered the divine might that Tyr had once displayed. Back then, they had already acknowledged that even if Tyr became the team leader, he would undoubtedly be sufficient. Come on, say something. Under Selford's constant urging, Tyr smiled bitterly and said, I am Tyr Ragnar, temporarily serving as the team leader this time. His voice rang out seriously. The chaotic atmosphere vanished. Everyone's eyes were sharp. Indeed, their eyes carried a smile, but their expressions were unusually serious. Tyr clearly understood now why they were the white-armored dragon cavalry. He adjusted his attire. He continued, for the sake of convenience and orders, Jingyu will only issue the orders at midnight. Since this is my first time as team leader, everyone may feel uneasy, but I will do my best. I won't ask too much from everyone. I only hope for one thing. Trust in a team leader under 20 years old. Despite having reasons to doubt his abilities, they couldn't find a trace of hesitation in their eyes. If you trust me, I will give you the corresponding rewards, and I will deliver victory to everyone. But if anyone disobeys orders, I will handle it immediately, unconsciously. Selford watched Tyr, who had control of the situation, with satisfaction. As expected, this kid has talent. Although I know, it's not very nice to call someone who's already my superior a kid. In fact, Selford really liked this kid, like a younger brother, yet someone to be respected as a superior. In this atmosphere, although it was a bit awkward, I'll give the first order now. Delay the party to this time. This statement shocked Selford and the other team members. They had already prepared everything. So why suddenly, after the dispute with the Black Iron Cavalry, was there accumulated fatigue? The confusion that had been hard to prepare now felt even stronger. At 4 a.m. today, the White Armor Dragon Knight Squadron and the Black Iron Cavalry Squadron will carry out a joint operation. The mission is to destroy the cult altar inside the Troyban camp. This is the order from above. In an instant, the team members showed different reactions. Some showed surprised expressions. Some quickly looked at Tyr. But one thing was the same. Their gazes became determined. Selford hesitated for a moment. He said, Captain, the Black Iron Cavalry? Yes. We clashed with them. That was only a few hours ago. But the order has not changed. Murmurs echoed around. Can we really trust them with our backs? The mixed emotions of doubt were evident. And precisely because of this, the most important thing now is why Tyr wore full armor. He continued, saying, this is the order from the White Armor Dragon Knights. The real mission for our group of 5 is something else. In the chaos, we are to assassinate the Black Iron Cavalry. Captain. The shocked team members tried to hide their expressions, but it didn't seem easy. So, while carrying out the mission, please be extra cautious. Ensure that there are no issues. For safety's sake, from now on, all external activities are prohibited. The air inside the camp became intense. Group 5 busied themselves. There were only a few hours left until the mission. All preparations must be completed before then. Time was very tight. They had to prepare equipment and feed the wyverns. There was a lot to do. Not sure about the current situation, Selford tightly pulled the straps of the wyvern's harness, the fixation device, to keep the wyvern calm. Aling, who had been distracting it, tilted her head. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this operation? No. We are just following the instructions from above. No. We are just following the instructions from above. Just soldiers. However, Selford paused for a moment, gathered his thoughts, and continued. Recently, the family seems to be in a bit of chaos. Chaos, don't you think so? Am I the only one who feels this way? Eileen glanced at Selford. Although Selford had an easygoing personality, he was born a bastard, and was very skilled at reading the room. Therefore, he often could guess the information that hadn't been conveyed to the troops through the atmosphere. It was the same now. Eileen couldn't help but worry. I'll explain it properly. Look, Evelyn, who is preparing to become a Dragon Gate Knight, was suddenly sent on a solo mission. Fear immediately took over that position. Then this mission happened. After serving in the white armored dragon cavalry for many years, Eileen knew very well how strong the Black Iron Cavalry's loyalty to Tokal was. If they received Tokal's orders, they would die if ordered to die, live if ordered to live. An assassination order would actually be no different from an attack on the Black Iron Cavalry. Since this mission is so important, it must have been proposed by Lord Black Dragon and approved by the clan leader. But do you think this is truly how Ragnar would act? If it were in the past, he would have directly arrested like that Moza who overheard. This doesn't seem like Ragnar. In Ragnar's administrative system, orders from superiors are absolute. But now things have changed. Eileen finally realized the danger of the situation. From the clan leader to Lord Nine Dragons, everyone feels like they are being chased. Of course, since it's called an extinction war, it can only end when they are completely defeated. A war of this scale is happening. Although it seems like it's to be expected, it still feels like this isn't the end. Are you saying there's more to come? Eileen fell into silence. Besides Tokal's assassination, what else could there be? I really can't guess. What are you thinking so seriously about? I'm just saying random things. Anyway, get your spirits up. There's no sleeping tonight. Selford laughed loudly. He completed the remaining preparations. With the preparation time very tight, Fear was welcoming new guests. Finally, they met. The gatekeeper knew. These were the people from the Glory tribe. They came to bless us. Even though it was late, these dust-covered people had been guarding the White Tower for a long time. Fear had planned to meet them after their treatment, but their enthusiasm was It's okay. Even if our bodies are broken, we can't stop watching. The gatekeeper ancestors couldn't either. Lord Brock laughed. It seemed they couldn't have a normal conversation, but they couldn't just leave it like this. Hee. I might actually believe the fanatic group over there. Please don't say such terrifying things. But looking at these natives with shining eyes, Fear didn't know how to persuade them. Suddenly, someone walked in front of the natives, stretched out their hands. The noise quieted down like a lie. It was a young, beautiful woman with flowing hair, but her attire was clearly different from the other natives. You could tell the difference from the color alone. Is that woman their leader? There's a familiar aura. Familiar? Yes, this woman is definitely not an ordinary person. Fear widened his eyes. Calmed the indigenous people, then turned to Tyr. Suddenly visiting like this. I apologize. I am from the White Tower clan. When Jel was called Blackfeather, I am Blackfeather. Different from other indigenous people. She seemed to be very familiar with fluent imperial language. This woman is Drazenia. It's an honor to meet a gatekeeper like you. The woman's obsidian-like eyes made Tyr fall into deep thought. For some reason, her face looked very familiar. Lornold Block. Yes, I'm looking too. Both her face and her aura are exactly the same as mine. Like a perfect copy. Path of Survival. Factory 182, 015, number 2. Tyr knew the legends of Drazenia very well. Unlike the common dragons, who gradually understand the physical traits of ancient dragons, Drazenia is the only race to understand the intellectual traits of ancient dragons. Therefore, they are capable of using magic. They sometimes appear in the human world in mysterious forms, and sometimes, the legends of dragon people in the human world are mostly about them. But unlike the social dragon species, Drazenia has a strong individualistic tendency. Therefore, their descendants are rarely seen. Now most are considered extinct. But that woman is. Yes, her appearance isn't obvious. She's closer to the species. Lornold Block said with a smile. But because of that, she is even more remarkable. This means she has excellent magical abilities to hide her appearance. Tyr's eyes instantly lit up. It seems like you really like her. Lornold Block understood Tyr's love for talent, so he could only smile bitterly. Did I do something wrong? Black Pine Crow, after Tyr paused in silence, seemed a little uneasy. Fear simply shook his head. No, I just didn't expect to meet Drazenia here. At this moment, Black Blue Owl's face regained its color. At that moment, the light surrounding Black Blue Owl suddenly changed. In that instant, the body of Black Blue Owl was suddenly enveloped in light. It began to change. Click. A right-angled horn grew on the left temple. The coat bulged out. Wings began to sprout, resembling Hybercum Dangikdank. Myorna Homawatna. The indigenous people were in a chaotic panic. The light quickly dissipated, revealing Black Blue Owl's transformation. The shape became visible. Feet, wings, tail, and sharp teeth. It seemed as though it cleverly blended the forms of humans and dragons, a mix of both. The atmosphere that had been gentle just moments ago, for some reason, became a bit tense. The dragon's aura seemed to have grasped something. Indeed, this child is pure-blooded. Back in our time, it was rare to find such children. Truly miraculous. Fear didn't ask what that was. Rod Brock, who liked to talk, would explain it all. For lower-tier dragons, bloodlines mean how closely related they are to the ancient dragons. Yes, originally, the dragon species itself was close to us. A byproduct formed in the process of guarding the world. The closer they are to us, the stronger their abilities become. Rod Brock, stroking his chin, carefully observed every aspect of Black Blue Owl. This lady's bloodline, among all the purebloods I've seen, is one of the most profound. At this level, she can be considered the first. But who? The first generation means she was directly born from ancient dragons. If that's the case, she would be at least 1,000 years old. Are there still people like that alive? At this point, Tyr was also curious about Black Pine Crow. Black Pine Crow calmed the indigenous people with a worried look in her eyes. She said to Tyr, I am Drazenia. Although this is a secret, it doesn't matter to these people. But I still thank you for your concern. I never thought that there would be Drazenia on this land, and that there would be one with pure blood. Black Pine Crow's eyes widened slightly. It's impressive that you can tell I'm Drazenia. I didn't expect you to know even this. If this is something you're hiding, I'll be careful with my words, not just about the past. Ha ha ha. You truly are the one who opened the gates. That's good. Tyr exchanged a smile with Black Pine Crow. Look at how shameless he is. So why didn't you show yourself directly? Troublesome. I have to accept greetings from all these guys individually. It takes so much effort. Anyway, it's just my way. Tyr chuckled. You seem to be thinking about something endless just now. No. You're getting more shameless like Higdal. Tyr intentionally ignored Lornold Black's sarcastic voice. However, due to my shallow knowledge, I can't determine which great person's blessing you've received. May I ask you to tell me? Black Pine Crow's eyes traced a slight arc. It's not hard to guess. Maybe to the gatekeeper. It's also someone close to them. Tyr couldn't guess. Only the eyes. Lornold Block also tilted his head. This is Ragnar's guardian. Lornold Block, sir. Tyr hurriedly turned towards Lornold Block, the direction where the spirit resides. Lornold Block's eyes were trembling wildly. Do you have children? Are you crazy? I've spent my whole life fighting with that bastard. A virgin who has never even held a man's hand properly. And yet you dare speak nonsense. So who is this? How should I know? He jumped up, his face flushed red. It's hard to believe it's him. So what exactly is it? Black Blue Owl smiled gently. It seems I scared you. Indeed, anyway. Please feel free to call me Dongu. Black Blue Owl added. Dongu in their language means leftover woman. Because in the family, there were no legends related to Lord Dangu. Well, that can't be helped. I was created for the needs of the Pantheon. Before Lord Rodbrock returned to the Eastern Mountain, one of the traces left by that lord in the world was shaped and intervened by the Pantheon. That's me. To guard the White Tower leading to the Pantheon, Tyr finally understood. The outer perimeter of the Pantheon is guarded by Dangu. The interior is guarded by Cartasuchus. The entrance of the Pantheon. I increasingly dislike it. The Pantheon's people. Did they unknowingly create the fact that they were creators? Or is it because of the Pantheon's unilateral actions? For some reason, ever since meeting Hildred, Rodbrock seems to have developed a deep hatred for the Pantheon. However, guarding the White Tower is too heavy a task for me alone. Thus, I had no choice but to seek their help. In fact, the indigenous people of the White Tower were created by Dongu. So what brings you to me? After a long wait, the true guardian has finally arrived. My long-term mission is now over. So, I wish to make a request. Dongu elegantly bowed. If you agree to my request, as long as the guardian permits, I am willing to contribute to the dragon army, led by the guardian. An artist from the indigenous people stepped forward, handing Tyr something wrapped in red silk. When the drum pulled down the silk cloth, Tyr's eyes instantly widened. This is also for you. Wrapped in the silk cloth was a ring. An ordinary ring with no special features, but blue light was emanating from it. This is a relic of the ancient dragons. Unconsciously, the time for the mission began at 4 a.m. Tyr, under the protection of the 5th Squad, arrived at the gathering place. Hundreds of white dragons formed a formation, filling the sky densely. This in itself was a spectacular sight. On the ground, the black armored squads lined up in formation. Their armor was as black as the night sky. Although the scale was smaller, due to many injured members withdrawing, it was even more imposing. Their momentum was sharper. Under the hundreds of black helmets, there was no sound. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. But the white armored dragon squad remained equally silent. For them, the most important thing was to carry out the mission. No other conversation was needed. Let's go, with Tokel's command. The attack began. Kainwinbura let out a long roar, struggling to flap its wings. The 5th Squad was at the end of the overall formation. Therefore, Tyr could clearly see the movements of the white armored dragon squad and even the black armored squad. I didn't expect to find a relic here. Tyr fiddled with the ring on his left ring finger and fell into deep thought. It seems this artifact isn't so easy to decipher. It's sealed, yes. Because the guardian of that artifact is me. So yes. My request was precisely to obtain that artifact. What request? That was the test that Gel proposed. The conditions were simple. Increase the mission alert. 8. Propose a new future to the Laconicum tribe guarding the White Tower. Difficulty A. Additional reward. Relic of the Ancient Dragon. Failure results in death. Gel's explanation was very simple. The White Tower clan is currently in a state of pride, because the group they have long sought has had their wishes fulfilled. But some of the older elders are worried that the younger generation may feel uneasy in the future. It's fine now, but they might feel empty later on. When Gore wants to propose new hopes and a sense of mission, from one perspective, it may be a task that feels hard to begin. proposing new visions, and giving a sense of mission to a clan. From one perspective, it could be an unexpected burden, but this is actually a good thing. However, Fear didn't feel particularly worried, because he already had the Kriemhild Knight Corps. As long as he called for them, someone would always be there to support him. This was equivalent to adding some new foundations that could be easily expanded. Therefore, Fear suggested to Dronzer not to tutor. Please go find the Kriemhild Knight Corps. If it's my command, they will immediately arrange accommodations. Although some may not want to leave their hometown, the situation will be better than here. The Black Iron Cavalry, dissatisfied with the indigenous people, is about to face a crisis. What kind of retaliatory actions they will take next, no one knows. And they will recruit volunteers from the tribe to train with the Knight Corps. In the near future, I will summon you again. Fear planned to introduce a new system within the Kriemhild Knight Corps. Dragon Knights are not just wyvern riders. If there's an air force, then it's not impossible to have an army or navy as well. Ground Dragon Knights, Sea Serpent Knights. How about guarding Fukuda? Not only that, magical troops could also operate with fairy dragons and dragon people. If there are knights who can protect and help them, we can expect even greater improvements in combat power. If there are knights who can protect and help them, we can expect even greater improvements in combat power. Moreover, if Tyr can later obtain the white armored dragon cavalry and merge it with the Kriemhild Knights, then an unprecedented Dragon Knight Order will be born, not a Dragon Knight Legion. Of course, this kind of force cannot be exposed publicly. Therefore, the secluded Guild Islands, which are hard to monitor from the outside, are an excellent hiding place. The future you see for Ragna is very different from the previous Ragna. Very good, you've got that point. Tyr gained the approval of the deaf and secured the ownership of this artifact. Congratulations, successfully giving the Lacunicum tribe a new sense of mission. The scenario mission number 8 was completed smoothly. Evaluation, AAA, additional reward. The ownership of the ancient dragon relic, dragon folk, etc. For details, please consult the Guardian. According to the evaluation, magic talent has increased. The tears of the dragon folk can be seen as a one-time artifact. For one-time use. Is there a limit on the number of uses? Yes, there are only 3 uses. But it's certain that, within these 3 uses, no one can kill Lord Tyr Ragna. Not even the gods of the Pantheon. Chapter 183, Temporary Squad Leader Number 3. An artifact that can provide absolute defense and attack reflection. This means 3 extra lives. For the future, for Tyr, who will undertake more dangerous missions. There is no more satisfying artifact than this. Although the limited number of uses is a bit regrettable, it can't be helped. It seems this was granted by the god of karma, a temporary divine object, Lornal Block said, while fiddling with his finger, evaluating it. The god of karma? Tyr had often thought about that god, who showed him kindness during his ascent of the White Tower. Who or why did that god show him such an attitude? It remains an unsolved mystery. Yes, karma means inevitable cause and effect, but sometimes, the outcome can be freely changed by adding variables. Lornal Block stroked his chin while saying this. Even with 3 uses, granting such a thing at this time. The god of karma seems to have seen something in this future. This mission is not that easy. Yes, in this mission, you may not just be limited to a simple assassination. The timelines seen by the gods of the Pantheon are deeper and broader than ours. What that means is, the invasions you've witnessed from the Pantheon gods may become more intense, especially the Nameless Sovereign. For example, the Nameless Sovereign may become more active. This hints that the Nameless Sovereign and the Holy Demon Church will become more active, so be fully prepared. The god of karma may have granted this item with their protection, because they are worried about Tyr. Currently, the Pantheon is busy defending against the invasion of outer gods, unable to focus excessively on the management of the world. Even so, granting such an item must have come at a great cost. This means they are very concerned about what Tyr truly is. What is behind Tokal? Could it be connected to the Holy Demon Church or the Nameless Sovereign? Perhaps this incident is related to the hunted Black Dragon or the secret of the Plum Blossom Princess. In any case, Tyr has no intention of weakening here. Under the protection of the giant hound barrier of the Black Armored Army, Tokal's assassination is the most suitable choice. While thinking about these things, Kanowin Buruf, in the distance, unknowingly, the Troyban base began to appear. The Holy Demon Church is a cult. The Empire views it as a must-reject faction. Therefore, the Empire regularly organizes armies to hunt them down, especially decades ago. The large-scale crusade gathered around Ragna even destroyed the Holy Demon Church's hidden headquarters. For a time, the word holy was no longer associated with them. This was all thanks to the hero, Karl Ragna. But after all, a cult is a cult. The holy from the Holy Demon Church also disappeared. This was all thanks to the hero, Karl Ragna. But after all, a cult is a cult. Because of the solid foundation, they are not easily vanished. Whenever the world falls into chaos, they quietly emerge, with heads held high. This time is no different. The Empire's authority has fallen to the dust. Across the continent, unexplainable natural disasters keep occurring. Countless refugees have been born. For the people with no tomorrow, the promise of the Saint Magic Church Sounds as sweet as the devil's voice. The leader will return soon. Our resurrection is near. Bishop Beckett laughed loudly. Look now. So many names are gathering on their own. Aren't they eagerly awaiting the great and miraculous resurrection? The great God said, "You people, why are you living such a miserable life? The reason you suffer such deep pain and oppression is because this world is full of hypocrisy and injustice." On the altar made of 999 steps, a priest in white robes was looking down at the 9,999 devout followers, delivering the sermon. The only way for you to gain salvation is to escape this hypocritical world. I will lend you a hand. From the shadows buried in darkness since the creation of the world, I return to end the cycle of this hypocritical world. I will rescue you from that cause. The priest's sermon went on and on. The bronze fire basins on both sides of the altar burned brighter. The black flames swirled around. They flickered intensely. The temperature around them rose. The devotees, with their hands clasped, felt their fervor rise with the heat. The atmosphere was nothing short of fanatic. Beckett quietly observed the scene. The ceremony was nearing its end. So many people have gathered. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked up to Victor. After confirming the man's identity, Victor's lips curled slightly. A slight smile appeared. Normally, Ed, who showed no interest in lectures, today actually came to listen. It seems he has finally made up his mind to listen to the voice of the gods. Ed Troyban once held the title of Dragon Slayer from Ragna in the north, now reclaiming the position of the heir to Troyban. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. I am an atheist. Such a pity. Clearly, the miracles of the gods are right before our eyes. Yet we must stay away from dedicating ourselves to the Holy Ma Church. Isn't one person enough, Father? Even so, there is still some regret in my heart, which is why I bring this up. Troyban and the Holy Ma Church are not just a simple alliance. In fact, it's closer to a blood pact. Troyban's patriarch, Granada. Troyban once was a fervent believer of the Holy Ma Church. Of course, Granada didn't join the Holy Ma Church out of pride, like Ragna. Religious beliefs and worldly positions are separate, but Granada truly revered the apostle of the Holy Ma Church. This fact cannot be ignored. Edgar helped revive the clergy of the Holy Ma Church. He participated in the resurrection ritual this time, for the same reason. The resurrection of the gods. Truly absurd and laughable. Ed looked at the ritual that was heating up. He hummed softly. If gods truly exist, if the God they speak of is truly omniscient and omnipotent, why has the Holy Ma Church experienced the rise and fall of power, yet this world still hasn't completely fallen under its divine control? So, why does it need such a resurrection now? After all, victory has long been decided, hasn't it? However, the god Edgar saw was both the victor and the loser. At times, it experienced decline, a flawed existence. It should never have been sealed from the start. And also a loser. It experiences decline at times, an imperfect existence. It should never have been sealed from the start. Eddie knew why the nameless monarch was suddenly sealed despite being in full momentum. He didn't understand the reason behind it. The cardinal and the bishops argued that God was resting after performing many miracles. The truth was bound by some kind of magic and temporarily sealed. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a meaningless ritual to lift the seal. And the one capable of doing that would surely be Tyr. That guy Taradna. At first seemed insignificant and trivial, but now it's curious how far he can grow. If it were you, you would definitely try to stop this. Let me see what form you will take this time. Let me see how you will disguise yourself. Eddie murmured softly, his eyes flashing with madness. The madness born from his obsession with Tyr was about to reach its peak, waiting to personally destroy him. But I am not worried. If Lord Eddie watches, he might even have to believe in the existence of God. The book Bishop Beckett opened his arms wide, as if to directly receive the divine grace descending from the heavens. A flush appeared on Beckett's face, as he immersed himself in deep joy. The resurrection ritual quietly approached its end. There is only one way to welcome the great God, that is to believe in his spirit. Therefore, I ask you all, do you lambs believe in him? Dezarin, I believe. I believe. Ah, Purchase. The believers answered the priest's question in unison. Madness and fervor intertwined, burning the atmosphere of indulgence even hotter. Do you believe in his salvation? I believe, I believe. Do you believe in his end? Yes, God, please. Grant us the end, then prove that belief. What should I do now? I am willing to give everything. My wealth, my wife, anything you want. I will give it to you, and that immense madness. Now it has completely numbed the minds of the believers, painfully spewing out an unpleasant black shadow. Offer the most precious thing you have for him. Offer it up. At the priest's command, the believers respectfully raised the daggers placed beside them, then flipped them around, and without hesitation slashed their left chests, pulling out their hearts, which burst apart. Splat. Blood gushed from 9,999 hearts, interwoven with 9,999 instances of madness. The pitch-black blood formed a river, gradually flowing toward the altar. Oh God, please return here and save us. The last one. The priest's heart exploded, and 10,000 lives were offered. Ed frowned at the disturbing sight, but said nothing. The real horror was just about to begin. Rumble, gurgle. In the pond of blood from 10,000 lives, black tentacles emerged one after another, twisting and intertwining like vines. They coiled repeatedly, finally rising high into the clouds as if piercing the sky. Ah, the tree is awakening. The buds are about to bloom. Soon, the flowers will be in full blossom. There must be a god inside. Victor, who had long since gone mad, was completely intoxicated, as if even the gods were entranced. If that's a flower, what a ridiculous sight. Ed resisted the urge to draw his sword and cut it down immediately. It was utterly grotesque, so bizarre in itself. Something that could never have been born through normal evolution. A mixture of deathly aura, of demonic, sinister, and destructive energy, entangled in chaos. Any creature with common sense would instinctively feel disgust. Clack. Clicking sounds as more tentacles attached to the cluster of tentacles. Unknowingly, a giant flower bud over several tens of meters in height was formed, and at the moment the bud began to bloom, Cardinal Beckett's face was about to express the greatest joy. Suddenly, a dense shadow covered the sky. There were over 100 of them. Of course, Victor's gaze automatically shifted toward them. Eddie turned his head as well, and for the first time, smiled. Here they come. The drunken ones have finally shown up. The White Dragon Legion that blocked out the sun, the General of the 100 Armor Cavalry. Chapter 184, Temporary 5th Line 4. About 20 minutes ago, Julius saw from afar the outline of the Troy camp beginning to appear, and signaled to the team. A few days ago, Black Snow accidentally obtained some intelligence. It was said that the demon god worshipped by the Holy Demon Church had stopped functioning for an unknown reason for some time, and they were rushing to prepare a ritual to resolve the matter. They had reported all the events he experienced in the tomb to headquarters, including the temporary sealing of the nameless monarch. But the higher-ups decided not to make these attacks. After all, considering that Tyr has been deeply influenced by the Holy Ma Church, he might face even greater danger. I came to this conclusion. The resurrection ritual of the Holy Demon Church will take place on the Wild Mountains several kilometers outside the camp. An altar has been secretly built there, and preparations are underway. The scene may be even worse than anything you've seen before. Julius' voice was calmer than ever, but Tyr couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run down his spine. Julius was enveloped in a strong, murderous intent. Is there a grudge between the general and the Holy Demon Church? As Tyr's eyes widened slightly, the telepathic message continued. But please be sure, do not charge, and do not be drawn into there. Especially, the team leaders should pay close attention to each member. Ensure everything is ready. The operation is as follows. Julius's explanation was very concise. 1. The white-armored warriors will attempt a surprise attack to personally stop the resurrection ritual. 2. In case of conflict with the Holy Magic Church forces, the Black Iron Cavalry waiting on the ground will immediately charge from the front and utterly crush the enemy. 3. To counter enemy reinforcements, the main force of the Trojan horse will directly engage Ragnar's main force to hold them back. In this operation, there is also an attempt to assassinate the Patriarch Granada. Therefore, the Black Dragon, Ice Dragon, Sword Dragon, and Phantom Dragon will all join the battle. An operation involving 5 of the 9 dragons means that Ragnar is very intent on stopping the resurrection of the first generation, or perhaps Tokal and his backers. Consider Ragnar an equally significant threat. As the successor and leader of the Black Iron Age, Tokal holds a prominent position. If his identity as a spy is exposed, whether internally or externally, it would benefit no one. Therefore, they plan to cover up this fact by having him fall in the chaos. If it's an operation involving the 9 dragons, it becomes even more convincing. Then they will package his heroic sacrifice to boost morale. The Black Dragon has long been planning ahead, setting the stage in advance, and meticulously planned this operation. Because of that, there must be absolutely no mistakes this time. Understood. Julius's stern order thundered in their ears. Yes, sir. They silently nodded. Huh. It's been a while since we've all gathered like this. Of course we can't mess up. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Captain number 3, Garrido, patted his chest with a laugh, as if saying, leave it to me, and promised that there would be no mistakes. I will handle it properly. Team leader number 4, Hanada, smiled gently with a warm tone. In any case, our captain worries about many things. Why are they all unnecessary worries? They're turning 40 the day after tomorrow. 40, group leader number 1. Amore mischievously laughed. Other team members also echoed a few words. Seemed like no problem. The diverse reactions displayed reflected the free-spirited atmosphere. Wow, looks like the average age is going up. Who made this number jump all of a sudden? If you're not happy, come at me. Can that short tongue stop making noises? You're turning 70 the day after tomorrow. Can you be quiet? Hee, Susu whispered softly. Pierre awkwardly touched his cheek. As the team leader, he also felt like he should say something, but what to say left him troubled. Indeed, their noise is no less than ours. They are the successors of the white-armored dragon cavalry. They were born after our army was wiped out, so that tradition has not disappeared. Even so, back then, we really listened to the officer's words, didn't we? It's crazy. That guy who secretly drank during the day and was heavily punished. Hey, you were there too, right? Because the bell rang loudly in the temple, it was impossible to concentrate. Hey, group leader number 5, don't you think so? Caring for the team members, taking care of the team leader. There's no sister like me in the world. You call this meddling a big sister's interference. Can you all quiet down? I'm giving a report to group leader number 5. Tears said with a gushao, bitter smile. What should I say at a time like this? At that moment, Lornold Block stood up. Haha, such a frustrating companion. Usually, you talk so much, but now you're so weak. Well, it can't be helped, can it? I'll tell you the secret strategy. Just follow it exactly. Fear repeated Roadbrock's words verbatim. Does age matter? What matters is dignity. When I first met the leader of group number 1, I almost mistook him for my friend and was disrespectful. The other group leaders widened their eyes. Then Amore fired the pan and cannon. Did you hear that? Hee hee. That's right. What matters is how you live. Everyone's already growing old, and that little fellow is already lined up in the ranks. His tongue skills are exceptional. It's practically an art. Julius looked at the clan leaders and couldn't help but chuckle. He had become a clan leader in less than a year after enlisting. At first, they had worried he might just be for show, but it seemed fear was steadily establishing his position. Even so, on the eve of the operation, they couldn't keep this atmosphere forever, so he lightly cleared his throat. Ahem. Fortunately, the members' eyes refocused on him. But to me, your safety matters more than the mission. If you feel in danger, retreat without hesitation. I will take responsibility for what follows. Understood. Yes, understood. Understood. The leader and the members responded in unison. Their fighting spirit was once again honed to sharpness, melding as one. Then let's move out. At Julius's command, Kair descended, and the white-armored warriors' raid began. It was very simple. The wyverns first unfastened the bomb crates tied to the bridge, and taking advantage of the chaos, the members tried to launch a surprise attack. However, rumble, rumble, rumble. Crash. Above the altar, hundreds of magic bombs rained down. Explosions erupted everywhere. The altar collapsed. Flames soared into the sky. The black bud created from 10,000 sacrifices also suffered heavy damage. It's alive. It's trying to resist. Water. Quick, get water. The flower is catching fire. The priests of the Holy Magic Church panicked, running in all directions. This chaotic scene felt fresh to the white-armored cavalry members. Oh, this is interesting. Fanatics need to be beaten down hard to feel satisfying. Haha, usually, they mechanically obey the commands of the bishop or archbishop. But this time, this ceremony seemed especially important to them. Thanks to that, the team successfully landed with ease, and, like thunder, struck swiftly. They quickly wiped out the guards, especially Team 2 and Team 3, who performed exceptionally. They were assigned to the melee, and their enemies failed to form ranks. They were cut in half at the waist. Bang, clatter. What the hell are you doing? Protect the flower first. Protect the flower. The priests of the Ukraine diocese protected the altar, while the priests of the Eight Holes diocese held one flank. But the mid-tier leaders like bishops and vice-bishops, who were struggling to manage the chaos, became prey. This was Team 4's task. Captain Hot, originally, besides Julius and Amore, was the finest swordsman in the white-armored cavalry. Of course, all his team members were skilled in swordsmanship, highly proficient in martial arts. Blood harmonization? There's none of that here. Hadu pulled his sword from a fallen bishop's throat, his eyes glinting sharply, just as Julius had casually mentioned, before the assault began. This was indeed the case. Their god had been sealed away. It means the grace has also been sealed. A blood mage who cannot control the blood light harmonization may not even be considered a blood mage. I'll take responsibility. Bishop, try to stay inside for a bit longer. The reason why the Holy Demon Church's bloodline is so terrifying is because of the infinite magic they flaunt. It's hidden within. If not for that, there would be no need to fear. The situation has developed to this point. The most annoyed one must be Cardinal Beckett. These people actually dared to interfere with the sacred ritual. Beckett's face was covered with bulging veins, looking mottled. He suddenly turned his head, and the light turned to Eddie. The Trojan horse. What exactly is the Trojan horse doing? Things have reached this point. In Ragnar's sharp voice, there was a hint of anger at not noticing and preventing this plot. However, Eddie just smiled. A smile that was completely incomprehensible. Really? That can be called clever? Isn't it more important to stop this first now? Beckett was about to ask what that meant, when a sudden attack made him hurriedly dodge. Crash. A black sword aura swept past where he was standing, raising a cloud of rough dust. What a pity, it could have sent him straight to the afterlife. Beckett's light quickly turned toward that direction. His expression stiffened immediately. Julius rested his sword on his shoulder, and coldly smiled as he looked over. The demon dragon. During that time, with Master Kale, frequently harassing the enemy generals of the Holy Ma Church, Beckett had fought him many times. How was that period for you? It's been a while since I saw you. Yeah, it's been a long time. The demon dragon Eddie, while messing up his windblown hair, also revealed a smile. He also revealed a smile. Then smack. Suddenly, Ed's figure seemed to collapse inward, and reappeared in the center. He collided with Julius. who was also moving. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying in all directions. The ground, dozens of meters long, collapsed. Two giant dragons fought upon it, reducing the surroundings to ruins. Finally caught you. Calling someone a rat, huh? Kid, isn't that a bit much? Sneaking into someone's home and gnawing on the stored grain. What else is that if not a rat? True enough. But there's one thing. He got wrong. Ed wiped his chin with his hand, nodding in agreement. Yet that bitter smile never left his face. I no longer use the term rat. It's not about underestimating Winterl. It's about taking it back. Because, smack, the energy on Ed's sword surged upward, beginning to distort the space around him. Gray energy billowed out endlessly. His glass domain catastrophe was about to unleash. Because Winterl's true master is us. Nonsense. Julius also unleashed his mist domain within the glass domain. A battle of domains between superhumans had begun. Gurgle gurgle. At that moment, unnoticed, the Black Iron Cavalry had already arrived near the altar, and, as planned, began crushing the Holy Magic Church from the front. Now, Thier made his move. Article 015 of Chapter 185. What's with this hard work nonsense? Victor stared at the fragments of sword energy sweeping in like a storm, his body stiffening. He too was one of the superhumans who had mastered the glass domain. But unlike them, he had no confidence in wielding his power. Up in the sky, lightning made of magic power kept striking down. Storms raged across the ground, repeatedly trying to erase the lightning. Julius and Ed displayed an utterly absurd level of power. It seemed like they were merely slashing wildly, but it was actually a seamless coordination. He understood that even a simple move held countless intricacies, capable of breaking off in multiple directions at any time. They were demons. Demons wearing human skin. That's how Victor described Julius and Ed. Not human. That kind of power should never belong to humans. Truly, the words of the gods were not false. Gods belong in the place of gods, and humans have their own duties. May the words of the gods soon spread across the world, shattering their delusions, seizing that power, and delivering proper teachings. However, Becker's thoughts didn't last long. From the direction of the main gate came a deafening roar. The people of the Black Iron Age were marching in song. The Lambda formation tried to break through. In an instant, Victor's face flushed red. You're here. Before the resurrection ritual begins, Ed had once said something. There is intel that Ragnar will stop the resurrection at all costs. It said the white armored cavalry will take the field personally. Those heretics are coming to interfere again, but you need not worry. Their plan is doomed to fail. Have you forgotten? Ragnar still has spies we planted from Troyben. Now seems like the time to use them. Now seems like the time to reveal their true identities. Ed had repeatedly said that the forces he had planted in Ragnar were not yet eradicated. Ragnar has a long history, and its internal conflicts and fractures run deep. With just a little push, it will collapse on its own. So he believed that one day, when the time came, he will draw that sword and deliver a fatal blow to Ragnar. Yet, on the eve of the resurrection ritual, he's already about to draw that hidden sword. How exciting. What is that sword? Thud, thud. The Black Iron Cavalry kicked up clouds of dust, charging into the melee of the blood sacrificers and the white armored cavalry. Tokal Ragnar, captain of the Black Iron Cavalry, when he heard this, laughed with great joy. The direct bloodline of that hateful Ragnar actually betrayed Ragnar. What a delightful fact. The fifth apostle, perhaps the very leader of the Holy Magic Church, the flesh and spirit of God himself, personally bestowed his grace upon him, which means he is the rightful master of Ragnar. Considering that Granada and Troyben were also vassals blessed by the fifth apostle, this war. Now, the white armored cavalry will taste the flavor of despair. They thought these were their allies, but suddenly, they became enemies. When the sharp spears of the Black Iron Cavalry pierce their backs, their soaring morale will instantly collapse, and they will die in this battle, knowing nothing. Their flesh and blood will become nourishment for the gods' resurrection. But do not leave a single... Tokal roared deafeningly at the front of the Black Iron Cavalry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The cavalry's spears and horses' hooves trampled everything before them. But why is it us? Black Iron Cavalry. Avoid the Black Iron Cavalry. We're about to be crushed into pulp. The ones dying aren't the white armored cavalry. It looks more like the blood sacrificers of the Holy Magic Church. Something's not right. Becker quickly turned his gaze to Ed, because things were unfolding completely differently from what he had heard. What is going on? Young master, this isn't what we agreed on. The Black Iron Cavalry clearly said they would help us. Becker had to interrupt the transmission halfway. Ed turned to look this way, his eyes void of any emotion. At that moment, a thought flashed through Becker's mind. Could it be that Troyben's original target was? He hurriedly tried to turn his gaze to the Black Flower, but following the three apostles, Bishop, your reaction is too slow. But thanks to you, we made it this far. In an instant, someone appeared before the bishop, a man wearing a striped mask, without any decoration. He was part of the Troyben shadows. Only then did Becker realize the Holy Magic Church was composed of 5 apostles from completely different origins, and their followers. All along, it had been centered around Troyben. The 5 apostles factions responsible for military power attempted to exclude the 3 apostles factions responsible for rituals and ceremonies in order to seize the black flower. And after everything ends, they would blame all the crimes on Ragna to cover up the truth. Such a slippery scheme. Swish, swish, swish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Beckett's head was chopped off. The Black Iron Squad seemed to want to tell them why they belonged to one of the 4 main forces symbolizing Ragna, piercing and shattering. Wherever they passed, only traces of total destruction remained. All that was left on the ground was blood, lost body fragments, and blood-stained hoofprints. But strangely, Tyr felt a strong sense of dissonance there. It was too direct. The greatest strength of the Black Iron Squad lies in breakthroughs and shattering. But now it seemed like they were approaching their destination. Then Tyr saw the end of the Black Iron Squad's direction. There, a freshly bloomed black bud appeared. Clearly, after the priests died, the resurrection ritual also stopped. The blood priest who had died spilled out, and at some unknown time, it gathered into a stream, slowly flowing toward the black bud. Thus, although it was slow, the bud began to slowly bloom. A faint black light emanated from inside. It seemed as though, before Tyr could organize his thoughts, he instinctively moved first. The bird-like umbrella leaped out of the shadows and pushed him towards the black bud. Then it grabbed onto. Just before the Black Iron Squad reached the black flower, under the deeply lowered helmet, Tokal first extended his hand. With a joyful voice towards the black flower, Tyr intervened midway and flicked Tokal's hand away. The armored horse Tokal was riding suddenly changed direction and suddenly attacked Tyr Ragna. What exactly are you doing? Strange light flickered in Tokal's eyes. Different from his usual calm demeanor, he didn't hide his killing intent toward Tyr. That's what I should be asking. Captain of the Black Iron Squad, did you misunderstand the mission target? Our mission is to stop the revival of the first, isn't it? To be precise, it's to eliminate the blood priests. Isn't that right, Tokal? Unable to respond for a moment, Tyr Ragna. Do you know what you are doing now? Is this what you're really after? At this moment, Ian appeared on horseback in front of Tokal. Is that so? Yes, I've heard of you. You were temporarily appointed as captain, due to your contributions to the White Tower's mysteries. But that's only for the White Armored Squad. Interfering with the Black Iron Squad's territory is an overstep. Ian exuded a killing intent that seemed to want to tear Tyr apart immediately. But to Tyr, it was only a slight prickling of the skin. No danger. Instead, with a booming sound, the low-level Dragon Roar skill activated, overpowering the enemy's momentum. The momentum centered around Tyr, overpowered Ian's momentum. The armored horses jumped in surprise. Ian struggled greatly to calm himself. So it seems the important item is to be reclaimed by the Black Iron Squad. It is also within the Black Iron Squad's jurisdiction. Don't worry about it. Is that what you mean? What exactly are you trying to say? I'm asking about your true intentions. Tyr didn't miss the momentary hesitation in Ian. As expected, it seemed their goal wasn't to complete the mission. Originally, the Black Dragon's instructions were for assassination during the chaos. It seemed that the Black Iron Cavalry, including Ian, had all sided with Tokal. Unknowingly, the entire Black Iron Cavalry stopped their slaughter, surrounding Tyr. It seemed they were determined to take that black flower, and anyone who got in the way would be eliminated. It seems that assassination alone is not enough. There's only one proper method left, a general's duel. Tyr plunged Drake's blade into the ground, staring at Tokal, Ayong, and the Black Iron Cavalry that had somehow surrounded him. Senior Swordsman Tyr Ragnar. Beginning mission execution. Skill, Young Dragon Synchronization activated. Mind wide open. Skill, Fairy's Blessing activated. Magic power greatly enhanced. Skill, Might Devourer activated. Attack power increased. Nirvana unleashed. Dragonkin Awakening initiated. Oh, Tyr's ancient dragon relics are all unleashed at once. A storm of magic surged forth, making his clothes flutter and his bangs sway. Tyr felt the world around him rapidly changing. Nirvana, a reward from completing the 7th storyline mission, meant the expansion of his mental world. Tyr, who had opened the gate to the Pantheon, was now beyond comparison with ordinary men. With such growth, his facets naturally dissolved into enlightenment. At this moment, the Black Iron Cavalry was overwhelmed by Tyr's aura. My mission is to purge Tokal. Every word etched deeply into the ears of the Black Iron Cavalry, including Ayong and the others. They raised their spears stiffly. At the same time, Tyr let out his final roar. Anyone who obstructs shall be deemed traitors to the clan's will, and executed immediately. Full mutation mode activated. Duration, 10 minutes. The magic storm even crackled with yellow lightning, forming a thunderstorm. Protect the boss, Ayong. Amid frantic shouts, the nearby members rushed together. Protect. They heard a rumble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tyr fiercely stomped the ground, charging straight at Tokal. Go to hell. The sharp spears of the Black Iron Cavalry thrust toward Tyr's head and back, but Tyr kept spinning Drake's blade, deflecting every attack. At the same time, with masterful archery, he fired all the arrows from his waist. Boom, boom, boom. Moon white dragon sand. 3 dazzling swords shot forth, piercing the necks of the iron-armored horses, and stabbing into the hearts of the armored soldiers. They shattered before they could even scream, splitting into dozens of pieces, falling with a clatter. Ah, how unlucky. I'll kill you. The other armored soldiers charged furiously, trying to attack Thier from behind. We were supposed to assassinate him, but this is ridiculous. Suddenly, a sweet laugh echoed from the sky, bringing unexpected consequences. Like a meteor shower, dozens of strikes rained down vertically, sending the armored soldiers flying. Amore and the members of Team 1 decided to assist Pierre, blocking the Black Iron Cavalry. They revealed themselves on the battlefield. Amore glanced at Pierre. But to be honest, this really is like Ragnar. Meanwhile, without realizing it, Thier had already reached Tokal. Their first direct confrontation, Rumble. But Thier's attack failed to reach Tokal. Dragon force and magic power, along with a chaotic aura beyond them both, formed into a dragon's shape, protecting Tokal. I hadn't planned to show this yet. But you're impressive. How did you become so strong in just 1 year? Strong enough to threaten me. Brother, you haven't touched the forbidden arts like I did, have you? Tokal gave a cold smile, but from his icy eyes, there was clear jealousy and resentment toward Thier. Drake's blade seemed to loathe the opponent, trembling violently. With the Yellow Dragon Emperor's madness and the Nameless Monarch's training, Thier gave no reply, only raising one eyebrow. As Ragnar's heir, you actually possess 2 powers strictly forbidden. What exactly are you? Chapter 186. The heir of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Mission confirmed. Family storyline mission reached. Only 9 remaining. The opponent is a long-hidden traitor within the family. His current guardian spirit is the Nameless Monarch. Execution difficulty: A+. Reward: Shame Spider. Failure means death. Mission info appeared before his eyes. But Thier paid no attention to these prompts. You actually take that question seriously? Tokal chuckled softly, spreading his arms. What else could it be? Of course, I'm your brother. Power and madness surged, forming a vortex. Rumble, rumble. Black magic and yellow lightning collided, triggering explosions all around. Now, Thier was no less than Tokal. I am Ragnar's heir, soon to ascend the throne, to change Ragnar itself. Isn't that enough? Thier saw Tokal's eyes gradually turn pitch black. Change Ragnar. The role you've always denied while turning your back on Ragnar. Ragnar's true identity is. Tokal seemed displeased by Thier's words, and roared furiously. From his face to his neck, veins bulged out. Only a saint can possess it. As the rightful heir, I merely claim my right. Before anyone noticed, his eyes had turned completely black like black pearls. Looking at him, Thier was reminded of Ragnar, a piece of history known to all, the image of the Yellow Dragon Emperor, his reason and body consumed by madness, the whites and pupils of his eyes indistinguishable. The throne you speak of doesn't look like father's at all. Of course, he is just a traitor attempting to seize the throne when its master. That position originally belonged to my grandfather's grandfather. For them, only the Light Dragon Emperor deserves such a title. As the only heir of my grandfather, I will begin acting from now on to reclaim my rightful place. Tokal kicked the saddle of his armored horse and charged toward Thier. Thier simultaneously kicked the ground violently, swinging Drake's blade upwards. This was the first collision. At the altar of the resurrection ritual, there were 2 places that were not to be interfered with. The place where the 2 dragons, Liuz and Edgar, collided, and another place. The place where Thier and Tokal collided. The great sword and black spear flashed. The 3 swords, like lightning, were embedded into the place where Tokal stood. Ha ha ha. In the intense battle between the 2, Troyban found no chance to intervene. Thier, Team 5's captain, is truly strong. He is on par with the Black Armor captain, although I've heard it many times. No matter how I look at it, this development is too outrageous. Even the Dragon Knights captains were amazed, but they were also very pleased. If the members are strong, it means the overall battle strength of the team has increased. If he reaches that level, he will not just be a top heir, he could even be considered below the. This proves that his vow to become the next Dragon Knight captain is not an empty promise. Of course, Thier can match Tokal in strength. In his usual state, he might only be able to spar. Tokal is already a finished dancer, but for Thier, this fact is important. With just his own power, he can battle Tokal. This means that depending on the battle method, he could also win. You've studied me quite a lot, huh? Tokal slightly twisted his face. This means that depending on the battle method, he could also win, right? You've studied me quite a lot, huh? Tokal slightly twisted his face, staring at Thier. Even with the hidden aura exposed, the Dragon Emperor's presence still couldn't suppress Thier. To him, this was a disgrace. You are ultimately the one I must surpass. The 3 swords around Thier lined up neatly. Now I can truly surpass you. Yeah, let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant attitude. Thier felt strongly that beneath the helmet, Tokal's face was severely twisted. Then they clashed once again. Rumble. The spreading waves of magic and lightning fought fiercely to devour each other's territory. Next is Wajing, huh? The black curtain momentarily covering their vision was pierced through, the spear tip driving in deeply. Fear swung his marvelous sword, barely deflecting it. The dragon sand sword and the moon-white sword sliced in from the sides, like a pair of scissors, aiming at his waist. But Tokal spun like a top, deflecting every strike. Fear controlled the three swords with telekinesis freely, which was already impressive. But Tokal, with just one spear, could block them all, and even seize openings. It was astonishingly brilliant, judging by weapon mastery alone. He could even rival Princess Plum Blossom. If not for the sharp intuition from the sword bead, he would surely have been dazzled by Tokal's splendid spear work. Shoo 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 shoo. His spear technique, footwork, posture, vision, even his small habits, were all too similar to the Light Dragon Emperor. Seeing this, Fear couldn't help but recall the old intelligence. The data he once saw about the Light Dragon Emperor. Both Black Snow and the Intelligence Agency held a vast amount of documents on the Light Dragon Emperor, from trivial eating habits to letters exchanged with friends. He had found it odd back then. Wasn't the Light Dragon Emperor sentenced to erasure from all records? There were even reports of him dying under Kale's sword. In truth, all documents regarding the Light Dragon Emperor should have been destroyed, yet they still remained. Though he had doubts, perhaps it was to prepare for potential rebellions. So I didn't pay it much mind. But thinking about it now, that wasn't the case. It was almost as if they anticipated it, as if they foresaw the Light Dragon Emperor's return. Perhaps the Black Dragon knew everything all along, and trained Black Snow to swiftly master all information about the Light Dragon Emperor and Tokal's sudden death. Perhaps it was a plot by the Black Dragon and Black Snow. Yet unlike Tokal's identity, which was only revealed much later, this time, thanks to Pier's disruption, it was exposed so quickly. How exactly did the Light Dragon Emperor survive? If his head was severed, he shouldn't have been able to live. At that thought, another idea suddenly struck Fear. That other power Tokal wielded. It flashed through his mind. If Tokal really did ally with the Holy Magic Church, then the Light Dragon Emperor might have too, couldn't he? The nameless monarch was a direct intervention from an outer god. Laws and reason had little meaning in the face of death. So, could it not be possible for him to resurrect the dead? The Light Dragon Emperor truly went mad, after using the exploration of the Magic Sea as an excuse to cross the Great Wall. At that time, his eyes were clouded with magic. There were similar descriptions in the records from his previous life. So, has the Light Dragon Emperor really been resurrected? If that's the case, many of the questions that had long troubled Fear seemed to resolve themselves naturally. Why? Including the Black Dragon and Julius. Had his brothers been pursuing something all this time? Why had the nobles hidden within Ragnar's flesh been left unchecked for so long? Why did Edra only begin purging them after his followers raised their heads? Why had Troyben been so obsessed with obtaining the ancient dragon relics? Why did the Holy Magic Church ally with Troyben? Boom. Fear pushed Tokal away and asked coldly, I've been wrong all along. Troyban didn't ally with the Holy Demon Church. Troyban was originally just one of the many pawns controlled by the Holy Demon Church, right? Under the helmet, only Tokal's black light flickered ominously. No response. Troyban was created with the help of the Light Dragon Emperor of the Holy Demon Church. That explains everything, including why the Troyban executives, including Ian, always claim to be the real ones when confronting Tyr, at least from their standpoint. This isn't a lie. Troyban firmly believes they are the true bloodline of Ragna. Ian infiltrated Ragna to collect the ancient dragon's relics, and the many followers who followed him. Why such loyalty and deep roots is also naturally explained. Maybe Tokal was also one of the seeds planted by the Light Dragon Emperor and Troyban a long time ago. The Black Dragon secretly strikes against Troyban's forces, only recently revealing Tokal's true identity. Tokal still didn't answer. Tyr took it as a silent affirmation. How ridiculous. Once fighting hard against the nameless king, now turning to that self-righteous self-defense. Isn't that laughable? Tyr sneered. He is serious. What's this talk about turning? It's just because his position is unfavorable, and he's making excuses for his sentence. A guy who doesn't even know the truth dares to talk nonsense. I'm not interested in hearing the so-called truth from you. Tokal remained silent for a while, then slowly spoke. As expected, I still don't like you. Tyr's gloomy voice echoed. Lucky enough to become a Snow fan, sitting in that position and pretending to understand everything. Lucky enough. Maybe, to you, that's true. Tyr felt it wasn't necessary to refute. In his eyes, Tokal was just born beside a gifted mother. Tokal was just born beside a mother with exceptional talent. He gained various support, and even earned the trust of the Light Dragon Emperor, becoming the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Tokal too fought fiercely to survive. And so did Fear. In the end, this is not a contest of who's right, but a battle of who fights harder. Someone once far beyond Fear's reach. In truth, was no different at all. What a pity. But what now? No matter what you pursue, your plans seem to have crumbled. Because Tyr and Julius kept blocking your way, you couldn't recover. The fact that Tokal was a spy for Troyben and the Light Dragon Emperor has already been exposed. So in Ragnar, you have no foothold left. And besides, the Black Iron Cavalry has been completely blocked by the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, rendered immobile. Tokel's plans have entirely failed. All gone to nothing. What are you talking about? Tokel sneered. Fear thought he was bluffing, and frowned slightly. Then, he heard a strange sound. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From afar, came the heavy pounding of hooves on the ground. Crack, crack. Dragons roared from the sky. What is that? White dragon, what's going on? From the west, a black cavalry force raised dust as they charged in. The words on their banner came into Fear's view. On the eastern sky, opposite the black iron cavalry, a group of white-armored wyverns was flying in formation. The name and insignia on their banners were equally familiar. White-armored dragon cavalry. The appearance of these new black iron and white-armored dragon cavalries, faced with such an abnormal situation, Fear and his men froze. Didn't you just say it? Troiban is the other Ragnar, created by the Light Dragon Emperor, Tokel said with a cold smile. The one who fell into the trap wasn't me, it was you. So then, it's not surprising, is it? Chapter 187. Heir of the Light Dragon Emperor 2. Tokel's words were not wrong. If the Light Dragon Emperor understood Ragnar's system deeply and created Troiban, then Ragnar's proud 4 great legions would naturally emerge too. Even if there were new white-armored dragon and black iron cavalries, it wouldn't be strange at all. Though I couldn't choose my blood brother, I could choose my true brothers. Tokel's cold smile widened. Brother, today, your deaths will become the miracle that shows the world where the true Ragnar stands. So, you no longer intend to hide your identity? If the white-armored dragon cavalry is annihilated, the Empire and the world will surely be deeply shaken. This stage was a trap from the start. A trap set to destroy the white-armored dragon cavalry and boost Troiban's momentum. Do you intend to declare to the world that Ragnar is a broken family? Does this family still have any honor left? Tokel raised his hand mockingly. Then, the new black iron cavalry charging in, neatly raised their spears to a 45-degree angle. The new white-armored dragon cavalry also readied their magic cannons. In the instant they swung down, the spears and cannons all moved into full defense posture. Fear, filled with magic, let out a lion's roar, and swung Drake's blade with all his might. Huh! The aura from the blade soared into the sky, spreading high and wide. The makeshift aura shield was too large in size. Its power might be insufficient, but it could at least reduce some of the destructive force. Damn those black snow bastards, going crazy without doing their jobs. I never heard about this kind of thing. All the squad leaders and captains activated their domain techniques. Ordinary soldiers focused on self-defense. Amore and Squad 1 also made several attempts to reach Tokel for rescue, finally managing to block the interference of the Black Iron soldiers. They all reached out to assist Fear. In an instant, several more layers were added to the aura shield. Even the weaker soldiers wrapped themselves in aura shields. Seizing this opportunity, Tokel and the Black Iron soldiers tried to escape to the outer edge. Immediately, an even fiercer bombardment began. Boom, boom, rumble. The area where Fear and the white-armored dragon cavalry stood was under relentless attack. Dust filled the air. The ground sank. Flames shot up several times, thick black smoke billowing out. In an instant, the altar and the ceremonial grounds were left in ruins. Troiban's black iron cavalry and white-armored dragon cavalry did not cease their bombardment of Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. It was as if they sought to erase all traces that this place ever existed. The tremors continued endlessly. Finally, it's in my hands. Before he knew it, Tokel had arrived in front of the blooming black flower. He swung his spear, absorbing the blood of the Saint Magic cultists and the Black Iron soldiers. The blooming flower gleamed like a black pearl, its beauty simply unbelievable. But with a crisp crack, the flower fell to the ground and shattered like glass, scattering in pieces, fading into nothingness. In its place, there remained a black pearl, as dark and gleaming as Tokel's own eyes. Tokel reached out and grabbed the black pearl. In an instant, immense madness and demonic energy surged into his palm. The freely flowing magic pulsed as if it would explode, violently trembling. His veins swelled, his entire arm turning purplish blue. Despite the unbearable pain, Tokel grinned. This pearl was the treasure my grandfather, the pearl of shame. It held the will of that existence. If my grandfather absorbs it, the sudden seal of the nameless monarch was like a thunderbolt to the Holy Demon Church. But to the Light Dragon Emperor and Troiban, it was a new opportunity. The Light Dragon Emperor holds the position of the 5th apostle within the Holy Demon Church. The title of apostle carries great symbolic significance. The number doesn't represent rank, but in reality, the Light Dragon Emperor, being the most recent member of the Holy Demon Church, has a relatively weak status. However, the Jewel of Humiliation can immediately reverse this situation. I will help you completely rid yourself of that human mask you still have to forcefully wear. The mask God. It will become the key to help you become a being beyond the skies. The key to becoming the supreme being. Indeed, the Light Dragon Emperor is pursuing ascension, and Tokel will become the Light Dragon Emperor's apostle to become a god, eliminating or uniting the remaining factions of the Holy Demon Church, merging Troiban and Ragna to rule the world. This is the plan set by their grandfather and grandson. Tokul had already immersed himself in the joy of the world about to fall into his hands. Crack. Tokul clenched his fist tightly. When the jewel of humiliation shattered, the overflowing magical power and madness began to seep not only from his palms, but also from the pores of his whole body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the situation intensified, Tokul's eyes became darker and darker, even in the chaotic explosion hell. Pill observed Tokul's every move with spiritual focus in his eyes. From a distance, under the protection of the Black Iron Army, Tokul was trying to absorb the jewel. I must find a way to stop him. Strangely, my heart is beating wildly, and my vision and senses are rapidly narrowing, focusing on the jewel. A sudden impulse. I want that. The thought suddenly crossed my mind. What? Tyr was startled. He began to examine his own heart. Why did I suddenly have this thought? I want it so badly. Then I heard the whisper again. Go take it. The voice was as sweet as a demon's whisper. If you get it, you'll be much stronger than you are now. Strangely, the jewel looked very familiar to Pill, although it was the first time he had seen it. No, I've seen it before. Where exactly was it? When the sound of his heart beating grew louder, Tyr took a long time to realize why the jewel felt so familiar and unsettling. The jewel on the sword my father gave me. Kale had once bent one of his defeated enemy's swords and gave it to Tyr. During this time, although Tyr didn't know who the original owner of the sword was, he gained countless insights into swordsmanship because of the spirit within the sword, so he had once speculated that the original owner might have been an excellent swordsman in life. But now, seeing the sword in Tokul's hand, it was too similar. That sword was originally the Light Dragon Emperor's sword. Tyr then suddenly realized Kale's arrangement for him. He knew that one day I would encounter something similar, so he made preparations in advance. To avoid being consumed by madness, and to be able to resist it, to resist being consumed by madness, Tyr's vision, originally narrowed by the jewel's pull, began to widen again. As long as I can bring it back, the impulse rising from within was the very desire the sword's jewel craved, just like Tokul absorbing the jewel, to enhance the amount of madness. The sword's jewel also wanted to consume the nameless monarch's jewel, to make up for its own deficiencies, but Tyr carefully avoided being consumed by the heat radiating from the sword's jewel. If I'm swallowed by this fury, I will no longer be Tyr, but will become the unfinished Light Dragon Emperor. If he were to be swallowed by this fury, he would no longer be Tyr, but a half-finished Light Dragon Emperor. Kale might have hastily believed Tyr wouldn't do such a thing, and gave the order to absorb the pearl, but Tyr didn't want to take the risk. It was Tyr who changed his mind. Keto has always awaited your summons. When Kale recalled to Sukas's humor-laden reply, a line of text suddenly appeared before him. The Dragon Legion has appeared. Rumble, rumble. The ground began to tremble. At the location of Troiban's Black Iron Cavalry, a swarm of desert bugs burst from underground, opening their bloody maws wide. The Legion is charging. Troiban's Black Iron Battalion halted their spears, desperately trying to pull their lines back. But the ground instantly weakened, and the armored horses began to sink in, their movements slowing down. The desert mites devoured the armored horses in an instant, echoing with the screams of horses and soldiers alike. The same chaos unfolded at one side of the Trojan armor convoy. High above, a lion seized the neck of a bipedal dragon in a flash, while a fairy dragon unleashed ice sword magic, piercing the wings of the bipedal dragon. Other dragons also surged forth, throwing the battlefield into complete disarray. Phew, we survived. You brats. You want to mess with us? Now it's our turn. The white-armored dragon cavalry, who had been quietly defending until now, finally began to move. They split into small units, scattering in all directions, their eyes filled with deadly intent. No matter what happens, there was only one thought left in their minds: to exact vengeance on those who had betrayed and shamed their clan. The battlefield descended into chaos once more. Fear extended his right hand toward Tokul's direction, as he shouted, Rui Orb's son. Ho! Above Tokul's head, a pale yellow brain core began spinning like a top. It began spinning like a top. Generate the brain core. Absorb all the surrounding energy. Of course there is also mixed with the madness and evil leaking from the humiliation spider that Tokul tried to absorb. What is this? This is the first time Tyr shows the sun jewel. Tokul hadn't expected this situation. He clenched his teeth and tried to absorb as much of the humiliation aura as possible. However, as he barely absorbed some, his brain was already burning past the limit. The brain core instantly transformed into a huge sun, as if frozen in place. Madness and evil intertwined. Black spots spread everywhere, adding a sense of imbalance. Heavily, Tyr felt immense pressure that oppressed both his soul and body, instantly making him dizzy. Swallowing the fierce power of the humiliation spider's brain. The extent of this power is obvious. You said you want to end everything with Ragna, right? Then I'll really help you achieve that. Tokul felt uneasy, quickly reaching for his weapon. But Tyr was already one step ahead. swinging Drake's blade fiercely. A long line was cut across the top of his head. The shattered pieces of the sun transformed into dozens of flashes. The lightning spread in all directions, in the face of the tsunami of huge dogs. A Troyban White Dragon Knight Squad and Black Iron troops were covered by the light. In the aftermath of the explosion, Tokul had never thought of himself as a genius, but his younger siblings were all exceptionally talented. They had long been ahead of him. On the contrary, Tokul felt frustrated. I have so many brothers and sisters. Always lively and happy. It seems we really like younger siblings. I couldn't understand back then why my mother looked at me so bitterly when I had once smiled so brightly. So Tokul made a firm decision. Why did mother look so bitterly at the smiling, radiant me of the past? So Tokul made up his mind. He desperately sought out his brothers, even though they had never even exchanged proper greetings or conversations. Since they were kin, he believed they would warmly accept him. Naively, he thought his family would be like those in fairy tales. That was what he believed. So you must truly understand your family. If you tell mother that every day, mother will smile too. That's what I once thought. But, haha. Why am I so strong? I guess it's because I'm just amazing. That was always how Sister Leja carried herself, free-spirited and confident. Look at this, Anchi. This guy looks so stupid. Is someone like this really our brother? How many more brothers does father need to have? Seriously? Keep your voice down, big brother. Hey, your name's Tokul, right? Let's get along from now on. The twins, Kisher and Auntie L, always made fun of him. Kisher openly showed his disdain, while Auntie L smiled kindly, but quietly kept her distance. You're my brother. So what? As the eldest brother, Jinluan had no interest. He only summoned him out of idle curiosity when he heard someone wanted to meet him. His questions were rather strange. Back then, what Tokul felt was despair. Even so, as the firstborn son, he was known for being the closest to their father, and was praised for his outstanding achievements and talents, although they had never met. His name had long been etched in Tokul's heart. Every word he spoke. Do you think I can remember how many guys like you I've met? There are plenty of others I need to worry about. Each of those words became a blade, piercing straight into Tokul's chest. If you want to stand out in my eyes, then fight your hardest. If you do that, maybe then I would remember you. I might even remember your name. A name not even worth remembering. To Jean Callan, Tokul was nothing more than that. No, I've misunderstood all along. Most of my brothers found it troublesome just to meet Tokul once. Even when they met, they often glared at him as if to kill him. Some even tried to assassinate him. So he tearfully searched for his father in the main hall, but there was only one answer. So what? Kale said that, and turned away. It was only then that Tokul finally realized, even beasts know to cherish their family. But here, they're worse than beasts. Maybe it was from then on that Tokul resolved to train harder. Gripping his spear in his left hand, he recognized the gap between himself and his brothers. Thus, he had to work harder to close that distance. When others trained for an hour, he trained for 5. Otherwise, he could never catch up, let alone surpass them. Was it because of that? As the long months passed, he finally achieved his goal, becoming the captain of the Black Iron Cavalry. The critics cheered, calling him a genius, threatening the traditional heirs. Some even declared excitedly that the 5 great candidates. And when he met Jean Callan again, surely now he would remember him, and even feel threatened. Tokul believed so. Even those who once looked down on the young him, like Ergina or Kisher, had once shown wariness toward him. Yet Jean Callan tilted his head. Who are you again? Tokul bit his lip hard, cursing in his heart. Just as I thought. This wretched house never satisfies me. Oh, so you're my grandson, are you? Although harboring hatred for Ragna in his heart, at the moment, there was nothing he could do. He could only sit idly on the throne day after day, lost in thought. That day, Tokul also embarked on the subtask mission. The mission was to eliminate the remaining forces of the Holy Demon Church, to suppress the murderer who had caused a massacre in a small town in Ragna's domain. I took action. It was there that an elderly person, though small in stature and plain in appearance, exuded an oddly unapproachable aura. He called Tokul his grandson. Tokul was left speechless. His maternal grandfather had passed away due to a long illness. I personally moved him, and my paternal grandfather died before I was born, because of Kale's rebellion. But there is a form of resurrection. It means directly receiving both the spirit and body of a god, and descending onto the... I shared the spirit of humiliation, and my body regained its sight. The old man pointed to himself, explaining that he was the Light Dragon Emperor, and the visions he displayed were indeed secrets only Ragna's direct descendants could know. The intertwining of madness and magical energy from the dragon's power. Seeing these seemingly incompatible auras, Tokul instinctively gripped his sword, and in that moment, he was naturally prepared to face death. But the Light Dragon Emperor calmly pressed down Tokul's sword, and showed hostile intent toward me. But instead, he calmly pushed Tokul's sword down, showing hostility toward me. For you all, this might seem like a matter of course. After all, you learned all of this from Kale and Robert. This is what you learned from them. The smile is very warm. So even if you harbor hostility towards me, it's fine. But before that, could you listen to me for a moment? Torkel has heard the secret of the Day of Exile. A secret unknown to the world. It reveals how much Kale is. How cunning the Black Dragon is. How hypocritical Julius is. How malicious Plum Blossom Princess is. So he cried there for a long time. Grandfather's story is truly heartbreaking. Abandoned by the children he once trusted. Suffering from the accusation of family fire. Bearing all kinds of malicious slander. His long life is truly pitiful. Following the path of glorious heroes. Torkel finally understood. He truly understood what family is. The family you meet at birth. I can't choose it. So no matter what harm they cause, I can't stop those I chose as they can truly embrace me. Torkel returned to Ragna once again, in order to one day let grandfather sit in the position he should have been in. Finally, that day came. I thought it was Tyr. Torkel looked at the vanishing insults from the spiders, and angrily roared. The clenched fist contained broken glass beads. The madness contained within. And evil had turned into thunder, striking Troiban's Silver Dragon Cavalry and Black Iron Cavalry. Brothers are in danger now. We should find a place to hide. Arnold and Hark grabbed Torkel, who was about to rush towards Tyr. They were the captains of Troiban's White Dragon team and the Black Iron team, respectively. But upon seeing the serious eyes of the two, he bit his lip tightly. At least not everything was taken away. The shameful spiders. Take back whatever you can. At least bring it back with you. Master will understand. But can't you see? The author's assault isn't over yet. Fear suddenly clenched his once-open fist, as purgatory unfolded with the third form of the Rui sun. Amidst the thunderbolt that struck the ground, flames erupted like a furious serpent. Dozens of whirlwinds formed from all directions, turning the area into a sea of fire. Even if some were lucky to avoid the attack, they couldn't escape being swept in. Even worse, the Dragon Legion seemed untouched by the inferno, charging freely. The chaos only intensified. More than half had already fallen. For the rest, it was only a matter of time. This catastrophe stemmed from the immense power of the Shame Spider. In the end, the brothers. Torkel had no choice but to turn away. Just as his brothers said, survival must come first. Torkel hadn't even taken a step yet, when suddenly, flames soared dozens of meters high in front of him, a scorching wall of fire. Even trying to shield himself with aura and force his way through would only worsen the injuries. Fear had completely blocked the escape route. Crack. And Fear, his body wrapped in hellfire, charged straight toward them. We'll do our best to hold him off here. You must open the path, no matter what. Arnold and Huck didn't wait for Torkel's reply. They rushed to block Fear. Their minds focused solely on saving Torkel at all costs and getting him out of there. If they were Ragnar's brothers, such thoughts would be unimaginable. What am I even saying? Torkel, in tears, cleaved through the wall of fire. In his mind was only one thought. Their sacrifice must not be in vain. The thought, however, the firewall was just split open. In an instant, a new flame rose, occupying that space. Even with a strong impact wave pushing it back, Tyr was already unleashing all the hellfire at Torkel, pouring all his hellfire power onto him. The Longsha sword rushed forward. Arnold's chest plate was completely destroyed upon the first clash with Tyr. His heart was pierced through. The Moonlight sword fell. Hark tried to make Arnold the sacrifice, but his steps suddenly stopped. At that moment, the Ling Miao sword flashed and decapitated him. In Tyr's mind, the spider was glowing, releasing an unprecedented intense light. The madness leaking from the spider resonated with it, activating it to its peak. Tyr focused to his utmost, filtering the correct inspirations from many, and following their guiding path, quickly eliminating the enemy. Now Tyr had reached the highest level his mind and body could touch. Another new path appeared before him, a path directly leading to Torkel. A dangerous explosion. The members of the Black Iron Cavalry gathered, but most were injured by Drake's sharp blade, or fell one after another under the pursuit of the White Dragon Cavalry. Tyr still reached the place where Torkel was. In the end, Torkel, unable to break through the firewall, turned his black lance, aimed at Tyr's head. With a crack, the black blade cut through the giant sword's edge, piercing Tyr's head. Tyr tilted his head slightly. At the same time, dodging, he unknowingly grabbed the Moonlight sword in his left hand, drew a half circle. Whoosh. A deep red blood mark appeared from Torkel's head to his chin, clearly visible. You guys are really annoying. Torkel's empty gaze fixed on Tyr. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, blood gushed out like a fountain, powerlessly falling. Episode 189, Descendants of the Light Dragon 4. Congratulations, you've successfully stopped the traitors of the family and prevented the resurrection of the nameless monarch. The scenario mission is complete. Warning 9, Evaluation, SS rank. As a reward, you've obtained ownership of the Shame Spider. According to evaluation, your skill Breath of Young Dragon has evolved into a new skill. It's done. Level up. Phew. Torkel, the madness and evil energy you've absorbed seem to be gushing out together with a fountain of blood. According to the mission, that orb should now belong to Fear. It's still possible to absorb it. Go on, take it. Now's the perfect moment. the amount has lessened, and the concentration has thinned. As expected, the heat emitted by the sword orb is steadily rising. Nirvana empowered. Fear's mental energy, even shaking him for a moment. Come on, don't you want it? With that, you too can see the world I see. As long as you have the inspiration from the sword orb, if you can freely witness the world of the light dragon, you'll never fear again. Don't you want to make that world your own? At that moment, Fear made his decision. He chose to truly claim that madness and evil energy as his own, following the sword orb's whispers. Most of the evil energy and madness, along with the Rui orb and the sun, were consumed. What remained was only the most refined essence, which he devoured with a wide open mouth. As an additional reward, a new skill has been unlocked. Skill Might of Drake has been created. Might of Drake. Level. Initial. Proficiency plus 5%. Effect. Releases the killing intent contained in Drake to suppress the opponent. As proficiency increases, you can materialize magic power by materializing the enhanced magic. If you can control it like your own limbs, you'll be able to enhance Fear's control over telekinesis. Skill Might of Drake synchronizes with Young Dragon, creating a synergistic effect. Nirvana's effects stack with telekinesis. The level reached its maximum. A huge vortex formed in the palm of Tyr's hand. The essence of madness and evil began to be absorbed into his body. The flowing dragon's magical power, mixed with the energy of the bead. A huge explosion occurred on one side of his body. This was the rejection caused by the mixing of two incompatible magical powers. Tyr's body momentarily trembled, but he quickly steadied himself, continuing to try and absorb it. The skill Fairy of the Abyss activated. It was attempting to neutralize the magic. The skill Devourer was triggered, forcing the unneutralized will and aura to be bound. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the intense friction between the two energies, his arm lightly rose. But over time, it gradually calmed down. His magic power greatly increased. At that moment, a smile appeared on Tyr's lips. Arthur, why are you so late? It turns out because of these foolish guys. They can't even manage a small team. It's really unsettling. A voice sent a chill down Tyr's spine. The sword spider, more active than ever, made a sound. Tyr instinctively turned his head to the side. Then, the sharp strike passed right by. A lock of hair flew through the air. Did I dodge it? Not bad, looks like. I understand why Arnold and Hark died miserably. In an instant, an old man appeared in front of Tyr, and coldly smiled. Granada. The leader of Troy Band personally appeared. Clearly, Ragnar's base should be holding him back. How did he appear here? But Tyr didn't even have time to ask, as Drake's blade swung up. Tyr had to summon the Moonlight Dragon saddling Meow. The four swords crossed together. Granada's new attack fell. Boom, boom, boom. He had to simultaneously summon the Moonlight Dragon saddling Meow. The four swords crossed together. Granada's new attack fell. Boom, boom, boom. But Tyr spat out fresh blood. Was fiercely knocked back. A long trench was carved into the ground. Heat rose from the friction. Damn, that's rough. Fear forcefully swallowed the blood rising in his throat. After all, he was refining a large amount of magic power. When he was ambushed, the magic he had just calmed down rampaged once again. His magic circuits were in complete disarray. Even Nirvana nearly shattered in the chaos. But that sword. Fear's gaze locked elsewhere. The sword in Granada's hand. For some reason, it looked familiar. No, to be precise, its aura felt familiar. In an instant, the Dragon Slayer's sword trembled violently, as if it had met an old brother. The Dragon Sword, Valmont's Spirit Sword. Arthur's Pursuit, Dragon Vitality, Ghost Blade. It's undoubtedly Helleni. Looks like you inherited Master's sword from Kale. Granada looked at Fear, fixated on his sword, finding it amusing, and chuckled softly. Master must have been referring to the Light Dragon. Using Master's sword and its aura as a medium, Master's essence would eventually be absorbed too. Our focus on the Chosen One. Was that also a trap set by Master? What a Kale-like scheme. Treating even his own son as a tool. Fear snapped back to reality. That statement meant his father had long foreseen that he would one day face the Light Dragon Emperor, using Troyban and the Saint Magic Church as massive decoys to conceal the Light Dragon Emperor within himself. It was a scheme to draw him out. Indeed, Fear felt no one else fit this role better than him. But it seemed his father's plan went even deeper. Maybe because Fear had abandoned a new cycle. His father intended to give him this sight as a gift. Fear briefly thought so. But soon, he refocused his attention on Granada. The opponent, along with Kale, was once called one of the Empire's strongest warriors. One wrong move could mean instant death. What's worse is that our time for dispute has almost run out. All the allotted time has nearly been used up. Arthur's Pursuit. Magic circuits damaged. Even the gears that could move the clock temperature freely are misaligned. They're difficult to activate. As for Julius and Arthur's Pursuit, he still seems busy dealing with that. Fear, are you alright? I'm fine, at least for now. The members of Team 1 gathered to protect Fear. Amore checked Fear. His expression turned serious. This is the early stage of demonic possession, isn't it? I'm really fine. For now, let's focus on Granada. If we don't act now, we'll lose the chance to draw him out. Amore had many things to say, but since he couldn't treat, he nodded firmly and turned his gaze toward Granada. But with just their momentum, it was hard to surpass Granada's overwhelming aura. Granada's lips curled slightly. Our strength has been greatly reduced, so shouldn't your side lose some too? That would be fair, right? Granada is moving. Team 5, protect your leader at all costs. After sending a message to Team 5, Amore acted without waiting for a response. It's over. Losing Tokal and the other key fighters was a huge mistake, but at least according to plan, Fear was nearly captured successfully. That alone is enough, isn't it? Maybe it's even better this way. If we seize all of the Chosen One's magic power, that will suffice, rather than the complete shame spider. Devouring the Chosen One's magic might be better for the Light Dragon Emperor, who seeks to become a god. He may have already regained his ability to return to the previous form. Just in time, the 15 Dragon Legion moved towards Tyr to protect him. But really? How long can they hold out with just them? I didn't expect Torkal's betrayal. The new White Dragon Cavalry and Black Iron Cavalry appear, plus Granada's appearance. The continuous emergencies made Hawk's hands tremble. He had only been a combat examiner for about a year. Why does he always encounter such dangerous situations? He originally thought there would be a romantic life in the military, but it was nothing like that. Only death. Death. But Tyr. How many times has he crossed such trials? When training with Ray, he once said not to judge by appearances. Tyr has experienced much more than you see. At that time, he thought Tyr was just pretending to be close. Now Hawks finally understands that sentence. He once thought Tyr's magnificent appearance was just a disguise. Now he feels ashamed. In front of his sister, he loudly said he wanted to become the Tyr he should see. Now he only feels ashamed. What kind of events are you experiencing? What kind of events are you going through? I'm standing by, terrified. And you're completely different. Hawks feels Tyr looks even more impressive now, and he truly isn't sure if he has the right to stand by Tyr's side, if he has the right to dream such dreams. But one thing is certain, he cannot let Tyr die like this. He quickly ran through the weapon forest created by Team 1, trying to subdue Tyr. This scene reminded him of when you crossed the Troyban forest to catch Torkal. Now, Team 5 has crossed the entire White Dragon. The Dragon Cavalry is desperately protecting Tyr, but before the superhuman Granada, they are powerless. Even so, Hawks did not back down. He stood before Tyr and confronted Granada, standing in front of Tyr, facing Granada head-on. Even if he were to die right here, his heart was filled with the mission to protect Tyr. To hell with Troyban. Come on. Even if I step forward alone, if I can hold out for even a second in front of Granada, even if it's just a moment, if that moment lets Tyr escape safely, then sacrificing my life is worth it. So he charged forward, roaring. Granada mercilessly swung his blade at Hawk's neck. Clang. As expected, the sword in Hawk's hand was easily cut in half. The tip of the Dragon Vitality sword pierced his throat. Even at that moment, Hawk didn't feel fear. Instead, he kept his eyes on Granada. This is the style of Ragnar. This is the pride of rank. And right at that moment, by Hawk's ear, he seemed to hear a voice filled with amusement. Clang. The Dragon Vitality sword suddenly flicked upward. Then, a figure appeared in front of Hawk. It was Lord Kale.